A dark tunnel entrance appears within Tyros' dungeon, leading deep underground where danger quietly waits ahead. The ground trembles as distant sounds echo, signaling movement below while tension rises inside the dungeon. The Lich emerges, floating above, summoning dark orbs while adventurers face the overwhelming undead presence. The Lich continuously summons minions, overwhelming forces, while the group realizes endless enemies threaten survival. Princess Yuika commands attack relentlessly, directing allies forward as they attempt breaking the Lich defense together. Yuika charges forward alone, her hair flowing as she prepares a desperate final strike. The Lich confronts her power, while Yuika is revealed as the Black Princess attacking fiercely. The dungeon's rocky interior shows harsh terrain, emphasizing danger surrounding those who venture deeper inside. A lone Sherpa walks carefully through ruins, carrying supplies while guiding explorers into unknown darkness. Earlier, the team struggled underground, battling creatures as collapsing tunnels forced them to keep moving. Two adventurers are thrown back by impact, coughing as debris scatters from a sudden violent collision. A stone creature charges forward, raising its arm while Yuika prepares magic and questions the vanguard's actions. A caster releases lightning, striking the stone enemy directly as sparks burst across its hardened body. The group retreats to a dungeon oasis, exhausted, while one drinks potion to recover mana. After resting, tension rises as companions criticize the vanguard, calling his performance ineffective during battle. A woman recalls past events calmly, while a companion reacts angrily, questioning her words during tension. The group argues further, ignoring surroundings, while another member watches quietly, believing their conflict cannot change. Ru, the dungeon Sherpa, approaches carrying supplies, warning them that loud voices may attract nearby monsters. Ro smiles calmly, despite tension, introducing himself while others begin recognizing his presence and role. He explains his task involves gathering herbs, while others mock his role as non-combat support. The woman defends Ro, explaining his importance calmly, while another mocks his role as easy income. Ru offers potions to the group, suggesting support if they run out during exploration. He displays multiple potions, explaining their high quality and undiluted nature to the surprised group, presents prices and effects, Ru offering healing and stamina recovery, while confirming they are not free. Tension rises as one member grabs Ru angrily, accusing him of unfair pricing inside dungeon. Ru explains dangers calmly, stating fighting is unavoidable and buying supplies now saves future losses. The leader argues over price, but others insist high-quality items are necessary for survival. Ru smiles politely, completing the transaction, while the leader angrily declares he will not rehire him. The story shifts to Tyros Town, a settlement built around the dungeon for adventurers' activities. Ru returns home briefly, then heads to the Sherpa Guild, continuing his work supporting dungeon explorers. Ru meets a guild worker, discussing veteran adventurers and the current status of the rowdy gang. The worker evaluates the group's strength, suggesting Ru join them despite their rough behavior. Ru leaves the guild, mentioning responsibilities, planning to submit reports while going to pick his sister. He walks through town streets, returning home as daily life continues peacefully around him. Marin runs happily toward Ro, greeting him warmly as he arrives, showing their close sibling bond. Ro greeting Marin, while she reacts shyly and clings to him closely. He thanks Moro for caring for Marin, speaking briefly before preparing to leave together. Ru holds Marin's hand, deciding to go home, while Marin quietly stays close beside him. Walking through town, Ru suggests gathering fruits and planning a simple picnic with Marin. Marin happily agrees, smiling brightly, while narration explains Sherpas support adventurers without directly fighting monsters. The dungeon's darkness shows danger, while narration explains risks and Ru's responsibility for his sister. Next day, Ru arrives at guild, submitting reports while starting another routine workday inside town. A big man suddenly appears before Ru, surprising him as she states she has been waiting. The guild master enthusiastically greets Ru, loudly presenting an important and promising new job opportunity. Ru reacts cautiously, realizing difficult work ahead, especially involving a request connected to the royal capital. The guild master explains the employer is from the royal capital, making this request unusually important. A confident woman enters, identified as member of Twilight Sword, Princess Yuika, drawing attention from everyone present. Ru observes her closely, recognizing her reputation, while others confirm she belongs to that famous party. The group's strength is described, showing powerful teamwork and achievements across many dangerous dungeon explorations. Ru realizes the leader matches rumors, understanding this request involves a young yet highly capable figure. Yuika introduces herself, declaring her goal to conquer Tyros dungeon while asking Ru for assistance. The guild explains dungeon depth, emphasizing unknown floors and difficulty, while Ru listens carefully. Ru accepts guiding duty, understanding responsibility of leading adventurers into dangerous, unexplored dungeon depths. Yuika and Ru face each other, formally recognizing their roles as adventurer and dungeon Sherpa. Their meeting marks beginning of journey, unaware of challenges and significant events awaiting them ahead. Deep within Tyros dungeon, terrifying monsters gather, representing true darkness lurking beyond unexplored dangerous depths ahead. Yuika requests Ru guide her party into deepest dungeon areas, explaining mission importance clearly. Ru politely refuses the request, acknowledging honor but prioritizing personal responsibilities over dangerous long expedition. He explains he cannot leave long worrying about his sister while guild leader pressures him. Others point out Ru's goal to support his sister, reminding him why he works hard. The guild leader presents rewards, emphasizing high payment, attempting to convince Ru to accept the job. Ru considers rewards, realizing they could support Marin's future while reviewing the proposed dive plan. Yuika explains her party operates independently, noting absence of additional members within their current team. Ru listens as Yuika describes risks, explaining other groups' increased danger, despite typical cooperative exploration. Yuika states her party's strength rivals top groups, emphasizing their consistent success, clearing dangerous dungeons alone. Studies the dive plan carefully, Ru beginning to understand expectations and responsibilities required for this mission. Ru accepts Yuika's request, introducing himself, while Yuika agrees and acknowledges working together. Formally, Yuika smiles gently, responding warmly, confirming their partnership while maintaining her composed, confident demeanor. She requests supplies, asking Ru to guide her to shops while he reacts to her change. Explains fame brings attention, she expressing discomfort while asking to avoid crowds during preparation today. Ru agrees to handle arrangements, noting equipment costs separately, while reflecting on difficulties of dealing with famous adventurers. Ru guides Yuika through market stalls, selecting supplies while explaining equipment needed for upcoming dungeon expedition. After shopping, Ru invites Yuika to dinner, confirming preparations complete, while she expresses appreciation calmly. Yuika meets Marin, observing the young girl introducing herself politely, while Ru watches closely nearby. Ru explains Marin is his sister, clarifying their relationship while Yuika processes their age difference quietly. Yuika greets Marin kindly, introducing herself and stating she will be working together with Ru. Ru informs Marin about upcoming dive, while they prepare meal together before starting next day. They eat together at home, sharing food, while Ru notices Marin acting lively after long time. Ru, Yuika, and Marin dine outside, enjoying meal, while observing their interactions become unexpectedly comfortable. Yuika orders juice for Marin, explaining her preferences, while revealing unfamiliarity with alcohol consumption casually. Drinks beer confidently, she showing contrast in behavior, while Marin and Ru react to situation. Yuika drinks quickly, surprising Ru, showing unusual behavior, while they continue their meal together. Later, Yuika sleeps heavily, indicating effects of drinking, as morning light appears through the window. Yuika wakes confused, feeling pain, slowly recalling events from previous night with Ru and Marin. She remembers interacting closely with Marin, acting affectionately while others watched her unusual behavior. Embarrassed, Yuika realizes situation, understanding she caused trouble, and prepares to apologize immediately afterward. Yuika wakes and greets Ru, entering room while Marin watches quietly during morning inside house. Yuika greets Marin gently, reacting softly while remembering previous behavior and noticing Marin's innocent response. Apologizes sincerely, she kneeling before Marin, acknowledging actions while trying to explain situation carefully. Ru reassures Yuika, explaining Marin felt comfortable, reducing tension and calming atmosphere during breakfast preparation. Marin invites Yuika warmly, smiling brightly, while Yuika accepts and joins them for breakfast together. Ru prepares to leave home, planning to collect supplies while Yuika and Marin see them off. At the Adventurer Guild, tension rises as members react loudly to unexpected news involving Yuika. Inside, accusations spread about Yuika's actions, causing confusion while Barry reacts with visible panic. Barry angrily confronts Ru, misunderstanding events, while Yuika intervenes and clarifies nothing improper actually happened. Ru introduces himself calmly, while Yuika explains his role, and Barry remains suspicious, yet gradually settles. Nuku introduces himself seriously, explaining Barry's behavior while establishing his role as the team's vanguard. Ru greets Nuku politely, maintaining calm demeanor while preparing to continue supporting the adventuring group. Mazakon appears, identifying himself as a sage, demonstrating magical ability while observing Ru with interest. Ru reacts with surprise, recognizing Mazakon's legendary reputation and understanding his importance within the group. Barry explains Mazakan's background casually, while Nuku revealed that Mazakan is Barry's father. Mazakan speaks casually about age, while Yuika organizes the team and prepares to begin dungeon exploration. The group enters underground floors, following a shortcut path while Ru guides them carefully downward. Yuika explains their goal clearly, aiming deeper floors while expecting Ru to choose efficient routes. Ru explains monster types ahead, warning about groups and dangers they will likely encounter together. Yuika listens calmly, trusting Ru's guidance, while acknowledging his knowledge will support their progress forward. Barry casts wind magic, enhancing Ru's movement. While the group prepares to advance through dungeon quickly, she explains the buff spell, while Ru understands his speed increases using wind magic support. Yuika leads the group forward, deciding to rush through floors while maintaining formation and direction. The team moves rapidly, carried by wind, as Ru struggles adjusting to sudden increased speed. Ru notices Mazakan's magic circle, questioning its purpose while observing faint light during movement forward. Mazakan explains protective magic while moving, and Ru listens as the group continues advancing forward. Barry criticizes Ru's stamina, while Mazakan casually warns him about exhaustion from unnecessary talking. A swarm of apple bees appears suddenly, surrounding the group with dangerous flying insect monsters. Yuika attacks swiftly, cutting through enemies while leading the group and maintaining control during combat. Another monster appears suddenly, roaring loudly as the group prepares to react against the new threat. Yuika strikes forward decisively, eliminating a monster quickly while maintaining control of the battlefield situation. She continues attacking swiftly, urging movement while defeating enemies and keeping the team advancing forward. Ru observes the team's pace, giving directions calmly while guiding them through complex dungeon pathways ahead. Mazakan questions the route, but Ru explains the correct path while noticing something unusual nearby. Ru identifies the situation as a trap, and Yuika supports his judgment, telling Barry to trust him. The group runs through tunnel as enemies approach from right path, blocking escape and forcing confrontation. A group of goblins appears ahead, advancing aggressively while Ru realizes the threat closing distance. The group encounters a blocked path inside the cave, sensing enemies approaching from another direction nearby. Goblins suddenly rush forward aggressively, revealing their presence and attacking the group with overwhelming numbers. Yuika commands Ru to take cover, while the team prepares to confront the incoming goblin horde. Nuku and Barry advance together, coordinating movements, while Ru warns about hidden threats within the walls. Yuika stays back confidently, trusting her teammates as they charge ahead to handle the goblin threat. Nuku signals the attack by whistling, preparing himself as he focuses on the incoming goblin group. He launches forward instantly, striking multiple goblins with powerful blows that scatter enemies across the area. Several goblins are defeated quickly, collapsing under the force, while others hesitate from sudden impact. Barry coordinates with Nuku, identifying remaining enemies above while maintaining control over the battlefield situation. She uses wind magic, sending explosive force upward, eliminating goblins positioned higher within the cave walls. Barry spots 3 goblins ahead, jumping down quickly to intercept them before they can attack. She strikes fiercely midair, cutting through goblins with swift movements and overwhelming force in combat. More goblins attempt coordinated attacks, surrounding her, but she avoids them while analyzing their tactics. Nuku observes carefully, realizing someone intelligent may be guiding the goblins from hidden positions nearby. They coordinate strategy, with Barry attacking from above, while Nuku prepares to hold incoming enemies. Barry leaps into battle, cutting through goblins, while Nuku attacks from below with precise strikes. Ru observes from distance, using terrain visibility to track movements and understand the ongoing battle clearly. Nuku and Barry coordinate efficiently, eliminating enemies while covering different ranges within the cave system. Barry withstands attacks safely, protected by equipment, allowing her to move freely within Nuku's attack range. Yuika analyzes their teamwork, noting how individual strengths combine effectively to form a powerful coordinated strategy. Barry dashes through the tunnel, cutting down fleeing goblins while maintaining speed and control. She notices a goblin wearing a necklace, realizing something unusual about this enemy's behavior. Barry attacks decisively, refusing deception, striking down the goblin that attempted to pretend being defeated. Another goblin tries escaping deeper, but Barry pursues quickly, intercepting and cutting it down mid-movement. She finishes the final enemy with precision, ending the encounter and securing the area completely. The team regroups after battle and reports successful completion, while Yuika confirms preparations with Mazakan. Mazakan reveals a prepared summoning circle, requesting Ru to move him closer toward trap mechanisms ahead. Ru carries Mazakan forward, placing him carefully while the sage prepares magic for upcoming action. Mazakan activates powerful spell, summoning earth structure as magical circle glows and energy spreads outward. The cave collapses heavily, sealing the path as rocks fall and block enemy pursuit completely. Barry urges movement forward, while Rue reacts, realizing the path ahead has been secured safely. The group proceeds deeper, confirming their next destination while maintaining formation inside the narrow tunnel. Rue asks about collecting items, but Yuika dismisses them, prioritizing progress over minor gains. Yuika leads steadily, explaining they will continue forward unless major threats or obstacles appear ahead. Rue looks thoughtful, preparing to speak as Mazakan notices and asks what he intends to say. Questions the current strategy, Rue considering whether Yuika's strength is being preserved during combat situations. Rue cautiously shares thoughts while moving forward, as Mazakan listens and acknowledges his observations calmly. Analyzes formation, Rue realizing current positioning limits effectiveness, leaving Yuika underutilized, while others handle most fighting. Mazakan praises Rogue's insight, noting Yuika's limited movement previously, confirming concerns about inefficient battle coordination. Rower reflects seriously, understanding deeper issues, as the group advances toward the underground oasis cautiously together. Barry collapses from exhaustion after constant running, while Yuika notes they have not rested since beginning. Yuika observes Barry's behavior, while Rue reacts playfully, insisting he wants to demonstrate his abilities. Rue offers potion support, suggesting recovery options, while Barry regrets not preparing properly during earlier planning, reveals abilities. Rue explaining special gift, allowing perception, while Mazakan acknowledges and comments on its usefulness. Yuika calmly asks Rue about his gift, noting such information is usually private but important now. Rue reveals his single gift, explaining stamina restoration while others listen and consider its unusual nature. He explains further, stating his ability reduces fatigue buildup, making continuous movement easier during long expeditions. Barry reacts enthusiastically, praising usefulness, while Yuika questions simplicity and evaluates its importance for team stability. Yuika considers strategy, realizing Rue's presence changes pacing, reducing risks and improving overall expedition efficiency significantly. The group acknowledges Rue's value, understanding his endurance support ensures survival and prevents being left behind. Yuika laughs lightly, while Rue explains his duty, insisting he will not abandon his employer. Rue comments on Yuika's condition, noting she takes damage often, while she expected more from him. Yuika shifts focus quickly, asking about next destination, ignoring warnings about exhaustion and needed rest. Rue studies his map carefully, suggesting a safer route while explaining the next level's conditions. He lists expected monsters ahead, preparing the group with knowledge about threats they will encounter. Rue explains the Chimera as a level boss, while Yuika decides to proceed carefully. Nuku analyzes enemy numbers using his ability, while others consider avoiding confrontation with dangerous monsters. Yuika proposes a new plan unexpectedly, surprising Rue as she begins adjusting their current approach. The group enters level 23, moving through damp terrain while Rue warns about slipping hazards. Barry steps into slime accidentally, realizing monsters disguise themselves, confirming dangers hidden within the environment. Nuku explains limits of detection ability, stating monster essence is required while Yuika considers options. The group advances through sticky terrain, uncertain of enemies, until Nuku senses a presence ahead. A chimera appears, standing fiercely, as Yuika recognizes the threat and prepares confidently for battle. The team reviews roles, explaining Sage and Shortstop abilities, preparing coordination for upcoming dangerous encounter. They reach deeper level, encountering Chimera Boss, recognizing its strength and dangerous lightning ability immediately. Yuika analyzes situation carefully, noting Chimera's natural level and unusual behavior, indicating increased threat level. Yuika takes command, ordering Rue to hide while she prepares to confront the powerful Chimera. The team forms strategy, assigning roles as Barry distracts while Yuika and Nuku prepare attack. The Chimera roars loudly, displaying sharp fangs while asserting dominance over the battlefield before attacking. Yuika leads the charge, while Nuku activates Wind Dance and Barry prepares to support them. The team spreads out quickly, using mobility skills to approach while avoiding the Chimera's incoming attacks. Barry becomes trapped in slime, struggling to move while calling out as danger approaches her position. The Chimera turns toward Barry, preparing to strike as she remains stuck and vulnerable nearby. Nuku and Yuika leap across terrain, coordinating movements while the Chimera roars beneath their positions. Nuku launches ranged darts downward, striking toward the Chimera while maintaining distance from its attacks. The Chimera charges forward aggressively, enduring impacts while closing distance, and continuing relentless offensive pressure. Yuika moves swiftly across battlefield, repositioning while others avoid attacks, and maintains spacing against the Chimera. The Chimera unleashes lightning magic, forcing Barry to react as Mazakan prepares to intervene next. Mazakan casts Lightning Net while raising Earth Dome, combining magic to control battlefield against Chimera Nuku attacks from above, while Yuika advances. As Barry prepares support and observes their strategy carefully, the team attacks precisely, avoiding direct hits, intentionally guiding Chimera's movement instead of defeating it immediately. Rue analyzes situation, realizing Yuika uses terrain and slime to restrict Chimera's movement for advantage. They move into position, confirming slime trap size, preparing final setup to limit Chimera's mobility further. Yuika observes Chimera carefully, noting it avoids slime, while Rue considers how to force movement. The Chimera advances steadily, while analysis suggests slime formed. After intrusions disrupted its territory repeatedly, Rue deduces slime must have an exit, though finding it proves difficult within vast dark space. He notices glowing spores drifting, hinting at airflow direction, suggesting a hidden passage nearby. Rue studies map, identifying a single path, concluding it must connect to Chimera's movement route. Rue studies maps carefully, deducing hidden gaps between levels that cannot be easily identified normally. He proposes trapping Chimera using slime, directing team while pointing exact location for execution. The group observes unexplored area, considering unknown terrain while trusting Rue's judgment about hidden path. Others question his certainty, but Rue explains experience, and map reading allow him to predict unseen routes. Rue confirms confidently, stating his deduction comes from instinct developed through work as Dungeon Sherpa. Yuika accepts Rue's plan calmly, preparing to act while maintaining confidence in his judgment. The team advances together, chasing the Chimera, while coordinating movements to guide it toward target location. They reach designated area, confirming terrain, while Yuika asks Rue to verify correct position immediately. The Chimera charges forward, stepping into slime, losing balance as movement becomes unstable and restricted. Yuika leaps forward decisively, timing attack perfectly as the trapped Chimera becomes vulnerable to strike. Yuika strikes decisively with Phantom Sting, piercing Chimera while exploiting its trapped and weakened position. The Chimera collapses after impact, as Yuika lands calmly, confirming battle ended successfully with one strike. Suddenly, Chimera moves again, revealing survival, while Yuika remains composed, despite unexpected continued threat presence. Nuku explains Yuika's hidden power, revealing her title and unique ability connected to controlling monsters. The Chimera kneels before Yuika, submitting completely as her power forces obedience over defeated creature. Yuika names the Chimera Neko, asserting control while others react, surprised by her unusual decision. With Chimera subdued, Yuika declares it an ally, strengthening their group as they prepare advancing forward. The party resumes exploration, asking Rue for directions while continuing deeper toward their current objective level. They advance steadily, using Chimera's strength overcoming enemies, while adding useful monsters to their growing force. Eventually, their group expands massively, forming a large army of monsters as they continue deeper. Yuika expands her control, commanding multiple monsters, forming a powerful division supporting the Twilight Sword party. They encounter Minotaurus, the level 40 boss, unleashing destructive power while resisting attacks with overwhelming strength. The Minotaurus charges heavily, shaking ground while preparing to engage the advancing party head-on. Yuika coordinates with allies, using Nico and abilities to weaken enemies while launching decisive attacks. Rue observes battlefield progression, recalling earlier events as their growing army continues overwhelming dungeon threats. Rue reflects on Twilight Sword's strength, noting their unusual small party achieving impossible dungeon progress. Skeleton enemies appear in groups, but confidence grows as their strategy proves effective against coordinated threats. Yuika commands precisely, directing allies and monsters, assigning roles to overwhelm enemies with organized tactics. The combined force attacks together, overpowering enemies as teamwork and monster strength dominate the battlefield completely. After victory, loot drops appear, including demonic cores, confirming successful battles and rewarding their continued advance. The battle continues as monsters clash, while Rue plans to transfer control once reaching Oasis. After fighting, their forces grow, totaling many monsters, including skeletons and powerful creatures under control. Yuika observes condition of monsters, noting fatigue, while evaluating their readiness for continued advancement forward. Yuika begins casting magic, ordering everyone still, preparing a spell to restore and stabilize forces. A large magic field activates, healing monsters through demonic convalescence, restoring strength across their entire army. Mazakon explains Yuika's magic, identifying it as Dark Elemental Restoration, surprising. Ru observing formation carefully. The magic activates, restoring monsters' condition, while Ru realizes it only affects monsters, not humans. The Minotaurus recovers strength, rising again as restoration effect, reinforces its body and combat readiness. Yuika's abilities combine, controlling and restoring monsters, forming powerful synergy that greatly strengthens their overall force. The team acknowledges Yuika's leadership, showing loyalty and resolve while preparing to continue advancing deeper. Ru observes calmly, realizing every monster now follows Yuika's combined abilities, moving under her complete control. The party regroups at dungeon depths, preparing to descend further as Yuika leads everyone forward confidently. The party plans their dive, considering levels carefully while Yuika moves forward with determined focus. They review monster levels, comparing threats like minotaurs and chimeras, to ensure safe progression underground. Ru walks with them, noting their quick progress and preparing to report their efficient dungeon clearing. The group decides to establish camp at an oasis, organizing supplies before continuing deeper exploration. Suddenly, monsters charge forward, as the party faces overwhelming numbers after days of continuous hunting. Scylla creatures emerge, revealing monstrous forms with human torsos and serpent bodies, threatening the advancing party. Yuika advances confidently, acknowledging danger, while Ru warns these deep monsters can destroy entire groups. The party forms positions, ordering vanguards forward as enemies close distance, preparing for immediate confrontation. Scylla strikes suddenly, smashing defenses and shaking formation as frontline fighters struggle against powerful attacks. The Lich commands minions strategically, sending forces through flanks while ignoring poison effects during battle. Scylla attacks fiercely, striking vanguards while the party advances cautiously, maintaining formation under heavy pressure. A massive impact crashes down, suddenly overwhelming fighters, as Ru observes the destructive force unleashed. Barry and Nuku noticed movement above, realizing another threat is emerging from the ceiling unexpectedly. A prince slime descends, its body spreading dangerously, capable of dissolving anything it engulfs completely. Yuika orders retreat immediately as the slime crashes down, forcing everyone to avoid its deadly range. Yuika commands formation calmly, ordering distance attacks while enemies approach and tension rises among fighters. Scylla's breakthrough defenses, overwhelming a fallen member as Yuika redirects forces to engage immediately. Ru observes Yuika's strategy, noting how she adapts tactics by using enemy traits effectively. He warns prolonged fighting may attract more monsters, as sound echoes dangerously through the dungeon. Yuika considers the threat, realizing a potential monster gathering could create continuous battles called carnivals. Ru senses movement behind, noticing strange sounds from tunnel, while warning others of approaching danger. A massive jelly frog appears, roaring loudly as its body releases liquid attacks toward the party. Yuika reacts quickly, ordering coordinated actions while allies prepare skills to counter the monster's abilities. A spell strikes the frog, paralyzing it as electric energy surges through its large body. Yuika confirms strategy effectiveness, explaining electric magic counters water monsters, while the defeated frog twitches. Yuika calls Minoran, with urgency, preparing him for battle. Minoran appears, stepping forward. Minoran swings heavily, crushing enemies together with immense force, breaking multiple targets in one strike. More enemies arrive suddenly, increasing pressure as the group realizes the situation is becoming dangerous. Yuika analyzes quickly, noting enemies can coordinate, forming stronger units that reduce weaknesses in combat. The team launches a combined attack, releasing powerful force together to eliminate approaching threats immediately. Sudden freezing magic spreads, immobilizing monsters while the party reacts to the unexpected environmental change. Ru notices new arrivals, recognizing a dangerous gathering as enemies emerge deeper within the tunnel. Armored demons advance aggressively, revealing organized garrison forces equipped for combat in deeper dungeon levels. Yuika observes calmly, identifying a skilled magic user among enemies while preparing countermeasures for battle. She issues orders quickly, sending allies to handle threats while organizing responses against multiple enemy groups. Yuika warns about venom while Barry prepares, asking for support if injured during upcoming fight. Charges forward, Yuika coordinating allies and monsters together, pushing enemies while executing her battle strategy. After battle, the group regroups at the oasis, recovering while reflecting on the intense recent conflict. Yuika explains results calmly, highlighting teamwork effectiveness, while others begin understanding Ru's support role better. She eats calmly, stating stronger enemies benefit growth, reinforcing her strategy of controlled dangerous encounters. Ru calmly enjoys soup, showing his cooking skills while Yuika acknowledges his helpful abilities warmly. The group rests, eating together, as Ru notes their fast pace and importance of proper nourishment. Ru serves hot tea carefully, supporting recovery, while maintaining group condition during their break inside dungeon. Yuika reflects on exhaustion, while Ru evaluates progress, noting their team has defeated many monsters already. He prepares food ingredients, slicing meat, ensuring the group receives proper meals to maintain strength. Ru offers prepared food to Yuika, explaining simple meals can still maintain flavor and nourishment. Yuika recalls earlier moments, accepting the food while recognizing Ru's consistent effort supporting the group. She reacts positively, remembering past experiences, while appreciating familiar taste and comfort provided by Ru. Mentions Marin's enjoyment, encouraging Yuika, who responds warmly while showing visible happiness during the meal. Nearby, Barry observes silently, questioning Yuika's reaction, while the calm moment contrasts their earlier tension. After eating, Mazakon asked Ru to preparing to collect items while ensuring the group maintains efficiency. Loot from defeated monsters is scattered across the ground, showing valuable resources gathered during battles. The group observes collected items, recognizing deeper floors provide greater rewards compared to earlier levels. Ru calmly handles collected materials, efficiently preparing them, while others acknowledge his continuous support efforts. He explains his role collecting items and cores, highlighting how these resources contribute to overall progression. Ruju examines collected loot, identifying useful materials while noting many items have specific crafting purposes. He explains cursed equipment drawbacks, showing examples while warning such items harm users over time. Ru describes darksmiths, who craft powerful items from dungeon materials, though many carry dangerous effects. Yuika listens calmly, acknowledging items' limitations, while monsters nearby react defensively to their discussion. Suddenly, danger appears behind Yuika, prompting immediate warning as the group prepares for another unexpected threat. A hidden enemy appears behind Yuika, speaking calmly while threatening her with a blade unexpectedly. The group reacts in shock, rushing forward as Yuika is suddenly restrained in the open area. The Lich reveals itself, holding Yuika hostage, declaring monsters value discarded items and hunt adventurers. Barry shouts angrily at intruders, while a sinister figure crouches nearby, grinning with unsettling intent. She confronts the group with weapon drawn, as Nuku and others stand ready, tension rising quickly. Yuika prepares cautiously while the strange figure approaches, asking attention as it begins addressing them directly. The figure reveals itself as the Darksmith, claiming identity calmly while advancing toward the group confidently. The creature removes its mask, exposing skeletal face, expressing delight at finally encountering humans again. Ru observes the speaking monster, realizing its behavior contradicts known knowledge about ordinary creatures. He recalls records explaining monsters lack speech, making this encounter unusual and increasingly concerning situation. The team gathers around Yuika, discussing the figure while noting absence of demonic energy detection. The strange figure questions them casually, moving freely while addressing their origin and purpose inside dungeon. Yuika commands capture immediately, ordering soldiers forward as they rush toward the mysterious figure together. The Darksmith dodges attacks easily, avoiding soldiers' strikes while moving swiftly across the battlefield. Ru notices unusual footsteps, observing carefully as the enemy moves unpredictably across the ground. The enemy suddenly disappears, confusing the group as attacks miss and positions become uncertain. Yuika reacts quickly, identifying teleportation, striking the enemy as it reappears near her position. She confronts the Darksmith directly, realizing it controls others, confirming it as the main threat. The Darksmith evades attacks playfully, while the group senses intense killing intent and growing danger. He approaches calmly, speaking casually, while Yuika remains cautious and prepared for sudden movement. The creature pats Ru, proposing friendship, noticing Ru has not shown hostility during encounter. Ru responds politely, engaging conversation, while the Darksmith shows interest in Ru's unusual demeanor. Declines further interaction, Ru stating duties remain, while the Darksmith withdraws, leaving situation unresolved. The Darksmith disappears, warning them about deeper dangers, leaving the group confused and cautious afterward. Ru recalls the creature's words, realizing its interest in humans, and unusual behavior remains unsettling. The group regathers, checking injuries, while confirming the monster lacked demonic energy, unlike known enemies. Ru and Yuika discuss the unknown threat, noting no records exist about such abilities or creatures. The party concludes Tyros Dungeon holds unknown dangers, recognizing deeper exploration will be increasingly risky. The group acknowledges rising danger while Yuika considers the situation as a test of resolve. Yuika becomes determined, viewing recent discoveries and the hidden path as opportunity for deeper exploration. She declares new plan, deciding to descend further, surprising Ru with sudden change in direction. Despite objections, Yuika insists continuing, while Mazakon observes calmly, noting her stubborn determination after encounter. Ru warns about unknown risks below, explaining lack of information and uncharted floors, increasing danger significantly. Yuika ignores Ru's advice, insisting on continuing forward, despite recommendation to resupply, before deeper exploration. The team stands ready, showing strength, while Yuika questions whether their power is sufficient. Ru analyzes the group, noting their strong formation, but observes Mazakon has not used magic. He admits their strength, realizing they still hold hidden abilities, making their overall power uncertain. Yuika, believing Ru will support her decision, while Ru reacts with quiet hesitation. Yuika smiles, confidently dismissing concerns, while Ru observes her determination and realizes she will proceed regardless. Barry loudly supports Yuika, showing blind confidence, while Ru reacts awkwardly to her exaggerated enthusiasm. Ru accepts the decision, deciding to follow Yuika's lead, as she commands moving forward into danger. The group reaches the 48th floor, encountering unfamiliar terrain filled with dense magical energy and large creatures. The party advances carefully, noting unstable ground conditions, as Ru warns about difficult footing ahead. Barry mocks Rogue's usefulness, while Ru remains calm, unable to act immediately within the situation. Ru begins mapping carefully, explaining Sherpas rely on observation and experience when entering unexplored territory. The group identifies an oasis ahead, regrouping, while Ru advises them to observe surroundings carefully. They proceed deeper through rocky terrain, moving cautiously as the environment becomes darker and more dangerous. The group halts suddenly after spotting movement ahead, realizing a monster is approaching from above. The group discovers a massive plant monster towering above, identifying it as a dangerous cannon vine. Despite reaching safely, the area feels unusually quiet, raising suspicion about the lack of monsters nearby. Ru considers the situation carefully, suggesting retreat, while others question if their objective is already complete. Barry proposes attacking the plant, explaining its valuable seeds can be sold or used medicinally. Questions its presence, Ru noting such monsters belong higher floors, making this encounter highly unusual. Ru realizes differences in the plant, warning others it is not a normal cannon vine. Barry attacks regardless, striking the plant, but its structure reacts strangely, instead of breaking. The plant explodes violently, revealing hidden danger, injuring Barry, while Ru recognizes it as unknown monster. Ru is struck by thorns, noticing poison spreading, weakening his body as he struggles to stay conscious. He collapses slowly, worrying about others, while his vision fades and the situation becomes critical. Yuika struggles alone among scattered remains, injured and exhausted, as the battlefield falls silent and the consequences of their reckless decision become clear. Barry shouts angrily at intruders, while a sinister figure crouches nearby, grinning with unsettling intent. She confronts the group with weapon drawn, as Nuku and others stand ready, tension rising quickly. Yuika prepares cautiously while the strange figure approaches, asking attention as it begins addressing them directly. The figure reveals itself as the Darksmith, claiming identity calmly, while advancing toward the group confidently. The creature removes its mask, exposing skeletal face, expressing delight at finally encountering humans again. Ru observes the speaking monster, realizing its behavior contradicts known knowledge about ordinary creatures. He recalls records explaining monsters lack speech, making this encounter unusual and increasingly concerning situation. The team gathers around Yuika, discussing the figure while noting absence of demonic energy detection. The strange figure questions them casually, moving freely while addressing their origin and purpose inside dungeon. Yuika commands capture immediately, ordering soldiers forward as they rush toward the mysterious figure together. The Darksmith dodges attacks easily, avoiding soldiers' strikes while moving swiftly across the battlefield. Ru notices unusual footsteps, observing carefully as the enemy moves unpredictably across the ground. The enemy suddenly disappears, confusing the group as attacks miss and positions become uncertain. Yuika reacts quickly, identifying teleportation, striking the enemy as it reappears near her position. She confronts the Darksmith directly, realizing it controls others, confirming it as the main threat. The Darksmith evades attacks playfully, while the group senses intense killing intent and growing danger. He approaches calmly, speaking casually, while Yuika remains cautious and prepared for sudden movement. The creature pats, Ru proposing friendship, noticing Ru has not shown hostility during encounter. Ru responds politely, engaging conversation, while the Darksmith shows interest in Ru's unusual demeanor. Declines further interaction, Ru stating duties remain. while the darksmith withdraws, leaving situation unresolved. The darksmith disappears, warning them about deeper dangers, leaving the group confused and cautious afterward. Rue recalls the creature's words, realizing its interest in humans and unusual behavior remains unsettling. The group regathers, checking injuries, while confirming the monster lacked demonic energy, unlike known enemies. Rue and Yuika discuss the unknown threat, noting no records exist about such abilities or creatures. The party concludes Tyro's dungeon holds unknown dangers. Recognizing deeper exploration will be increasingly risky, the group acknowledges rising danger. While Yuika considers the situation as a test of resolve, Yuika becomes determined, viewing recent discoveries and the hidden path as opportunity for deeper exploration. She declares new plan, deciding to descend further, surprising Rue with sudden change in direction. Despite objections, Yuika insists continuing, while Mazakan observes calmly, noting her stubborn determination after encounter. Rue warns about unknown risks below, explaining lack of information and uncharted floors increasing danger significantly. Yuika ignores Rue's advice, insisting on continuing forward, despite recommendation to resupply before deeper exploration. The team stands ready, showing strength, while Yuika questions whether their power is sufficient. Rue analyzes the group, noting their strong formation, but observes Mazakan has not used magic. He admits their strength, realizing they still hold hidden abilities, making their overall power uncertain. Yuika, believing Rue will support her decision, while Rue reacts with quiet hesitation. Yuika smiles confidently, dismissing concerns, while Rue observes her determination and realizes she will proceed regardless. Barry loudly supports Yuika, showing blind confidence, while Rue reacts awkwardly to her exaggerated enthusiasm. Rue accepts the decision, deciding to follow Yuika's lead as she commands, moving forward into danger. The group reaches the 48th floor, encountering unfamiliar terrain filled with dense magical energy and large creatures. The party advances carefully, noting unstable ground conditions, as Rue warns about difficult footing ahead. Barry mocks Rue's usefulness, while Rue remains calm, unable to act immediately within the situation. Rue begins mapping carefully, explaining Sherpas rely on observation and experience when entering unexplored territory. The group identifies an oasis ahead, regrouping while Rue advises them to observe surroundings carefully. They proceed deeper through rocky terrain, moving cautiously as the environment becomes darker and more dangerous. The group halts suddenly after spotting movement ahead, realizing a monster is approaching from above. The group discovers a massive plant monster towering above, identifying it as a dangerous cannon vine. Despite reaching safely, the area feels unusually quiet, raising suspicion about the lack of monsters nearby. Rue considers the situation carefully, suggesting retreat, while others question if their objective is already complete. Barry proposes attacking the plant, explaining its valuable seeds can be sold or used medicinally. Questions its presence, Rue noting such monsters belong higher floors, making this encounter highly unusual. Rue realizes differences in the plant, warning others it is not a normal cannon vine. Barry attacks regardless, striking the plant, but its structure reacts strangely instead of breaking. The plant explodes violently, revealing hidden danger, injuring Barry, while Rue recognizes it as unknown monster. Rue is struck by thorns, noticing poison spreading, weakening his body as he struggles to stay conscious. He collapses slowly, worrying about others, while his vision fades and the situation becomes critical. Yuika struggles alone among scattered remains, injured and exhausted, as the battlefield falls silent and the consequences of their reckless decision become clear. The group descends deeper, carrying Yuika as poison weakens her, while Rue observes her endurance. Rue moves urgently, determined to keep Yuika alive, refusing to let her die underground. On lower floor, Rue administers sedative, stabilizing Yuika, while preventing poison from spreading further. Nuku questions treatment, while Rue explains sedative slows blood, buying time against deadly poison effects. Yuika regains slight awareness, realizing condition remains critical, while the group waits cautiously for recovery. The group explains situation, carrying Yuika upward, aiming to reach surface healer from dangerous floor. Rue encourages Yuika gently, explaining survival depends on her will, while urging controlled breathing effort. HW praises Yuika's willpower, acknowledging her strength while maintaining calm focus during the dangerous journey. Nuku warns Rue about exhaustion, suggesting dropping heavy backpack to maintain speed while escaping danger. Rue refuses calmly, continuing to carry supplies and Yuika, determined to endure until reaching safety. Yuika weakly questions Rue, wondering why he continues helping her, despite the dangerous situation. Rue answers simply, stating he has no specific reason while continuing to carry her forward. He explains calmly that helping someone he likes needs no reason, maintaining steady movement forward. Yuika reacts with surprise, struggling to process Ru's words while remaining physically weakened from poison. Barry becomes angry, shouting at Ru, believing his words inappropriate, given the critical situation. The group continues moving, with Ru urging them forward, while ensuring everyone maintains enough stamina. Suddenly, Yuika awakens inside a clinic, confused by the unfamiliar surroundings after losing consciousness. The doctor reacts angrily to her confusion, insisting she recognize the clinic where she was treated. Yuika apologizes politely for intrusion, thanking the doctor while Mazakan remains uncertain about the situation. Yuika reflects calmly, realizing she survived, then asks Ru to explain everything that happened. Mazakan reflects calmly, explaining his guidance allowed them to return safely, despite Yuika's critical condition. He describes their escape, running from deep floors while avoiding combat, though they became separated. Mazakan apologizes formally, acknowledging Barry's recklessness nearly caused Yuika's death during the expedition. Yuika responds calmly, accepting responsibility as well, reducing tension between them after the dangerous incident. She recalls recent battles, recognizing Ru's guidance and support played crucial role in their survival. Mazakan explains Ru administered medicine directly, highlighting his efforts while Yuika listens with growing awareness. Yuika reacts in shock, realizing Barry counted each instance, making the situation more embarrassing. Mazakan casually moves on, discussing payment, while Yuika remains overwhelmed by the revealed details. Yuika reflects alone, questioning events, slowly understanding Ru's actions while recalling the medicine's taste. She concludes quietly, realizing her first kiss occurred unexpectedly, leaving her confused about her feelings. Yuika wakes, reflecting on events, feeling conflicted about Ru's actions, despite acknowledging he saved her life. She struggles to understand Ru's words, uncertain about his intentions while feeling increasingly self-conscious. Ru enters calmly, startling Yuika, who reacts nervously while trying to hide her embarrassment. He explains, others are resting, and confirms he stored their items safely after returning. As she gathers herself, Yuika asks Ru a question, preparing to understand his earlier actions. Yuika begins questioning Ru about his words, but Doctor interrupts, calling him away suddenly. The doctor dismisses them rudely, telling Ru to leave while continuing his careless drinking behavior after treatment. Yuika regains strength, thanking Doctor while Ru prepares to escort her outside. Outside, Ru explains he must retrieve his sister, while Yuika agrees and prepares to continue. As they walk, others notice Mazakan, recognizing him as a respected figure within the town. The mayor, Baramon, greets Yuika warmly, recalling past dinner while she responds calmly, addressing his concerns. Yuika explains their progress, stating exploration continues, with first dive completed and deeper floors reached. Ru introduces Yuika formally, identifying her as the Black Princess leading the Twilight Sword Party. Mayor Baramon praises achievements, offering celebration, while Yuika states her mission to clear all dungeons. The mayor notices Ro recognizing him as Sherpa, while Ro remains quiet observing the conversation. Mayor Baramon praises Ro highly, recognizing his reputation, while Ro responds modestly to the unexpected admiration. Yuika declines further discussion, stating they need rest, while Mazakan shows interest in luxurious dinner plans. After parting, the mayor reflects silently, impressed by their rapid progress, reaching deeper unexplored dungeon floors. Later, the mayor visits the Sherpa Guild, greeting staff as he enters the building. Inside, he speaks with Miss Gima and Barry, continuing casual conversation while maintaining his usual demeanor. Mayor Baramon questions guild staff, learning Ru works with a fast-progressing party exploring the dungeon. He hears reports of their rapid descent, already reaching deeper floors with unusual speed. The guild updates maps, while the mayor shows interest, focusing discussion on Ru's future treatment. Mayor Baramon learns about Ru's background, discovering he supports his younger sister after losing parents. Confirming information sources, the mayor continues inquiry, preparing to act based on gathered knowledge. Mayor Baramon reflects on Ru's devotion, realizing he deeply cares for his younger sister. He acknowledges Yuika's party importance, then questions quietly, considering Ru's situation and future choices. Ru spends time with Marin, as he questions how far he will sacrifice himself. Marin waits at home, holding water, as morning arrives, after Ru returns from his first dive. She happily opens the door, welcoming Yuika and Nuku, recognizing them while calling Ru to come outside. Nuku's intimidating presence frightens Marin, but Yuika reassures her, allowing introductions as Marin nervously explains herself. Politely bows deeply, Nuku thanking Marin, while Yuika observes, questioning his formal behavior inside Ru's home. Ru greets Yuika and Nuku outside, apologizing for early disturbance, asking their purpose while maintaining calm composure. Yuika explains, Nuku wishes to discuss the dive report, expressing gratitude while Ru invites them inside. Later, Nuku leaves after stating Ru will handle the dive report responsibility, showing trust in him. Yuika apologizes to Ru, reminding him to return her safely, while Nuku warns about Barry's reaction. Inside the house, Ru reassures Yuika, explaining misunderstanding about plans while Marin quietly listens nearby. He explains reporting rules, stating Sherpas and adventurers submit separate records, later compared for confirmation accuracy. Ru and Yuika stand inside discussing plans, while Marin listens nearby, noticing their conversation about upcoming work. Nuku explains strict rules about support and information gathering, emphasizing responsibility, while Yuika listens seriously beside him. Marin nervously invites Yuika to join them, while Ru agrees calmly, allowing the small gathering to continue. She happily thanks Yuika, showing excitement, while Ru observes, noting Marin's eagerness to spend time together. They walk into the forest, gathering fruits, while Marin runs ahead excitedly as Ru carefully guides them. Marin explains selling goods carefully, while Yuika listens, learning simple survival knowledge from her cheerful guidance. Yuika grows serious hearing Marin's words, while Ru reflects quietly, realizing her influence shapes Marin's understanding deeply. They rest together on a blanket, as Yuika and Marin fall asleep peacefully while Ru watches nearby. Mazakan explains Yuika's condition, revealing she stayed awake during the dive, forcing her to avoid longer expeditions. Later, Yuika recalls questioning Ru's kindness, wondering why he helps her so much without clear reason. Ru reflects on his words, believing he gave Yuika strength, though realizing other things could have been said. He watches Yuika sleeping peacefully, quietly admiring her beauty while sitting nearby under the calm forest shade. Ruko observes Yuika with Marin, noticing her kindness toward children, and recalling her efficient, serious behavior during missions. He understands Yuika's strong willpower, remembering her determination in the dungeon, finally grasping her true character clearly. Ru accepts his feelings, smiling softly while carrying Yuika, believing his words came naturally from his honest heart. Ru realizing they were genuine as he begins understanding his own feelings. But suddenly someone confronts him. It was Yuika, asking for truth, showing determination while closing distance between them during emotional moment. Ru nervously confirms his feelings, while Yuika processes his response, recognizing his words as a sincere confession. Yuika confidently declares they are now a couple, despite inexperience, taking control of the situation with firm resolve. Ru smiles uncertainly, sensing major changes ahead, realizing his life and relationship with Yuika will move forward. Yuika begins telling her past while sitting with Ru and Marin, describing life before becoming the Black Princess. She recalls her servant Tay, who advised her about relationships, encouraging understanding before accepting feelings and commitments. Yuika explains her upbringing in the capital, serving as a priestess connected to the goddess Galatica. Ru listens as Yuika mentions her rare features, explaining why people call her the Black Princess. Yuika describes receiving a divine revelation where priests declared her blessed, shaping her destiny and responsibilities. Yuika explains prophecy about her birth, describing duty to restore harmony and eliminate evil threatening the land, reveals dungeon cores have limits, explaining deeper structures, and their eventual collapse threatening the world. She describes disasters from destroyed cores, showing ruined lands where life vanished after magical contamination spread. Yuika states their mission clearly, explaining destroying dungeon cores before limits is necessary to protect the land. Ru understands divine purpose, realizing blessings grant people power, connecting Yuika's mission with greater responsibility ahead. Yuika recalls accepting her role as priestess, taking expectations seriously while beginning her path toward becoming adventurer. After learning about dangerous dungeon, Yuika decides she cannot remain passive, choosing to act despite risks. Yuika explains consequences clearly, stating destruction threatens entire land, while Ru listens beside Marin during quiet discussion, expresses calm determination. Yuika accepting burden of saving world, while Ru reacts, realizing scale of responsibility ahead. Yuika smiles warmly, explaining meeting Ru and Marin gave her stronger reasons to continue protecting the world. Ru reflects on Yuika's feelings, surprised someone saving the world could genuinely care about him personally. Days later, Ru reassures Yuika of support, strengthening their bond while Marin rests nearby during peaceful moment. News spreads across town about discoveries, drawing attention as adventurers gather to discuss important report findings together. Guild members celebrate updated information, anticipating increased requests, while leaders acknowledge success of recent expedition achievements proudly. The crowd cheers enthusiastically, spreading excitement as everyone prepares for future challenges influenced by new discoveries and updates. Ru considers Yuika's mission, realizing success could bring profit, yet failure risks leaving the town vulnerable. Adventurers surround Rue excitedly, questioning his connection to Twilight, expressing admiration while overwhelming him with curiosity. Guild members explain selection criteria, stating Rue uniquely qualified. While discussing how Twilight carefully chose their Sherpa, others discuss Twilight's reputation, noting secrecy and calm leadership, explaining their discreet arrival to avoid attention. Guild Master questions Rue, seriously, warning upcoming dive will cause major attention, testing his confidence and resolve. She questions Rue about Eastern heroes, asking if they can conquer the dangerous dungeon in town. Rue responds calmly, stating the Twilight Party is most capable, based on his experience observing many adventurers. Guildmaster accepts Rue's answer silently, while others celebrate loudly, praising Twilight and raising excitement among townspeople. Sudden silence spreads afterward, creating tension as Rue notices uneasy atmosphere forming among gathered people nearby. Rue senses something wrong, recalling a name, feeling uneasy as a strange premonition quietly forms within him. Rue reflects quietly outside his home, unable to understand the old woman's warning, despite growing unease inside. Rue arrives at Murao House, knocking door while Barry follows quietly carrying small belongings behind him. Rue apologizes for lateness, offers food, while Guardian scolds gently, and Barry reaches curiously toward bag. Inside, family already eating dinner, inviting Rue and Barry to join, despite arriving noticeably late together. Rue greets Dashi politely, hearing news about Eastern heroes requesting him, while family listens during meal. He explains receiving biggest payment, sharing success proudly as family gathers around table, continuing warm dinner together. During dinner, Dashi explains monthly gathering, celebrating bonds, while pretending they are relatives together happily. Rue calmly describes earnings and assets, explaining savings while others listen with interest during dinner. Family continues eating, reacting to Rue's explanation. While Barry and others express appreciation for meal, Rue thanks them sincerely, explaining their care for his sister allows him working peacefully without worries. Dashi laughs warmly, dismissing gratitude, while Rue smiles and Barry watches quietly beside him nearby. Discussion reveals caring for children without orphanage is heavy responsibility for everyone involved. Rue reflects quietly, noticing poor food quality, yet continues eating while thinking about obligations seriously. He recalls agreement about Marin's future, realizing he cannot abandon them despite difficult conditions surrounding them. Rue explains secretly saving money, trusting others with Marin's care while preparing for her future stability. After meal ends, Marin smiles innocently, while Rue notices detail, finishing dinner and expressing gratitude calmly. Rue prepares leaving, carrying sleeping Marin, thanking hosts politely while ending visit after dinner quietly. Walking outside, Rue apologizes to Marin, worrying others only see him as source of money. Marin sleeps peacefully on Rue's back, while he smiles softly, showing affection and protective responsibility. Next day, crowded adventurer guild fills with people gathering, creating loud atmosphere before important announcements begin. Guild staff requests submissions, announcing dungeon report regarding Twilight's sword, drawing attention. Guild reception becomes chaotic as Anne carries documents while Sura struggles handling impatient adventurers. Crowd pushes forward aggressively, demanding faster service, causing tension as Sura reacts to disorder quickly. Sura shouts firmly, warning against cutting lines, threatening punishment to maintain order among noisy adventurers. Crowd immediately obeys, stepping back into formation, acknowledging Sura's authority and restoring control inside guild. Sura regains composure, instructing Anne efficiently, while Anne responds enthusiastically. Rue enters crowded guild, noticing long lines, wondering if he can find Yuika among people. Inside, Anne and Sura rush frantically, overwhelmed by paperwork, while Rue observes their busy situation. Sura notices Rue, reacting sharply, while Rue greets casually, explaining he is meeting someone today. Sag approaches Rue confidently, recognizing him, then suddenly grabs him, asserting dominance over situation. Sag belittles Rue, warning him not to act important, treating him as simple baggage carrier. Sag's group surrounds Rue, mocking him while demanding information, confident they control situation completely. From above, Anne and Sura watch carefully, questioning Sag's behavior and wondering about adventurers' abilities. Rue remains calm, refusing to share information, angering Sag who lashes out aggressively toward him. Crowd gathers loudly as tension rises, but Yuika arrives, stepping forward to investigate sudden disturbance. Spectators cheer for fight, betting on Sag, while Yuika recognizes Rue, sensing situation turning serious. Adventurers laugh loudly, unaware of danger, while tension builds around Rue as situation escalates rapidly. Yuika approaches firmly, ordering everyone aside, her presence immediately silencing nearby adventurers with authority. Sag grabs Rue aggressively, but both hesitate as Yuika's aura overwhelms them during confrontation. Yuika advances calmly, her intense presence frightening others, forcing them to step back without resistance. She protects Rue, demanding release, calling him darling, leaving Rue confused while situation suddenly changes. Yuika shouts forcefully, demanding immediate action, her authority overwhelming everyone. Sag is thrown back instantly, releasing Rue, while others react with shock at sudden power. Yuika stands beside Rue, warning others, her presence intimidating crowd as tension quickly disappears. Crowd realizes Yuika's identity, reacting with awe, excitement, and fear at famous leader appearing suddenly. Declares relationship boldly, Yuika calling Rue darling again, leaving crowd stunned. Yuika apologizes calmly for disturbance, while guild staff relax, confirming situation resolved without further conflict. She explains briefly she must leave, entrusting responsibilities to Nuku, while Anne listens nervously beside her. Rue introduces Yuika to receptionists, clarifying connections, while crowd watches curiously from surrounding area nearby. Anne and Asura introduce themselves formally, explaining roles, while maintaining composure despite earlier chaotic situation. Yuika declares her identity proudly, thanking them for helping Rue, reinforcing claim and surprising everyone present. Anne nervously asks about relationship, while Asura reflected of the words, darling. Yuika boldly claims they are dating, describing confession, while Rue stands quietly beside her calmly. Crowd reacts dramatically, shocked and excited, discussing confession details while rumors spread quickly among adventurers. Anne becomes enthusiastic, praising romance, while Asura tries calming her excitement during conversation at desk. Rue suggests leaving, while Yuika agrees meeting later, planning discussion over meal with guild staff. Rue and Yuika leave guild, while staff watches, relieved situation ends without further trouble. Anne excitedly discusses romance, while Asura listens, mentioning invitation to share meal together later. Walking outside, Yuika explains calling partners darling, while Rue questions her reasoning behind choice. Yuika describes married couple example, explaining love behavior, while Rue listens carefully during conversation. Explains belief in love, she describing devotion, while feeling confident about relationship she declared earlier. Yuika reflects seriously, realizing she lacks understanding of love, despite confidently claiming relationship earlier publicly. Rue observes Yuika, noting her logical nature yet, recognizing imbalance between knowledge and real experience. Yuika decides to act, suggesting physical closeness while Rue hesitates, unsure about her sudden behavior. They begin walking together, Yuika linking arms with Rue, attempting to imitate lovers naturally outside. Yuika explains action simply, calling it linking, while Rue questions situation, still confused by her intentions. Rue smiles casually, while Yuika studies him, realizing relationships differ and observing his natural behavior. Yuika reflects deeply, concluding happiness matters most, even without understanding love fully through experience yet. Walking together, Yuika suggests matching steps, trying to improve closeness while continuing learning about relationships. At the shop, Barry thanked the merchant as the merchant asked her for buy again next time. Suddenly, Barry notices Rue and Yuika together, shocked and confused, questioning situation. Yuika notices synchronized movement, questioning situation as two figures walk closely together, inside busy street. Barry rushes forward, calling Princess, but suddenly distracted when Cat jumps onto her unexpectedly nearby. Barry loses sight of targets, holding Cat awkwardly while apologizing, realizing she failed following them. Rue arrives at house, knocking door, explaining visit while Yuika stands behind observing quietly outside. Inside, Doctor lies unconscious surrounded by bottles, while Yuika realizes situation, urging him wake immediately. Yuika and Rue find Doctor unconscious, requesting help while room appears messy. Doctor awakens slightly, confused, while Yuika remains composed and Rue explains situation calmly beside him. Yuika requests medicine, insisting firmly, while Rue offers gift, trying to secure cooperation from Doctor. Doctor agrees, providing recipe reluctantly, while mentioning conditions about alcohol, showing his questionable habits clearly. Outside, Yuika learns antidote purpose, understanding it counters poison from monster called bomb vine discovered earlier. Rue explains Doctor's analysis ability, while Yuika listens, understanding antidote depends on poison source collected. They discuss Doctor's behavior, noting flaws, yet Yuika acknowledges his skill and decides trusting him. Rue plans selling antidotes later while Yuika questions him, wondering his priorities during dangerous rescue earlier. Yuika praises Ro, satisfied results help future dungeon exploration. While they decide returning home after shopping, they stop briefly, then return home, where Marin welcomes them happily, reuniting with warmth together again. Yuika gives Marin a book, making her happy. Marin thanks her and holds it tightly, smiles warmly. Yuika, pleased Marin, enjoys gift, while Ru prepares dinner and suggests reading together. They share meal peacefully, bonding like family, as Marin enjoys time while Ru and Yuika watch. Marin grows sleepy, asking Yuika stay together, showing attachment as quiet evening continues inside home. Yuika hesitates, but Ru insists Marin return home, gently separating them despite Marin's reluctance afterward. Marin falls asleep, while Yuika hesitates staying, but Ru insists responsibilities must come before personal desires. Ru escorts Yuika outside, offering walk back, but she refuses, preferring he remain with Marin. Yuika stares silently at Rui, calling something he said earlier, creating awkward tension between them. Yuika explains proper goodbyes matter, referencing relationships, showing unexpected emotional awareness toward situation with Ru. She steps away slowly, leaving Ru confused, wondering if they will meet again tomorrow outside. Yuika stares at Ru intensely while he nervously asks her to close her eyes, becomes flustered, Yuika reacting shyly while trying to maintain composure in front of him. They exchange quiet, good night, standing close briefly before parting, leaving lingering tension between them outside. Days later inside dungeon, party explores deeper floors, while Barry loudly confronts them about earlier incident. Nuku warns about reputation, but Yuika calmly states relationships depend only on mutual feelings between people. Yuika boldly claims relationship with Ru, while Nuku reacts awkwardly, unable to process sudden statement. Ru hears rumors about someone, realizing discussion concerns him, while appearing confused by situation unfolding. Party discusses Sherpa requirements, emphasizing experience and guiding skill, while recalling expectations for chosen companion. Ru recalls past status, explaining he was middle rank previously, while requirement demands higher capability level. Explanation continues, showing dungeon structure where stronger adventurers advance deeper while beginners remain on safer floors. Ru gains reputation, collecting rewards alone, becoming known for taking resources meant for beginners. Yuika questions him directly, learning nickname Floor Eater, while Ru admits reasoning behind his actions. Nuku warns Yuika seriously, reminding her position demands careful behavior to avoid unnecessary public misunderstandings. Yuika stands firm, symbol of faith, while rumors spread quickly, creating confusion among people everywhere. Gossip spreads widely across society, involving church, guild, and nobles, causing restrictions placed on members. Nuku worries about rumors, while Yuika insisting misunderstandings caused exaggerated gossip spreading everywhere. Nuku proposes conditions, asking Yuika limit behavior publicly and maintain professional boundaries. Yuika questions restrictions, confused about relationships, while others explain meanings, increasing her frustration about situation. Yuika rejects concerns entirely, declaring indifference, while others react strongly to her stubborn response during discussion. Mazakan observes calmly, commenting on situation, finding their emotional conflict amusing. Nuku questions their roles, while Mazakan jokes and Yuika stops teasing, keeping discussion focused seriously. Barry protests strongly, arguing danger is constant, questioning why restrictions should limit their actions unnecessarily. Agrees reluctantly, Yuika accepting conditions, while Ru asks next steps, shifting focus back toward their mission. Yuika insists privately calling Ru darling, as Barry annoyed. Nuku accepts situation, deciding focus on dungeon. Party advances deeper, reaching lower floors, engaging monsters together, as exploration continues with coordinated teamwork. Yuika faces flying imps using magic circles, preparing defense while enemies gather overhead threatening attack. Commands quickly, Yuika launching coordinated magic arrows while ordering allies to retreat and reposition safely. Arrows rain down across battlefield, striking enemies while party holds formation on dangerous lower dungeon floor. Ru attacks nearby salamander, striking precisely while creature attempts counterattack using its natural fire ability. Yuika identifying enemies and organizing team, while Nuku warns about additional monsters approaching rapidly. A massive bushy giant appears suddenly, forcing party members to dodge quickly to avoid heavy impact. Creature roars loudly, revealing thick fur defense, making normal physical attacks ineffective against its body. Yuika commands Sara, ordering powerful fire attack to exploit weakness and test her combat ability. Fire attack strikes giant directly, engulfing its body, overcoming fur defense, and dealing significant damage. Yuika praises Sarah's success, instructing precision, while Sarah responds confidently after executing effective attacks successfully. Party reaches dangerous unexplored 48th floor, moving carefully as environment shifts and hidden threats surround them. While mapping area, group advances cautiously, but sudden movement alerts them as something unusual appears ahead. A mysterious figure emerges wearing skull, announcing discovery confidently, signaling new danger approaching unexpectedly nearby. Yuika's party enters deep dungeon floor, while unseen creature watches, considering humans. As they advance carefully, strange presence follows behind, moving swiftly through shadows. Rue senses unease, but others dismiss feeling, continuing journey while Hidden Watcher remains silently observing group. Yuika organizes formation, assigning guards, preparing for danger. As reports mention 3 powerful enemies ahead nearby, they reach open area. Yet enemies unseen, causing confusion while Yuika confirms presence with Nuku cautiously. Rue considers monsters using camouflage, sharing thoughts about hidden threats nearby. He listens closely on ground, detecting faint underground movement, confirming presence of something lurking. Rue explains monsters travel underground, noting luminous moss patterns, revealing paths where creatures likely move silently. Yuika acknowledges explanation, discussing possible species, while team reacts uneasily to idea of hidden nest below. Nuku suggesting using bait, preparing team to lure monsters out for controlled confrontation ahead. Yuika orders Sarah to run, baiting enemies, while salamanders rush forward drawing attention across battlefield. Party waits carefully, watching bait move, preparing positions as flying creatures circle above open cavern. Ground trembles suddenly, signaling approach, as Yuika warns team, while massive creature begins emerging rapidly. Giant worm bursts out violently, attacking, while team coordinates, targeting weak points during chaotic battle. Rue explains strategy, using salamanders as distractions, exploiting enemy weakness while controlling battlefield movement carefully. Rue proposes plan using Barry's wind magic, suggesting carrying salamanders to control battlefield movement effectively. Yuika agrees quickly, lifting salamander, while team prepares, understanding they must act as moving supports. Rue assigns roles carefully, keeping Marin hidden, while others prepare bait strategy using summoned creatures. Enemies appear again, team spreads out, preparing coordinated attack once creatures reveal their positions fully. Rue watches seriously, hoping plan succeeds, as team fires flame attacks while powerful monsters approach rapidly. Rue greets strange creature politely, noticing flame attacks working. While continuing cautious, skeleton creature approaches Rue cheerfully, introducing itself. Curious about his role and heavy luggage, creature reacts emotionally, praising Rue, while Rue responds calmly, slightly confused by sudden friendliness shown. They continue talking, creature excited, sharing thoughts, while Rue listens carefully, learning about dungeon inhabitants. Creature explains surface knowledge oddly, while scene contrasts with unrelated image. Rue recalls strict receptionist, realizing creature's knowledge is outdated, while reacting cautiously to strange conversation. Creature reveals magical dagger, claiming it shows memories, proudly presenting dangerous ability to Rue nearby. He admits following them, hoping for deaths, explaining fascination with memories from fallen adventurers inside dungeon. Rue questions origin, learning weapon comes from deeper workshop, raising suspicion about dungeon operations secretly. He explains role simply, delivering items while others manufacture them, hinting at organized system below. Rue learns about multiple dark smiths, realizing importance of item mastery among them during journey. He analyzes dungeon structure, deducing lower floors and workshop locations, understanding path. Skeleton creature continues talking, while Rue observes carefully, trying to gather useful information without trusting it. Rue reflects seriously, considering future conflict with Dark Smith when sudden movement interrupts their thoughts nearby. Allies return safely, regrouping together, while Rue signals Marin, preparing to continue mission deeper inside dungeon. Barry knew the skeleton from before, as Nuku recalls teleportability and prepares to avoid repeated mistake. Group confronts creature, demanding explanation, while Rue reveals he previously encountered it hiding nearby earlier. Yuika questions creature, while Rue explains its knowledge of lower floors, confirming usefulness for navigation ahead. Rue negotiates calmly, asking creature for safer route, attempting cooperation instead of direct confrontation approach. Creature agrees guiding them, but sets condition, leaving Rue thinking carefully about required exchange terms ahead. Rue suggests shortcut toward Oasis, proposing strategy while monsters gather, showing confidence and endurance during travel. Barry and Nuku, discussing teleportation and danger, doubting plan while analyzing risks carefully together. Rue asks Nuku about demonic energy, confirming suspicion about creatures' hidden abilities during their encounter. Rue reveals pendant, explaining isolation effect concealing energy, proving creature's trustworthiness and unusual behavior here. Creature reacts nervously, while Rue inspects boots, realizing teleportation ability and evaluating their usefulness carefully. Yuika confirms information, while Mazakan inspects boots, explaining enchantment, reducing concern about creature escaping freely. Rue smiles, realizing creature seeks conversation, deciding cooperation may reveal deeper secrets about dungeon structure. Team discusses strategy, considering using creature without force, trusting Rue's judgment while evaluating possible risks carefully. Yuika agrees with Rue's plan, deciding to proceed, placing trust in his decision and experience. Barry questions decision cautiously, while Yuika remain uncertain, wondering if allowing creature freedom may backfire later. Yuika warns against celebrating, accepting creature cautiously, while stating she will eliminate it if needed. Sets condition, she ordering creature obey her commands first before continuing any further cooperation ahead. ADD's strict rules. Yuika, forbidding lies and interference, ensuring creature cannot manipulate monsters or party members. Creature accepts terms, receiving name, as group prepares moving forward toward Oasis with renewed direction. Nuku and Mazakan observe Ro, questioning his judgment regarding trusting dangerous creature nearby. Ru smiles calmly, recognizing creature's potential threat, yet believing understanding it could become crucial later. Yuika's party prepares entering dungeon, wary of strange monster ally, marking unprecedented situation for adventurers. Yuika orders movement toward Oasis, trusting Rue's guidance, while party cautiously follows unusual companion forward. Inside cavern, Rue analyzes terrain, explaining misleading passage while directing group safely across dangerous ground. Skull-masked monster explains looping floor, warning about Owen traces, revealing complexity of dungeon structure. Ro identifies hidden path within crevice, guiding party carefully, while others acknowledge danger surrounding first exploration. Party enters narrow tunnel carefully, following monster guide, while Yuika and Rue remain cautious inside cramped passage. Rue studies structure, noting unusual dungeon design, sending Sarah ahead while group struggles moving through tight space. Rue explains path danger, warning even monsters avoid it, ordering slow entry while sensing orcs trapped ahead. Group proceeds step by step, spotting exit ahead as guide signals direction and confirms safe route forward. They emerge successfully, discussing Oasis distance, while Rue suddenly reacts, sensing unexpected situation approaching nearby. Party exits cramped passage, as Barry struggling because Rue's luggage blocks path, finally emerging outside with effort. They discover massive cliff ahead. Shocking group as Yuika reacts while others gather near dangerous edge. Monster insists path continues, pointing across gap, while Yuika questions situation and doubts explanation seriously. Rue examines narrow ledge across cliff, realizing crossing difficulty, questioning how such path is possible. Monster demonstrates solution using special boots, explaining method confidently while Rue observes strange ability carefully. Party considers crossing plan, discussing using Pluto creatures to carry them safely across dangerous cliff. Yuika listens cautiously as Monster speaks strangely, while Rue questions knowledge, creating slight tension within group. Rue realizes path impossible. Normally, while monsters prepare to transport group across gap, using coordinated effort, creatures lift members steadily, forming floating movement across ravine while others watch uncertainly from edge. While crossing above, they notice deadly creatures below, increasing danger as group continues, moving carefully forward. Party continues crossing carefully, ensuring Barry's safety while others urge caution and avoid looking below. After crossing, Yuika organizes movement, ordering monsters lifted, while group regroups and prepares to continue forward. They advance deeper, discovering multiple branching tunnels, raising concern about navigation within confusing dungeon structure. Rue analyzes paths, noting complexity, while others praise his guidance and acknowledge difficulty exploring without knowledge. Yuika observes Rue seriously, recognizing his ability, quietly acknowledging his value, while maintaining composed expression outwardly. Party reaches Oasis entrance, seeing vast space ahead, confirming destination after difficult journey through dungeon. They descend carefully, deciding to rest, while Rue happily accepts gift, strengthening bond with companions. Group gathers near water, observing surroundings, while monsters remain nearby as they prepare brief rest together. Rue prepares tea calmly, boiling water, while others relax, recovering energy after crossing dangerous terrain. Yuika shares food with Barry, while Rue serves tea, creating peaceful moment after tense exploration. Party shares food together, including Monster. As atmosphere relaxes and group begins interacting more openly. Skull Mask examines food curiously while Rue kindly offers more, strengthening trust between humans and monsters. Yuika observes quietly, then shifts focus, urging group to stop relaxing and prepare next course carefully. Discussion resumes, confirming location floor, while Yuika organizes members and ensures everyone remains alert together. Yuika outlines objective clearly, planning to find path and return, while Rue listens attentively beside her. Yuika discusses traveling efficiently, while Barry reacts emotionally, and Mazakan comments on their unusual relationship. Rue considers strategy, suggesting questioning Skull Mask carefully, while Yuika listens and evaluates his proposal seriously, explains risks ahead. Rue noting unknown monsters and possible bosses, emphasizing need for gathering information early. Rue plans indirect questioning, while Nuku warns him, and Yuika questions his closeness towards Skull Mask. Yuika firmly warns Rue, reminding him Skull Mask remains dangerous, expressing concern about his overly friendly behavior. Rue speaks awkwardly, while Yuika reacts quietly, and Barry notices tension, thinking Yuika feels unfamiliar emotion. Yuika regains composure, asking if everyone rested enough, then decides group should continue journey forward. She orders descent to lower floor, instructing Skull Mask to guide shortest path toward Serpentine Road. Rue agrees cheerfully, encouraging pace, while casually asking about snacks, maintaining relaxed attitude during travel. Group follows tunnel again, spotting possible trap, while Skull Mask chats excitedly, and Rue observes surroundings carefully. Rue recalls inviting monsters before, noting they never respond, leaving him uncertain. Skull Mask explains monsters understand language, but rarely reply, while Rue listens carefully and continues asking questions. Rue concludes some monsters may be higher rank, capable of speech, and considers them possible companions. Yuika listens seriously, realizing stronger monsters exist, possibly even floor bosses, increasing caution within group. As they walk, Skull Mask admits limited knowledge, while Rue keeps questioning, trying to understand monsters better. Skull Mask senses monster approaching, warning Yuika, while Rue listens as danger suddenly emerges nearby. Rue realizes rumbling noise is deadly monster, urgently alerting group about approaching killer ball threat. Massive rolling monster charges forward, forcing party and monsters to flee quickly through narrow corridor. Rue spots split path, directing everyone right, trusting space while Skull Mask reassures uncertain decision. Killer Ball follows path, turning direction, while Yuika notices its movement and questions its unusual behavior. Rue explains rare survival method against killer balls, recalling knowledge, while group processes dangerous situation. Yuika praises Rue proudly, showing affection, while Skull Mask reacts impressed and Barry notices unusual behavior. Group moves forward briefly relaxed, unaware Shadow follows silently, signaling new danger approaching within dungeon. Yuika warns group about approaching enemy, ordering companion to hide while others prepare cautiously. A massive slime appears, revealing strong resistance, as adventurers gather below facing overwhelming threat together. Yuika analyzes quickly, realizing multiple presences merged, while Nuku confirms several enemies approaching from within. Adventurers attack together, climbing and burning slime, coordinating efforts to weaken and divide creature effectively. Nuku commands defense, noticing additional monsters approaching, as team prepares weapons and protects formation carefully. 3 Minotaurs charge forward powerfully, striking ground heavily, creating impact as they rush toward adventurers. Yuika reacts confidently, identifying enemies, commanding group to focus attacks on leading Minotaur immediately. She organizes teams quickly, assigning roles, directing fighters and Barry to control slime movement strategically. Nuku receives orders, coordinating support units, while summoned creatures prepare to follow commands without hesitation. Yuika draws sword calmly, signaling final push, preparing to end battle with decisive coordinated attack. Skull Mask hesitates nervously, keeping eyes closed, unsure if safe, asking others before reacting to surroundings. A defeated enemy collapses, revealing impact, while others decide to ignore him and continue battle forward. Rue observes carefully, noting slime splitting under flames, while Barry controls imps to restrain movement. Yuika strikes swiftly, hitting enemies, reducing numbers, though remaining Minotaurs still pose immediate threat nearby. Slime creatures move unexpectedly fast, forcing group to stay alert as battle continues intensely. Yuika commands slime creatures, directing them to restrain Minotaurs using extended tentacles during battle. Tentacles strike swiftly, binding Minotaurs tightly, restricting movement while other monsters react to sudden restraint. Yuika leaps forward, delivering precise attack, using Phantom Sting to strike enemy with focused force. After attack, Yuika orders monsters to gather, using magic to heal and stabilize controlled creatures. Rue analyzes battlefield, identifying monster types, understanding strengths and weaknesses as situation becomes controlled. Yuika reflects calmly, realizing their offensive strength is insufficient. Despite controlling monsters during battle situation, team regroups, carrying unconscious member, while Yuika orders continuation and others question recent strange incident. They proceed deeper, delaying rest until reaching Oasis, while companions remain energetic and continue moving forward. At Oasis, team rests, taking breaks, recovering strength with potions while maintaining formation and preparing next move. They gain new forces, including skeleton knights, strengthening group as Rue evaluates their growing combat capability. The party reaches 50th floor, gathering cautiously at cavern entrance after long journey through dungeon depths. Rue studies information carefully, realizing current floor difficulty exceeds expected level, raising concern about dangerous situation. Yuika discusses strategy, planning rest and recovery, while warning enemies continue increasing despite careful resource management. Skullmask senses familiarity, questioning surroundings, suggesting possible memory connection while others consider being lost inside dungeon. He explains calmly, recalling teleporting nearby before, hinting area may have unusual properties affecting navigation. Skullmask explains his friend, describing similarities, while Yuika listens carefully and considers possible nearby presence. The group reaches clearing, finding area empty, while Skullmask notes this location where he usually meets them. Rue notices hoof sounds approaching, sensing danger, while others realize visibility is limited in dark surroundings. Skullmask panics, revealing enemies approaching, explaining they are hostile, while Rue prepares for incoming confrontation. He fears for his hair, recalling past encounter, while tension rises as enemies draw closer. Skullmask flees quickly, returning belongings, warning others, while enemies approach, leaving group to face danger alone. Rue reflects calmly, accepting possibility of future conflict, acknowledging monster's duty to protect dungeon from intruders. Yuika assesses situation, confirming enemy numbers with Nuku, while noting Skullmask escaped and threats approach together. Orders formation, Yuika arranging slime creatures defensively, positioning team behind them to prepare against incoming enemies. Slimes combine into larger mass, while Yuika assigns roles, commanding allies to defend, attack, and protect positions. Hoof sounds echo loudly as monstrous beasts approach rapidly, causing group to brace themselves for sudden confrontation. A herd of bicorns charges forward aggressively, kicking dust, their leader advancing fiercely toward waiting adventurers. Rue warns others about bicorn attacks, explaining danger of horns, urging immediate caution against their strikes. Yuika commands slimes forward, forming barrier, intercepting bicorns mid-charge to protect team from impact damage. Slimes stretch and engulf charging bicorns, trapping them inside, preventing movement while team observes successful defensive maneuver. Trapped bicorn struggles violently inside slime, unable to escape as creature compresses and restrains its movement completely. Yuika observes calmly, noting slime effectiveness, recognizing their improved defensive capability against multiple enemies simultaneously during battle. Yuika attacks decisively, striking bicorn with phantom sting, defeating it while naming targets to track controlled enemies. Remaining bicorns regroup under command, but Nuku warns others as new enemies begin approaching from darkness nearby. Skeletal enemies emerge suddenly, creating new threat, forcing team to prepare for continuous combat without rest. Yuika ordering coordinated charge towards skeletal enemies, using controlled monsters as primary attacking force. Bicorns crash violently into skeletons, shattering bones apart, overwhelming enemies with brute force and speed simultaneously. More skeletons appear, but Yuika remains confident, observing battle while Nuku reports increasing enemy numbers nearby. Rue questions situation, while bicorns continue attacking, smashing skeletons efficiently, despite lacking weapons or defensive armor. Additional skeletons emerge from darkness, forming larger wave, signaling prolonged battle as enemies continue arriving endlessly. Yuika commands bicorns relentlessly, smashing skeletons apart, maintaining pressure. Bicorns trample remaining skeletons, crushing bones easily, while more enemies appear, forcing continuous combat without pause. Yuika notices strange pattern, realizing enemies charge mindlessly, questioning unusual behavior. A magic circle appears overhead, alarming group, signaling new threat descending toward battlefield from above rapidly. Yuika reacts instantly, ordering slimes to shield everyone, as massive force descends, preparing to withstand incoming impact. A sudden loud noise echoes, startling Rue, as pressure builds and tension spreads across. Roaring sound intensifies, affecting everyone, causing pain and confusion while Yuika urgently orders goats to retreat. The goats vanish instantly, leaving empty ground behind, shocking Yuika as controlled monsters suddenly disappear. Dark presence slithers nearby, drawing attention upward, as fear spreads among group sensing overwhelming danger approaching. A hand emerges from darkness, releasing crushing pressure, overwhelming minds and bodies. A terrifying presence emerges from darkness, opening an underworld gate, spreading overwhelming fear that paralyzes everyone nearby instantly. A powerful lich appears, commanding undead forces, as Rue realizes highest-rank monster threatens their survival completely. A dark warning appears as a hand emerges ominously, signaling danger approaching while humans unknowingly face fear within the dungeon depths. Rao, Yuika, Barry and Nuku confront the 48th floor boss, a terrifying lich as tension rises among the gathered adventurers. Mazakon secretly constructs a magic circle while Rue prepares an attack, signaling coordinated effort against the lich threatening everyone nearby. A powerful strike launches toward the lich, cutting through enemies as Rue advances, while surrounding adventurers witness the unfolding battle. The lich counters using a silent barrier, blocking attacks completely, revealing its overwhelming power and forcing the group into a dangerous situation. Mazakon realizes the lich barrier repels magic attacks, understanding their disadvantage while observing the failed strike and preparing next actions carefully. Yuika signals the start of combat as an explosion erupts, marking the decisive moment when the group begins coordinated attacks. Nuku advances forward while Barry follows, both moving quickly to engage enemies and protect their allies during the chaotic battlefield. Large skeletal beasts appear as additional threats, forcing the group to divide roles while supporting creatures push forward toward the lich. Rue throws mana potions toward Mazakon, ensuring continued magic support as the team pushes deeper toward the lich's position. Mazakon steps forward confidently, eager to fight, declaring his intent to take the front line, while gripping his staff firmly. Yuika organizes the team, ordering reserves back while planning an opening, as Rue urges caution and supports the coordinated strategy. Yuika leads the charge with Nuku and Barry, advancing quickly toward enemies, signaling a unified assault against the lich's forces. The group battles large skeletal creatures, striking them down while maintaining formation, pushing forward despite heavy resistance across the battlefield. The lich summons dark portals, releasing more undead, escalating the threat, and forcing the group into a prolonged and dangerous fight. The lich summons more skeletons, overwhelming the battlefield as Yuika commands allies to cut them down and push forward. Rue strikes through skeletons with force, clearing a path while enemies collapse under his attacks during the intense advance. Nuku swings his chained weapon powerfully, crushing skeletons apart, maintaining control while supporting the team's forward momentum in battle. Explosions erupt as the group breaks through enemy lines, advancing closer toward the lich, despite continuous resistance and incoming attacks. The lich raises its hands calmly, beginning another spell, signaling a dangerous escalation as the battlefield prepares for the next attack. The lich unleashes a massive spell, striking the ground violently as destructive energy spreads outward, shaking the battlefield and threatening everyone nearby. Yuika and the others cover their ears in pain, struggling to endure the attack's effect while maintaining their positions under pressure. Rue warns the group about a deadly spirit attack, as the lich launches dark slashes capable of destroying souls instantly. The lich releases sweeping attacks across the field, forcing Ryu, Yuika, and allies to dodge quickly to avoid fatal strikes. Barry, Nuku, and Yuika react defensively, bracing themselves, while evading the incoming attacks, preparing to continue the desperate battle. Yuika warns Barry of an approaching attack as a dark slash sweeps past, forcing Barry to react quickly under pressure. Barry strikes a skeleton behind her, narrowly avoiding danger while maintaining focus, despite being surrounded by enemies during the battle. Sarah rushes forward to assist Barry, intercepting another skeleton and preventing a direct hit while the fight continues intensely. Sarah unleashes a powerful attack, creating a swirling impact that destroys nearby enemies and clears space around Barry. Momentarily, Barry thanks Yuika and commands Sarah, preparing another attack as enemies collapse nearby, and the group continues advancing forward. Yuika commands the group to focus attacks on the lich's arms, forming a clear strategy while the team prepares immediately. Rue analyzes the situation, realizing distance attacks are dangerous because combined magic could instantly destroy everything within the targeted area. The lich stands protected by endless skeletons, preventing direct approach while the group searches desperately for an opening to strike. Nuku throws a heavy projectile forward, aiming to disrupt defenses as the team coordinates actions to create a chance. Activates a barrier again, the lich revealing it blocks both magic and physical attacks, forcing the group to rethink their plan. The lich rises again, with multiple arms while Nuku prepares himself, tightening his grip and focusing on the next coordinated strike. Barry commands her familiar salamander, preparing a powerful flame attack, while positioning carefully to support the group's plan. The salamander releases a barrage of fire toward the lich, but the barrier blocks the attack, preventing direct damage. The flames explode against the barrier, creating impact but failing to penetrate, as the lich remains protected and continues resisting attacks. Yuika orders an attack on the lich's arm, as Barry commands her familiar, preparing a focused strike to break defenses. Urges Nisuke to stand, Yuika noticing his condition, while the battlefield shakes and danger continues escalating around them. Nisuke trembles uncontrollably, yet receives the command to attack the lich, showing struggle between control and forced action. He suddenly attacks Yuika, grabbing her as his weapon falls, revealing he is no longer acting by his own will. Ru, Nuku, and Barry react in shock, realizing the situation has changed drastically as Yuika is suddenly endangered. Yuika questions Nisuke's obedience while deducing the lich can control night skeletons, confirming a dangerous new threat in battle. Ru intervenes quickly, ordering restraint as Nisuke remains controlled, stepping in to stop Yuika from being further harmed. Yuika forces Nisuke off balance, creating space as his grip loosens, allowing her to regain control of the situation briefly. Regains composure, Yuika issuing orders to continue advancing while acknowledging their weakening strength and the toll of prolonged combat. The lich summons more skeletons again, overwhelming the battlefield further, causing Yuika to realize the endless nature of the threat. Barry launches another flame attack toward the lich, attempting to interrupt its casting while the group struggles to contain the situation. Launches herself forward, Barry riding her summoned attack, accelerating rapidly toward the lich, while committing fully to the risky assault. Her attack crashes against the lich, creating a massive impact, but the enemy remains standing, showing resilience against the force. Yuika continues commanding the battlefield, directing allies to handle skeletons, while maintaining pressure and ensuring the advance does not stop. Mazakan prepares another spell while the lich summons more undead, increasing pressure as both sides escalate their magical efforts. A lightning attack descends upon the battlefield, striking through enemies as the group attempts to break the lich's overwhelming control. Mazakan observes the lich calmly, noting its agility while remaining composed, recognizing the enemy's strength and preparing his next move carefully. The lich descends rapidly through the air, closing distance as tension rises, forcing the group to react quickly against the approaching threat. Yuika warns the team as another shockwave erupts, spreading destructive force outward while the lich continues unleashing powerful attacks. The battle continues dragging on, exhausting the group, while Ru develops a sudden idea based on his observations and intuition. Ru concludes their usual tactics will not work, realizing a new strategy is required to overcome the lich's overwhelming defenses. The lich unleashes another massive attack, shaking the battlefield violently as the group braces themselves against the continuing destructive force. The party enters a dark arena where a six-armed lich prepares attacks, combining sword techniques and magic, creating overwhelming pressure. Yuika analyzes the situation, quickly identifying the extra arms as the main threat and orders the team to reduce them immediately. Nuku advances, forcefully blocking the lich's casting, while others support from distance, disrupting its attacks and preventing further magic activation. Coordinated strikes land successfully as weapons hit repeatedly, breaking multiple arms, while the team maintains formation and pressure against the lich. The lich recoils as damaged arms dissolve, releasing energy, while the party gains advantage and prepares to continue the battle decisively. Ru notices magic circles forming as Barry prepares a flame attack, while the lich regains position and begins another countermeasure. Barry releases the flame cannon, striking the lich directly, causing a strong explosion that interrupts its movement and damages its body. The lich responds by casting a swamp of darkness, spreading corrupt energy outward, preparing to trap the entire party inside. Dark magic expands beneath them, forming a dangerous circle as Yuika commands everyone to escape immediately before the trap activates fully. The ground erupts violently as shadows surge upward, engulfing the area while some members struggle to escape the spreading darkness. One member sinks into the dark swamp, disappearing beneath the surface as the corrupted ground consumes anything trapped within. Yuika confirms only 3 escaped, while Ru realizes others were swallowed, increasing urgency and forcing the remaining team to continue fighting. The lich launches wither strikes, spreading decay as Yuika commands immediate counter using blizzard to suppress the incoming magical assault. Attacks collide midair as the team fires back, disrupting the lich's projectiles and preventing the wither strikes from reaching their position. Explosions erupt around the lich as combined attacks land successfully, pushing it back while the remaining party regains control of battlefield. Barry launches another flame cannon with salamander as the lich reacts quickly, attempting to evade the incoming attack midair. The Lich dodges, successfully predicting their pattern, while Yuika realizes their strategy is being read and begins planning a new approach. Yuika orders another blizzard attack, coordinating timing to disrupt the Lich's movement and create an opening for a follow-up strike. Barry follows, immediately unleashing another flame cannon, as the combined assault connects, repeatedly pushing the Lich into a defensive state. The Lich reacts, suddenly shifting position mid-attack, attempting to counter the coordinated assault while maintaining balance, despite continuous pressure from attacks. Yuika stays confident as Barry reports another dodge, confirming the plan is progressing. While the team continues executing their coordinated strategy, the Lich moves again, stepping into position as expected, reacting to attacks and unknowingly following the pattern set by the party. Barry realizes the slime slowed the Lich, while Yuika confirms the trap and calls Mazakan to begin the final sequence. Mazakan activates magic, releasing Moonlight Blade as a powerful strike descends toward the Lich. With precise timing and control, the attack connects with a resonating impact, sealing the Lich's movement, as the Bell of Silence effect suppresses its remaining power. Mazakan activates Duplicate spell, instantly recasting his previous attack, doubling mana cost, while reinforcing pressure against the weakened Lich. The duplicated strike lands heavily, slashing through the Lich's body, as the combined force breaks its defense and disrupts its structure. The Lich's body fractures further as the party reacts, confirming success, while its remaining strength collapses under continuous coordinated attacks. Mazakan lands safely, then drinks a mana potion, restoring energy, after heavy casting, ensuring he can maintain support if needed. He observes calmly, noting only 2 arms remain, showing the Lich is severely weakened. While the battle nears its conclusion, Ryu explains the advantage gained while noting limitations of silence magic and the slime allies' resistance affecting control over the Lich. Yuika commands Minakin forward, urging the team to maintain pressure as the front line prepares to continue attacking the weakened enemy. The Lich retaliates, launching Wither Strikes again, sweeping attacks across the battlefield, attempting to overwhelm the party with relentless magic. Ryu observes the attack path, warning it is unpredictable, while Yuika orders protection for key members, ensuring formation remains intact. The strikes pass across the ground as defenders brace and hold position, preventing casualties while maintaining control despite the Lich's aggressive assault. Yuika orders Nuku to switch equipment, using shields for defense, while the team stabilizes formation against the Lich's ongoing attacks. Yuika commands Minakin to target the Lich's right arms, while confirming allies remain unharmed, maintaining focus on weakening the enemy further. Minakin charges forward, clapping forcefully and dashing into position, preparing to strike the Lich with full strength and momentum. The Lich counters by slamming the ground, casting burial magic, causing destructive impact waves that crack the battlefield and disrupt movement. Minakin endures the attack, then retaliates, swinging his weapon, while the Lich launches Wither Strike, attempting to stop his advance. Yuika issues a direct command, ordering Minoran to target the Lich's right arm, as the team prepares for a decisive strike. Minoran charges forward, stomping heavily, then lands a powerful blow, crushing into the Lich's arm and damaging its structure significantly. The Lich retaliates, violently striking back and tearing through Minoran's body while continuing to maintain its offensive, despite heavy damage sustained. Yuika acknowledges the loss but confirms another arm destroyed, while Barry reacts to Minoran's death as the battle continues without hesitation. Ryu observes calmly, noting Yuika's monsters never retreat, continuing to fight regardless of danger, showing unwavering obedience and sacrifice. The Lich prepares another attack, raising remaining arms, while Yuika immediately orders freezing one arm to limit its offensive capability. The targeted arm freezes solid as ice forms, rapidly stopping its movement and reducing the Lich's ability to execute coordinated attacks. Mazakan casts Earth Fort, creating a massive structure that rises beneath the Lich, disrupting its balance and forcing it into a vulnerable position. The Earth Pillar slams upward, lifting the Lich as the party below prepares to capitalize on the opening created by the sudden impact. Nuku charges forward at Yuika's signal, closing distance quickly as the Lich is struck again, maintaining pressure and preventing recovery. The Lich is thrown against rising earth as its arm cracks under pressure, while the party maintains coordinated offensive momentum. Yuika leaps forward, closing distance quickly, preparing to strike. As the Lich struggles to recover balance from the previous impact, she unleashes Reap, cutting through multiple targets as slashing energy spreads across the Lich's body, dealing widespread damage simultaneously. The Lich loses additional arms as attacks connect, while it attempts to cast darkness again, showing desperation despite its weakening condition. A swamp forms beneath allies, again as Yuika urgently orders escape, preventing them from being trapped while maintaining control of the battle. Another ally sinks into the dark swamp as Yuika calls out urgently, but the figure disappears beneath the surface completely. The slime ally is struck by wither magic and collapses, while Ryu realizes nearly all summoned allies have been eliminated. Yuika advances alone, activating Springhair, preparing a final decisive move as she closes distance toward the Lich without hesitation. Both sides move simultaneously as Yuika accelerates dramatically while the Lich prepares a counter, creating a critical moment deciding the outcome. She smiles, calmly accepting the risk as she commits fully to the strike, aiming to end the battle in that instant. Yuika closes distance, instantly thrusting her blade into the Lich's skull as both attacks collide in a decisive close-range exchange. The Lich attempts to cast again, but Yuika activates Phantom Needle, freezing its movement and preventing any further spell from forming. Yuika strikes again, delivering a final blow, destroying the Lich's head, while declaring its new name, marking control over its defeated form. The Lich's body rises again under Yuika's command, transforming into her servant as the battle ends with complete domination achieved. Yuika defeats the Lord of Hades, decisively ending the battle as the Lich collapses, and her authority dominates the battlefield completely. The party regroups after victory, assessing losses and confirming many allies were defeated, while recognizing the Lich as a dangerous boss. Yuika plans next steps, deciding to rest, while considering rebuilding their numbers as Rue notices unusual movement beneath the ground. Sudden tremors shake the area, causing confusion as the party reacts quickly, suspecting a new threat or environmental danger emerging nearby. The ground collapses violently beneath them, triggering a massive cave-in as the party falls uncontrollably into darkness, losing stability and position. The ground collapses further as Yuika warns the team to stay close, while cracks spread rapidly, threatening to split everyone apart. Yuika rushes forward, attempting to rescue Barry as the terrain shifts violently, but falling debris and movement disrupt her approach. The hole begins closing as Barry is separated below while Yuika struggles to reach her through collapsing ground and unstable terrain. Yuika stands frozen, realizing Barry is lost as silence replaces chaos, leaving the remaining members shocked and unable to respond immediately. Barry appears elsewhere, reflecting calmly, suggesting a dreamlike state while questioning purpose and motivation after becoming separated from the group. Barry recalls being saved by Yuika and remembers the party disbanding while reflecting on past moments and her connection to them. Yuika declares her goal to clear dungeons and protect the world, showing determination as she plans to head toward the unknown region. Barry admires Yuika deeply, seeing her as hope and inspiration, shaping her desire to follow and support her above anyone else. She awakens suddenly as someone approaches, bringing light, while she reacts in confusion, recognizing a familiar presence nearby. Overwhelmed by brightness, Barry covers her eyes, shouting in discomfort as the light source disrupts her vision and pulls her from the dream. Barry regains consciousness in a cavern as Rue explains the collapse created new pathways while questioning her reckless actions earlier. They observe the area, noticing a straight path without monsters, suggesting temporary safety, while Barry steadies herself after waking. Barry insists on searching for Yuika, despite warnings about danger, believing she might still be nearby and preparing to move forward. Rue reasons Yuika is likely with others, analyzing their separation while urging careful planning before acting in the unstable environment. They notice inactive skeletons, confirming Yuika's lingering influence, while Barry accepts the situation and prepares to proceed with caution. Barry receives a healing potion, while Rue suggests trusting others to regroup, later choosing to remain in place and recover. Rue inspects a fallen skeleton knight, noting its missing arm and shield, while Barry coughs after drinking the potion, slowly recovering. He lifts the heavy sword from the remains, examining it with curiosity, while questioning its weight and usefulness in their situation. Barry considers the weapon requirements while Radu tests the surroundings, realizing the softened walls can be broken after the collapse. Rue creates an escape hole, carefully deciding it cannot be used immediately, but will serve as an emergency route later. Then Rue gathers Barry and Mazakan, asking to discuss tactics as they settle near the tunnel, focusing on planning their next actions. They agree to share abilities, forming a temporary party, while Barry reacts with surprise, learning Rue possesses a high-grade regeneration gift. Rue asks Barry to keep his ability secret, explaining its rarity while she processes the information and acknowledges its unusual classification. He explains his growth strategy, showing his strength level and how his choices allow him to rival higher-ranked adventurers. Rue asks about Barry's abilities while she feels overwhelmed, realizing the gap between them, and begins reconsidering her own capabilities seriously. Barry resolves to survive and reunite with Yuika, despite fear, while Rue considers a plan, knowing direct combat would be difficult. Rue proposes using Wind Dance to boost his strength, allowing him to handle the heavy sword, despite not meeting requirements. Barry casts Endurance Recovery, supporting Rue while warning about strain as he prepares to fight using enhanced strength and stamina. Rue assigns roles, acting as frontline while Barry supports from behind, trusting her timing and placing his life in her hands. Barry accepts the responsibility, realizing their survival depends on cooperation, and prepares mentally to support Rue in the upcoming battle. Heavy footsteps echo as Rue and Barry notice a new presence approaching quickly from the darkness, signaling an incoming threat. A minotaur appears glaring at them, aggressively establishing immediate danger, while both prepare themselves for an unavoidable confrontation. The minotaur charges forward with immense speed, swinging violently as Rue braces himself, gripping the sword and preparing to intercept. The attack lands heavily, knocking Rue back as the force impacts the ground, showing the monster's overwhelming strength and destructive power. Barry realizes their disadvantage, understanding they cannot defeat the minotaur alone, while feeling the pressure and intensity of its attacks. A massive minotaur approaches heavily as Rue positions himself ahead, preparing to intercept its attack, while others remain behind, observing carefully. Rue blocks the minotaur's strike with difficulty, enduring immense force as Barry watches, shocked, realizing he withstands a powerful enemy. The minotaur swings again with overwhelming strength, forcing Rue backward as his defense struggles against the continuous heavy assault. Rue counters with a precise upward strike, clashing against the minotaur's weapon, creating an opening. Despite the difference in strength, Barry calls out to Rue with urgency, recognizing the danger as the confrontation intensifies and the battle shifts into close combat. Barry leaps upward, spinning rapidly, activating Reap as she descends toward the minotaur, aiming to strike with full momentum. Her attack lands, repeatedly slicing across the minotaur's body as the Reap ability deals continuous damage with each passing strike. Barry realizes the minotaur's durability is extremely high as her strongest attack fails to inflict decisive damage against its body. Rue directs the team to focus attacks on one-point, coordinating efforts, while encouraging Barry to continue striking the same target. Combined attacks hit the chosen spot, causing visible damage as the minotaur reacts in pain, while the team begins breaking through its defense. Rue continues blocking the minotaur's attacks, enduring repeated strikes, while maintaining position and creating opportunities for Barry to act. Barry attacks again, using Reap as Rue signals timing, allowing her to strike the same weakened area with improved precision. She confirms deeper damage this time, showing their focused strategy is working as the minotaur's defense begins to weaken gradually. Rue maintains pressure while Barry repositions as their coordination improves, steadily allowing smoother transitions between defense and attack phases. The battle continues as a prolonged struggle with both sides enduring damage, while the team slowly gains advantage through consistent focused attacks. Rue's weapon breaks under pressure as the minotaur roars loudly, while Barry reacts quickly, realizing their defense has been compromised. The minotaur unleashes a powerful strike, causing a large explosion, forcing Barry to retreat as Rue remains exposed without his weapon. Rue blocks desperately against continuous swings while the minotaur presses aggressively, attempting to overwhelm him with relentless attacks and strength. Barry rushes forward, deciding to re-engage despite danger, while Rue notices her movement, preparing to support her next attack attempt. She strikes the minotaur again, using Reap alongside Rue's support, targeting the weakened area to continue breaking its defense further. Rue continues clashing with the minotaur, sliding under pressure while maintaining defense and creating space for Barry to prepare another attack. Barry struggles to understand Rue's endurance, as he entrusts his life to her, strengthening their coordination and commitment to the plan. Rue advances again, drawing attention while believing in Barry's strength, forcing the minotaur to focus entirely on him during combat. Barry charges forward with determination, breaking through resistance and delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at the weakened target point. The minotaur retaliates fiercely, despite injuries, swinging wildly, as both sides continue exchanging heavy blows with no immediate resolution. The minotaur staggers heavily from accumulated damage, losing balance as its body weakens under the team's continuous focused attacks. Rue remains ready, observing carefully as the minotaur collapses, showing signs of exhaustion and inability to continue fighting effectively. The minotaur falls completely as Barry celebrates their victory, realizing they successfully defeated a powerful enemy through teamwork and persistence. Rue breathes heavily, showing fatigue, while Barry notices his condition and realizes the extent of strain he endured during battle. Barry approaches Rue, offering healing while checking his condition as the battle ends and the team begins recovering from the intense fight. Rue thanks quietly while collapsing from exhaustion after battle, as relief sets in, knowing their plan succeeded and both survive the dangerous encounter together. After the battle ends, Rue receives supplies and healing support, while exhaustion remains evident, and the group prepares for what lies ahead. Barry offers further treatment while attempting to help Rue remove his coat, showing concern as the team recovers from the intense fight. She struggles lifting the coat, realizing its extreme weight as Rue falls slightly due to imbalance, revealing something unusual about it. The coat's weight is explained as heavy silver plates sewn inside providing high resistance to magic, despite being considered inefficient equipment. Rue explains calmly he intentionally used the plates despite drawbacks, showing his unique approach and mindset toward survival and preparation. Rue and Barry rest after battle, sharing supplies while exhaustion eases slightly and their mood lightens, despite the recent danger. They discuss silver plate's origin, linking them to the 13th floor, while questioning Rue's past title and deeper involvement there. The story reveals the Owlbear, a dangerous boss on that floor responsible for many novice adventurers losing their lives. Rue's past efforts are explained, showing he prevented the Owlbear's revival by blocking magic flow after years of tracking it. Barry reacts, realizing Rue's actions were misunderstood as selfish, while others judged him harshly without knowing his true intentions. Rue explains calmly that others misunderstood his actions while hunting owlbears and collecting silver plates without expecting recognition from anyone. A memory shows others criticizing his equipment, while he endured heavy attacks, proving the coat's weight and protection were not useless. Barry reacts with surprise, calling Rue strange, while he smiles, accepting it and feeling relieved he can finally explain himself openly. Rue reflects happily as they sit together, acknowledging adventurers are unusual people, while their shared experience strengthens mutual understanding between them. Their relationship improves quietly, but tension rises, suddenly hinting that their brief peaceful moment will soon be interrupted by danger. Rue detects sound through a wind chime spell, realizing something approaches from the same direction as the previous enemy threat. A gargoyle descends rapidly from above, targeting them as its stone body resists normal weapons, making direct attacks ineffective. Rue orders Barry to stay behind as the gargoyle charges forward, striking with heavy force while he prepares to intercept. He braces for impact, knowing the attack could cause severe damage, while analyzing the weapon's effectiveness against the creature's body. The gargoyle grabs Rue mid-attack as Barry reacts in shock, noticing its wings and realizing the danger has escalated suddenly. Another gargoyle approaches from above, forcing the already strained party to face increased danger as pressure rises rapidly. Barry warns Rue, but cannot cast spells in time, forcing immediate reaction as the incoming attack closes distance quickly. The gargoyle crashes into the ground with force, creating impact shockwaves, while another circles nearby, maintaining constant threat over them. Rue checks on Barry, seeing she is down while he struggles to recover from damage and regain control of the situation. The gargoyle restrains Rue, tightly lifting him as he resists, physically showing the battle turning against them under overwhelming pressure. The gargoyle drags Rue violently across the ground and throws him away as he loses control and struggles to stabilize himself. Rue crashes heavily but quickly regains focus, realizing the gargoyle will return, while prioritizing moving Barry to safety immediately. Barry reports multiple approaching sounds as Rue hides her inside a dug cave, preparing for a larger incoming threat from all directions. Rue instructs Barry to support him with magic while he prepares outside. As enemies close in and their situation becomes increasingly dangerous, numerous monsters gather surrounding Rue, forming overwhelming numbers, as he recognizes the scenario as a deadly situation about to unfold. 2 days pass after the collapse as Yuika, Nuku, and Mazakan continue searching tirelessly for Rue and Barry without success. Nuku leads, using enemy detection, sensing demonic energy, but unable to locate allies while noticing a strange divine presence nearby. The group moves cautiously, following limited clues, as frustration grows, and no clear signs of Rue or Barry appear anywhere. They worry about exhaustion and survival, discussing Rue's backpack as a trace, while tension rises among members under worsening conditions. Mazakan expresses concern for Rue's safety while hinting at deeper priorities, revealing underlying conflict within the group's true intentions. The group advances through the cave, discussing Barry's safety while maintaining pace, though concern grows about their missing companions. They encounter the Lich unexpectedly as it approaches, calmly confusing Nuku with an unusual gesture instead of immediate hostility. Nuku senses monsters ahead and regains focus, leading the group forward, while questioning the Lich's strange behavior during encounter. A Cerberus appears, threatening the group as Yuika commands an immediate attack, preparing to eliminate the danger. Without hesitation, the Lich casts Swamp of Darkness, instantly trapping the Cerberus, showing its overwhelming power, while the group witnesses its abilities again. The Lich stops attacking and apologizes, explaining it miscounted, while Yuika questions the situation and the sudden change in behavior. The Lich gently pats Nuku, showing unexpected gratitude, while the party watches cautiously, unsure of its intentions. After the intense battle, the Lich admits fault and speaks calmly, while Nuku reflects on emotions, realizing the Lich understands feelings despite being undead. Yuika observes, quietly feeling an unfamiliar emptiness as the tension fades after battle, leaving uncertainty about the dungeon and its nature. She reflects on past journeys with Barry, acknowledging their bond while understanding that adventurers always face the risk of losing companions. Yuika reflects on her short time, with Rue believing their bond is shallow, and thinking she could accept losing him here. She senses danger ahead as reports mention a demonic carnival gathering, making her question the situation and the presence of unusual monsters. Fear grows within Yuika as she doubts her courage while Rue moves forward, confidently urging her to continue, despite the unknown threat. The party encounters lizardmen surrounding human corpses, confirming the danger while the environment shows evidence of recent violent activity within dungeon. Yuika concludes that an adventurer and Sherpa alone would struggle here, realizing the situation exceeds normal expectations and requires stronger resolve. Mazaken warns Yuika to get down as monsters charge while he releases Moonlight Blade, cutting through enemies to protect her. The attack hits heavily, smashing enemies into the wall, while Yuika watches in shock as dust and debris fill battlefield. Yuika panics, fearing Rue might die, realizing her feelings, as she refuses to accept losing him in this dangerous dungeon. Mazakan uses duplicate spell against a phantom jellyfish while shouting for Yuika to dodge quickly as another attack approaches dangerously. Yuika regains focus using spring hair to move quickly while reminding herself to stop thinking negatively and continue fighting with determination. Yuika trusts Rue's skill as he moves precisely through attacks, proving his ability to survive while protecting the group effectively. A bumphead monster appears, attacking aggressively, forcing the party to react quickly. As its strange form and speed increase danger, Yuika moves swiftly, using spring hair striking the enemy, while holding back emotions, focusing entirely on battle and maintaining control. She regains confidence, believing Rue is alive, strengthening her resolve as she stands firm, preparing to continue fighting without hesitation. A massive explosion erupts, destroying enemies nearby as the party's combined attacks push forward, clearing space and regaining control of battlefield. Yuika charges forward using spring hair, striking a bighorn monster, while calling Rue, showing urgency and determination during the intense fight. She follows with Phantom Sting, attacking relentlessly, while remembering Rue's words as she continues fighting and pushes deeper into the battlefield alone. Yuika reaches a cave and finds Rue standing wounded but still alive, facing enemies alone, continuing to fight despite heavy damage. She reacts in shock, seeing Rue's condition as he prepares another attack, showing his resolve while enduring severe injuries without retreating. Yuika observes Rue's damaged equipment and body, realizing he endured multiple spells alone, confirming his effort to survive and protect others. Rue stands barely conscious, covered in blood, yet still guarding as his body moves despite exhaustion, showing unwavering determination to survive. Yuika breaks down crying, realizing her feelings were real, admitting she cannot accept losing Rue, regardless of how short their time together. She approaches Rue, declaring her feelings strong, despite little time, while he staggers toward her. Still trying to remain standing, Yuika embraces Rue, assuring him the fight is over, expressing her love and relief while holding his injured body carefully. Rue weakly responds, warning about Barry inside the cave, revealing her injuries and danger, while after the battle ends, Rue receives supplies and healing support, while exhaustion remains evident, and the group prepares for what lies ahead. Barry offers further treatment while attempting to help Rue remove his coat, showing concern as the team recovers from the intense fight. She struggles lifting the coat, realizing its extreme weight as Rue falls slightly due to imbalance, revealing something unusual about it. The coat's weight is explained as heavy silk. 2 days pass after the battle, as survivors return to surface and rest begins at the Adventurer Hospital near dungeon entrance. Rue wakes inside a luxurious room placed in a high-level lodge, showing he is being treated as an important patient. He receives excessive healing treatments, including potions and magic, which restore him quickly but overwhelm him with their intensity and constant attention. Medical staff refuse discharge, explaining strict orders require full recovery before release, despite Rue insisting he already feels completely fine. Rue considers resting again when someone knocks and the door opens, suggesting an unexpected visitor has arrived to meet him. Yuika arrives at Rue's room, asking to enter while he recognizes her voice and allows her inside without hesitation. She steps in wearing a white dress different from her usual armor, surprising Rue as she stands calmly at the doorway. Yuika explains the dress was prepared earlier but never used, showing a rare side of herself while seeking Rue's honest opinion. Rue responds sincerely, saying it suits her well, causing Yuika to smile softly as the atmosphere becomes calmer and more personal. They sit together discussing his condition, while Yuika mentions her long vigilance and Rue asks about her rest after the dive. Rue asks about Barry while Yuika explains she was transferred for treatment and remained calm, despite her father worrying constantly. Yuika shares Barry's gratitude, explaining Rue saved her life by creating an escape route during the emergency inside the collapsing cave. Yuika asks if Rue would forgive Barry while explaining her wish to apologize for past behavior since they first met. Rue answers without hesitation, agreeing to forgive as Yuika reacts quietly relieved, showing appreciation for his understanding and kindness. Yuika turns away hesitating as Rue notices her behavior and asks what is wrong, sensing she has something important left unsaid. Yuika hesitates, then asks to sit beside Rue on the bed, showing unusual vulnerability while he reacts with confusion. Rue agrees uncertainly as Yuika moves closer and suddenly presses against him, creating an intimate situation that surprises him greatly. She adjusts herself carefully, causing her dress to wrinkle, while Rue becomes aware of her closeness and feels increasingly nervous. Yuika speaks softly, asking about his condition, while Rue notices her scent and presence, making the moment feel more personal and quiet. Rue responds confidently about recovery, while Yuika observes him closely, suggesting she is measuring his condition and reacting to his attitude. Yuika grows quiet as Rue speaks about leaving, while she reveals she was deeply afraid during the incident. She explains her fear began when the dungeon collapsed and continued until they were reunited after being separated earlier. Yuika admits she imagined the worst outcome and even considered giving up hope as thoughts of their deaths overwhelmed her mind. Rue listens seriously as Yuika reflects on his determination, realizing he continued fighting despite everything while she struggled with fear. Yuika apologizes, sincerely admitting she should have trusted him more, while expressing regret for doubting his survival during the ordeal. Rue observes her quietly, recognizing her honesty and strong will behind her actions. As Yuika lowers her head, feeling ashamed, he gently places his arm around Yuika, explaining his values and expressing admiration for her choices and the way she thinks. Continues speaking calmly, he saying he believes in her deeply, even if their thoughts differ from what their feelings might suggest. Rue reassures Yuika she does not need to change anything and accepts her completely as she is now without hesitation. Yuika reacts emotionally, becoming flustered and overwhelmed as she processes his words, showing vulnerability while placing her hand on him. Next morning, Yuika rushed ahead as pulled Rue with her, she questioning his silent behavior about before. Rue explains awkwardly, but Yuika reacts strongly, grabbing him and denying his explanation, showing frustration and embarrassment over her actions. Yuika becomes overwhelmed, insisting her embarrassment was extreme, while Rue admits he was also confused and embarrassed by the situation. Rue suggests keeping the moment secret, but Yuika grows more flustered, warning him to take responsibility for what happened between them. Yuika reflects on her actions, feeling embarrassed, while narration shifts toward future dives, suggesting their journey will continue despite uncertainties ahead. Reflects on her feelings, Yuika deciding she does not want regrets as she acknowledges her growing emotions toward Rue seriously. She recalls the moment she saw him again, realizing his determination moved her and strengthened her feelings during the dangerous situation. Yuika admits she fell for him again, but accepts their duties may prevent them from staying together, despite their feelings. They walk together, holding hands briefly, as Rue speaks casually about directions, while Yuika reacts surprised by the sudden normal interaction. Marin appears nearby, suggesting a new situation requiring attention, as their personal moment ends and responsibility returns, quickly. Yuika recognizes Marin holding a damaged book as Rue follows quickly, while they approach the crying child to understand situation. Marin cries heavily, apologizing, repeatedly showing distress and guilt, while unable to clearly explain what caused the problem with the book. Yuika comforts Marin, gently holding her and reassuring her she did nothing wrong while calming the child's fear and emotions. Two boys appear, identified as Colin and Mitch, acting casually, while Marin cries, suggesting they may be responsible for the situation. Yuika questions them firmly as they panic and run away, confirming suspicion, while she holds Marin and prepares to respond. Marin explains how Colin and Mitch took her book, while Rue listens silently, understanding the situation and recognizing their wrongdoing clearly. Mrs. Murao appears, dismissing Marin's crying, showing indifference toward the child's distress. She insists children's words should not be trusted, refusing responsibility and dismissing the issue without concern for fairness. Rue calmly responds, presenting facts and offering money, while requesting Marin not be hurt again and asking her to address her sons properly. Mrs. Murrah leaves angrily as Rue reassures Marin and Yuika, questions his actions while he prepares to explain everything calmly later. Rue comforts Marin, gently holding her, and decides to take her home while Yuika observes his kindness and reaction. At home, Rue checks the book, confirming minimal damage, while Yuika argues the boys should take responsibility for their actions. Rue explains the book can be repaired later, calming Marin, who smiles again, relieved, while the situation becomes less serious. Yuika questions Marin's living situation, concerned about her family and whether she should remain under such conditions safely. Marin explains her situation while Rue reflects on the town lacking proper support systems, highlighting a deeper issue beyond this incident. Rue explains the harsh reality for abandoned children, while holding Marin, showing concern and understanding of the dangers she faces. Yuika reacts, emotionally struggling with the idea of Marin returning to that environment, while considering what choice should be made. She blames herself, thinking her request caused the situation, while reflecting on the risks of deeper dungeon exploration and responsibility. Rue reassures Yuika, calmly saying he accepted the request and wishes to continue working together, while shifting responsibility away from her. He firmly states the issue is his responsibility alone, causing Yuika to react with surprise at his resolve and personal decision. Rue reveals he already planned to relocate, while Yuika realizes his actions were meant to protect her from responsibility. He explains he saved money to move cities and provide Marin with better education and a safer environment for her future. Yuika considers his reasoning and offers support, but recognizes Rue's independence and determination to achieve his goal through his own efforts. Rue smiles calmly with Marin, while Yuika acknowledges their relationship, yet understands he will not accept help without proper reason. Yuika observes, quietly realizing Rue has already decided to take responsibility for Marin and will act according to his own judgment. Yuika reflects on Rue's future, with Marin realizing she is not part of the life he plans to build moving forward. She acknowledges their connection, but concludes she is only his lover, not family, deciding she should not interfere in his responsibilities. Yuika becomes angry, feeling excluded, interpreting his decision as rejection, and resolves to confront him directly about her place beside him. She suddenly stands, declaring her feelings with determination, shocking Rue, as she takes control of the situation without hesitation. Yuika boldly proposes to Rue, openly expressing her commitment and refusing to remain distant any longer despite the circumstances. She declares she will share Rue's burdens from now on, while Rue reacts with shock, realizing her sudden proposal. The next morning at the guild, Rue is tied up, confused, as others question him about his situation and recent actions. The map management team blocks him, demanding his dive report, while flexing intimidatingly, preventing Rue from leaving until requirements are completed. Rue apologizes, promising to finish, later explaining Marin came to his home, causing delays, while the staff continues pressuring him strongly. A large man intervenes, reassuring Rue, then offers access to another room, allowing him temporary escape from the strict report submission demands. Marin happily eats with others, as narration explains. Rue often brings her to the guild, where she spends time enjoying food. Marin is warmly surrounded by guild members who offer food and attention, showing she is welcomed and cared for kindly. The guild master reacts loudly as others gather around Marin, while Rue is scolded and told to close the door. Rue is brought to the table, where maps are prepared, as the team demands a full report of his recent dungeon exploration. Later at the central church, a calm atmosphere appears as someone approaches while time passes toward midday in Tyros. Barry smiles, happily after leveling up, feeling satisfied as she gains a new attack ability following the recent battle experience. Rue notices the guildmaster nearby, while Barry plans to show her new ability, reacting with excitement upon recognizing him. Barry suddenly hides as her body reacts instinctively, while observing Rue walking with others near a quiet residential building outside. She identifies the guildmaster and questions the situation, noticing a child with Rue, while sensing something unusual about the meeting. Follows cautiously, she deciding to approach them, sensing suspicious activity, while Rue and the guildmaster continue toward their destination. They arrive at a large house where someone welcomes them inside, while Barry remains wary, sensing the situation may not be normal. Rue follows the guildmaster inside, while Barry uses Whisperer to listen carefully, deciding to stay hidden and gather information. Barry hears discussions about the mayor meeting Balamone, realizing an important conversation is happening upstairs involving Rue and guild officials. She observes quietly, concluding the delay was related to map updates and recent dives, confirming the situation connects to their expedition. Inside, Rue is seated as Balamone questions him about Twilight Blade, while presenting food, maintaining a calm yet controlled atmosphere. Barry grows more suspicious, questioning why the mayor investigates them secretly, realizing the situation may involve hidden intentions beyond simple discussion. Barry observes, calmly praising Rue's actions, while analyzing Yuika's ability, noting she can command multiple monsters without clear limits. Inside, Rue is questioned carefully about the dungeon as he withholds details, while the mayor probes for weaknesses and control limits. Barry listens outside, realizing Rue is lying, skillfully protecting information while continuing to monitor the conversation without revealing her presence. The mayor shifts topic, mentioning Ru's family situation, suggesting he should not risk his life unless he has a greater purpose. The mayor pressures Ru, further encouraging him to seize opportunity, implying his abilities could be valuable now while maintaining a persuasive tone. The mayor emphasizes his authority and influence, offering opportunity to Ru, while expecting him to understand the significance of this meeting. Ru explains his simple goal to support Marin, while Barry listens outside, noting the luxurious food and ongoing negotiation inside. The mayor comments on Ru's attitude toward money, recognizing his different values while continuing to guide the conversation toward his proposal. The mayor recalls a past incident involving a dangerous owlbear, explaining how adventurers failed and the situation required decisive intervention. Barry analyzes the story, concluding the reward was too low for the danger, understanding Ru was the only one willing to accept. The mayor explains Ru's past achievements, defeating the owlbear and securing lower floors, showing his persistence and long effort. He reveals Ru gained a bad reputation as others misunderstood his actions, while the guild concealed details to protect its image. The mayor concludes Ru accepts any task for money, shaping his reputation, while Ru listens silently without reacting to the claims. Ru understands the implication, realizing the mayor wants a discreet job, and directly questions if another dangerous task is being offered. The mayor confirms, calmly raising his glass, approving Ru's response, and prepares to negotiate details while insisting the matter remains confidential. He questions Ru's knowledge, while Ru explains Tyros' history, showing understanding of its origin as an adventurer hub. The history reveals the labyrinth discovery leading to guild formation and economic growth as adventurers brought valuable resources from deep exploration. Over time, Tyros developed, fully supported by services and population growth, becoming dependent on the labyrinth for continued prosperity and survival. The mayor explains the labyrinth sustains the town, and if it stops functioning, resources vanish, causing economic collapse and loss of livelihood. Ru concludes the mayor's intent, realizing he must sabotage the Twilight Blade expedition, preventing them from reaching the labyrinth core. The guildmaster introduces the guiding dagger, causing Barry to react with shock. The role is explained as Sherpas tasked with protecting the labyrinth core, secretly capable of stopping adventurers before they reach it. Ru is invited to join this hidden group, despite its secrecy and moral burden, while officials emphasize his suitability for such work. They warn Ru the role carries stigma and requires abandoning conscience, forcing him to accept lasting consequences for completing such duties. The guildmaster signaling expectation of acceptance. As the proposal reaches its decisive moment, he references Marin, reminding Ru of someone he must protect, reinforcing emotional pressure to influence his decision. They highlight Ru's history of prioritizing profit over honor, suggesting he is suited for morally questionable tasks without hesitation. The guildmaster promises great rewards, explaining details will follow, while urging Ru to accept risking everything for wealth and opportunity. He clarifies the goal is not killing heroes, but forcing them to abandon their expedition before reaching the labyrinth core. The mayor insists Ru must ensure their failure, while Barry reacts angrily, realizing the plan targets their allies directly. Barry reflects on the mayor's motives, understanding they aim to protect the town economy, though their methods remain secretive and dangerous. She is suddenly noticed by a passerby, causing surprise, as she is questioned about her presence near the suspicious location, reacts loudly. She denying suspicion, drawing attention, while the man becomes confused by her strong and defensive response. Barry quickly creates an excuse, claiming she lost something, then leaves the scene, attempting to avoid further questioning and suspicion. She realizes she can no longer hear the conversation, feeling frustrated as the opportunity to gather information is suddenly lost. Barry hesitates, wondering whether to tell others, but worries revealing details might harm Ru's reputation, so she remains uncertain. Inside, Ru calmly accepts the job, showing no hesitation while understanding the situation fully and deciding to move forward. The officials react with satisfaction as Ru explains he has little choice while maintaining a composed expression during agreement. Ru reflects internally, realizing refusal would change nothing and could put him or Marin in danger, forcing compliance with the request. He raises a glass, deciding to act along while planning to handle the situation carefully without revealing his true intentions. Ru drinks with the officials, acting compliant, while they celebrate, believing he accepted their proposal without resistance or hidden intentions. He smiles calmly while planning secretly to protect Yuika and the others, preparing a strategy against the mayor's scheme. Ru enters the Sherpa Guild office, handing a document to Gunji, explaining urgency while requesting immediate attention regarding an important matter. Gunji examines the document carefully, recognizing it as a will, and questions Ru briefly before accepting responsibility for handling the situation. Ru explains the next dive may be their last, describing risks to the town if the labyrinth disappears, affecting livelihoods and stability. Gunji reacts positively, seeing opportunity, despite risks, expressing interest in exploring safely once the labyrinth is cleared of monsters. Rue remains calm, acknowledging Gunji's attitude while requesting support when needed, understanding future challenges will require reliable cooperation and preparation. Gunji notices Rue's concern about the town's future and explains people must prepare for life after the labyrinth eventually disappears. He advises Rue to focus on his responsibilities and not carry every burden alone, reminding him others will handle their own roles. Gunji warns Rue not to suppress emotions, encouraging him to rely on trusted people when facing pressure during difficult situations ahead. He shifts tone, joking about rewards and adventure while dismissing dependence, showing confidence in Ryu's growth and independence moving forward. Rue thanks Gunji quietly, then leaves while Gunji jokes again, and Rue reminds him to care for himself before departing. He reflects on Gunji's attitude, realizing he is not worried about the labyrinth ending, and remains unchanged in his outlook. Rue considers the situation alone, understanding only a few know about the guiding dagger and the hidden truth behind events. The group gathers at Rue's home, where Yuika announces receiving a suggestion from the guildmaster regarding their next dive. Yuika explains the final dive is approaching, and the guildmaster plans to send additional support to assist them during descent. The team learns multiple parties will join, forming a cluster, increasing pressure as others aim to secure rewards before the dungeon clears. Barry reacts with concern as Yuika explains they must guide other parties, causing tension about being used by others. Nuku analyzes the situation, concluding cooperation offers little benefit, and suggests refusing since large groups could interfere with their progress. Yuika asks Rue for his opinion, while others wait as he calmly considers the proposal without showing strong preference initially. Rue decides they should accept, explaining it could provide advantages, while Barry questions his reasoning and requests further explanation. He explains other parties can preserve their strength and handle battles, reducing reliance on their resources during the final dive. Rue explains limiting cooperation to lower floors, reducing risk, while allowing others to challenge deeper levels and conserve their resources. Barry and Nuku respond cautiously, acknowledging logic, but still questioning safety, while evaluating whether cooperation truly benefits their party overall. Despite doubts, Yuika decides to accept the offer, while others trust Rue, though concerns remain about hidden intentions behind the request. Rue warns adding their members into another group could create confusion since roles and plans were already established beforehand. He proposes independent coordination under Yuika's command, ensuring teamwork remains stable, while adapting strategy alongside the larger group during battle. Rue outlines final conditions, ensuring separate inventory management and camp duties, maintaining order, while Barry reacts with concern about the arrangement. The day of the third dive arrives as multiple adventurer groups gather, forming a large assembly within the dungeon's oasis area. Several parties, including Mud Raptors and Starry Vanquishers, appear, showcasing strength as experienced adventurers prepare for the joint expedition ahead. Additional groups join, increasing total numbers significantly, while Sherpas organize logistics, ensuring each party is prepared for the upcoming descent. Party leaders introduce themselves to Twilight Blade, expressing cooperation intentions as the alliance forms, preparing to begin the final coordinated dive. Yuika firmly states their objective is reaching the core, while another party questions their independent approach and intentions during the joint expedition. A party leader responds, acknowledging their stance, but emphasizes trust and cooperation, suggesting fighting together is essential for survival in dangerous situations. Yuika remains cautious, analyzing his words, while he reassures they can still cooperate in battles, despite operating separately as teams. Challenges them, Yuika directly proposing they observe her party's methods first, before judging their effectiveness within the labyrinth exploration. The opposing leaders agree, confidently deciding to watch Twilight Blade in action, showing interest in their abilities and overall combat strategy. The gathered adventurers agree to proceed, while acknowledging Twilight Blade's conditions, establishing a tense but cooperative alliance before entering the labyrinth. Yuika warns others to keep pace and not slow them down, reinforcing her leadership, while the group prepares for descent together. The dive begins as all parties move forward simultaneously, entering the labyrinth knowing the mission will be far more dangerous than before. Other adventurers express excitement and confidence, praising Twilight Blade, while preparing themselves to witness their strength during the upcoming battles. Rival parties push forward, competitively determined not to be outperformed, showing rising tension as multiple groups begin advancing deeper into the dungeon. The combined groups advance through the tunnel, while Rao observes their distance and reports enemy presence ahead to Yuika. The party encounters horned cat monsters and eliminates them quickly with coordinated attacks, maintaining speed without breaking formation or momentum. Other adventurers watch closely, impressed as Twilight Blade defeats enemies, efficiently proving their skill while continuing forward without hesitation. Yuika reminds others to move quickly and not delay for rewards, emphasizing strict pace, as weaker members struggle to keep up behind. Ahead, hidden monsters are detected, despite silence, as the ground suddenly breaks open, signaling an ambush, waiting within the tunnel. Massive stone golems emerge, blocking the tunnel. As Rue explains, normal weapons are ineffective, creating immediate danger for the advancing group. Yuika quickly decides to ignore the golems, ordering everyone to continue forward, prioritizing speed and their objective over unnecessary confrontation. The parties flee as golems pursue from behind, forcing everyone to run faster through the narrow path to avoid being crushed. Other adventurers panic, while leaders try maintaining order, ensuring their groups keep moving, without losing sight of Twilight Blade ahead. Yuika leads decisively, directing the route toward a stairway ahead while maintaining pace as the entire force escapes the pursuing golems. Exhausted adventurers struggle to keep up, questioning how Rue survived previous dives, while realizing the current pace and danger exceed expectations. The group reaches the 19th floor oasis, collapsing from fatigue as many adventurers fall to the ground, unable to continue immediately. Yuika orders a short break, instructing everyone to rehydrate quickly, while preparing to resume the dive without allowing extended recovery time. A member protests, weakly unable to handle the pace, while Yuika remains firm, emphasizing, "This is how dungeon exploration must be handled." Rue interacts calmly with Yuika, receiving acknowledgement, as another Sherpa named Gamio asked Rue to have a little talk. Gamio approached, requesting discussion, creating tension as Twilight Blade prepares to respond to their concerns and intentions. Groups gather circling Rue, exchanging serious looks, while Barry questions the situation, sensing disagreement forming among the assembled adventurers. The dive continues deeper as Twilight Blade defeats a floor boss, recruiting it into their ranks, strengthening their forces significantly. They encounter a necromancer and a monster named Kitty as Yuika allows recruitment, further expanding their growing controlled monster group. Twilight Blade advances with their assembled monster army, increasing power while maintaining momentum as the expedition pushes further into dangerous depths. Twilight Blade's monsters dominate battles, forcing other parties to stand back as Yuika watches, while enemies are cleared efficiently. Yuika allows others to collect cores quickly after battles, maintaining pace, while controlling the flow of progress during the expedition. Other adventurers realize they contribute little as Twilight Blade handles most threats, leaving them to simply follow behind. The group reaches the 29th floor oasis, ending the first day, as all parties set up camp after continuous advancement. Yuika commands gathered monsters again, preparing for further progress, while maintaining control over their growing forces within the dungeon. Rue observes their strategy working as others rely on them while maintaining Devotion Blade's limit and ensuring controlled pacing for the group. The day ends as Yuika allows others to use collected resources, while everyone rests quietly after the exhausting advance through the dungeon. Rue is called aside by other leaders, while Barry notices and questions his actions, seeing him involved in another discussion again. Tension rises as surrounding adventurers react with confusion and frustration toward Rue, while he stands calm, despite their strong reactions. Yuika approaches, asking about the situation, while Rue reassures there is no serious issue, maintaining control as attention shifts toward him. Yuika approaches Rue concerned, but he reassures her calmly, then leaves to handle preparations while maintaining a composed and controlled demeanor. Rue tells Yuika to rest and not worry about him, suggesting she will not be needed for upcoming lower floor challenges. Barry watches, silently unsure of Rue's intentions, while observing him interacting with others, causing growing doubt within the group. Other adventurers begin suspecting Rue as tension rises, noticing his repeated meetings and questioning his actions and overall intentions. Barry grows anxious, fearing Rue may betray them, realizing suspicion could damage their alliance and affect the outcome of the expedition. Barry struggles with doubt but convinces herself to trust Rue, recalling their bond and refusing to believe he would betray them. She resolves to investigate on her own, adopting a determined mindset and preparing to uncover the truth behind Rue's actions. The party faces a massive monster as chaos erupts, with multiple fighters attacking while the creature retaliates fiercely across battlefield. A strategist explains the group's aggression, linking it to Rue's influence, while others show hostility after his recent interaction. Some members still maintain control, redirecting anger toward monsters, while others hesitate, revealing imbalance within the team's coordination and discipline. Internal conflict rises as fighters argue during battle, wasting mana and focus, while enemies continue pressing their attack relentlessly forward. Barry questions the situation, suspecting sabotage involving Rue, while another denies it, yet doubts remain about the team's unstable condition. The party arrives at floor 43 Oasis, where many groups gather resting after battles, creating a temporary safe zone underground. Rue is spotted nearby as multiple adventurers watch cautiously, while some whisper, showing lingering tension and distrust among different parties present. He approaches, casually greeting others while pausing, due to stomach pain, then excuses himself briefly, leaving the group momentarily uncertain. Guma presents potato soup, offering it to everyone, hoping to share food across parties and improve relations between different adventurers. He explains, sharing meals may rebuild camaraderie and stabilize teamwork, after recent conflicts, encouraging unity among parties within the oasis. Rue suddenly interferes, causing the soup to spill, disrupting Guma's attempt to share food and interrupting the peaceful atmosphere. Dismisses the offer firmly, Rue reminding Guma they handle meals independently, asserting control and rejecting cooperation between different parties. His expression turns serious, warning the cook not to repeat the gesture while maintaining a strict stance against outside hospitality. The group reacts with confusion as Ro leaves, while Yuika observes, quietly sensing deeper intent behind his unusual behavior. Others try to downplay the incident, but unease remains as the party questions Ro's motives and the effect on group unity. Barry suddenly runs off as others question her actions, while Ro remains seated, creating concern about her unusual reaction. She quickly excuses herself, claiming a simple reason while approaching the cook, showing urgency and a desire to resolve earlier tension. Barry apologizes sincerely, then tastes the soup, appreciating it, while the cook accepts her response, restoring a small sense of goodwill. She returns to the group, appearing normal again, as others acknowledge her presence, and the situation begins stabilizing gradually. The group observes Rue acting normally, again, while Barry relaxes and the team continues forward with fewer issues over time. The party arrives at Floor 48 Oasis, amazed by its size, while many adventurers gather, creating a lively and energetic atmosphere. A request is accepted as Yuika stands calmly, while another adventurer suggests resting before advancing deeper into the labyrinth tomorrow. An adventurer awkwardly attempts to invite Yuika privately, but she refuses, firmly showing disinterest and maintaining focus on the group's purpose. Yuika is called away by teammates, leaving the situation behind while others continue preparing and organizing supplies for upcoming exploration. The group relaxes near clear water, observing surroundings, while some enjoy the moment and others remain thoughtful about their next actions. Barry reflects on past mistakes during their first dive, while the group rests nearby and tension lingers beneath the calm setting. She notices Rue missing and questions his absence as other adventurers continue their activities, unaware of his current location. Barry secretly follows Rue and the cook, observing them entering a narrow passage while attempting to listen from a distance. She struggles to hear their conversation clearly as distance and interference block the details, leaving her uncertain about their intentions. Suddenly a voice contacts Barry, directly revealing knowledge about Rue's actions, warning him to stop, causing her alarm and suspicion. The guild master explains some Sherpas protect the labyrinth core, while Barry listens, realizing Rue may have a secret responsibility. Barry struggles to understand Rue's words, but decides to stay out of his actions, despite growing concern and confusion. She returns quickly, hearing they are coming back, while realizing Rue might be acting against the Twilight Blade's interests. Barry knew Rue's situation, including his responsibilities and family burden, suggesting his actions may be driven by necessity. She refuses to accept betrayal, believing in Rue, while others insist he has chosen his path, creating conflict within her thoughts. A hidden figure discusses suspicion and betrayal, suggesting evidence against Rue, while the group remains unaware of the looming accusation. Barry steels herself, deciding to protect both the group and Rue, despite growing tension and uncertainty surrounding the situation. Rue appears injured, but smiles calmly, dismissing concern, while others notice something unusual and begin questioning his condition and behavior. Barry approaches, offering drinks, while observing Rue closely, realizing his condition may not match his explanation and suspecting hidden damage. She accepts the drink cautiously as Rue warns about bitterness, maintaining composure, while the group remains unaware of the deeper issue. Barry inspects the drink carefully, while others watch as she hands it to Rue, testing his reaction and confirming her suspicion. Rue examines the contents closely, recognizing signs of poison, as his expression changes, revealing the seriousness of the situation immediately. Barry accuses Rue of betrayal, revealing what she witnessed, causing tension as the group reacts to the sudden and direct accusation. Rue calmly explains his actions, mentioning the meeting and hidden intentions, while trying to control the situation and avoid public attention. Nuku initiates a formal judgment, questioning the existence of a hidden organization, as the situation escalates into a serious trial. Yuika explains Rue accepted the offer to protect them, while revealing threats against his sister and the Dagger Group. Rue clarifies he accepted the request, but never intended to follow through, believing deception was necessary to protect everyone involved. He reveals the enemy used food to poison them, and explains his precautions, including separating inventory to prevent further sabotage attempts. Barry reacts in shock as Rue shows the substance, explaining it contains parasitic eggs used deliberately to harm the party. He explains the parasites and antidote, proving the substance was misunderstood as poison, while revealing the true intent behind his actions. Rue explains he delayed Barry from eating suspect soup, then drinks it himself to prove safety, while others react urgently. He endures the bitter taste calmly while answering questions, explaining few know about the guiding dagger and the hidden organization. Yuika listens as Rue explains the enemy planned to poison them and use trackers to capture them after the toxin activated. Rue describes his counterplan, allowing enemies to accompany them while minimizing risk to Yuika and controlling the situation carefully. He concludes his plan succeeded, explaining later adjustments and deception, while the group understands his intentions and the situation stabilizes. Yuika confronts Rue, explaining he hid the truth and tried handling everything alone, causing distance and misunderstanding between them. She admits she trusted him completely, without verifying facts, realizing her mistake while expressing quiet disappointment and emotional vulnerability. Rue apologizes, sincerely acknowledging his decision to conceal information, while maintaining he acted with purpose to protect those around him. He explains secrecy was necessary to prevent rumors and protect the guild's stability while avoiding further complications for Yuika. Yuika stunned as her darling admitting he wanted to protect her, too, showing emotional connection. Yuika apologizes sincerely for misunderstanding Rue, and reassures him she never intended to hate him despite the situation and confusion. She thanks Rue and promises support, asking him to rely on her in the future, strengthening their trust and partnership. Nuku interrupts, calmly signaling the discussion should move forward, while Rue acknowledges him and the group regains composure. Confirms Rutsi's actions. Nuku protected them from hidden enemies while discussing the truth behind the guiding dagger and Gamio's involvement. Rue explains Gamio's situation, showing understanding of his actions, while the group reflects on the burden and consequences behind the conflict. Nuku acknowledges Rue's explanation and expresses gratitude, recognizing his actions protected the group despite the risks and misunderstandings. Yuika praises Barry's efforts while questioning her silence, causing Barry to react nervously as attention shifts toward her actions. Barry apologizes, emotionally admitting her mistake and blaming herself for doubting Rue, while expressing regret for causing trouble within the group. Rue reassures Barry, calmly acknowledging her observations were valid, while the group reflects and tension begins to ease gradually. Barry becomes flustered as the mood lightens, while Rue jokingly suggests a different job, causing a shift toward a relaxed atmosphere. She panics, imagining consequences of her actions, as teasing overwhelms her, while others joke, causing embarrassment, marking the end of the tense situation. On the fifth day, the group gathers in formation as Yuika leads them forward, marking steady progress in their joint expedition. Yuika addresses the group, calmly acknowledging their teamwork over 5 days, and emphasizing their growth as cooperative adventurers under shared effort. Some adventurers react with frustration, doubting her intentions, while others remain silent, creating tension among members, despite recent cooperation achievements. Yuika praises their coordination, explaining their efficiency surpassed expectations, while Rue and others observe as the group begins understanding their progress. She explains their strategy, highlighting how they weakened monsters, effectively showing the group their methods improved control and battle outcomes consistently. The adventurers acknowledge their success, crediting teamwork and preparation, while recognizing their progress came from careful planning and consistent cooperation. Yuika continues evaluating their combat flow, explaining how their timing and awareness allowed them to maintain control during continuous engagements. The group reacts positively, gaining confidence as they realize their strengths, while Yuika emphasizes balance and coordination among all members. Yuika further details their tactics, highlighting how they restricted enemies and executed attacks effectively, while the team reflects on their performance. She concludes by analyzing each member's strengths, showing her deep understanding of different parties as others recognize her exceptional observation ability. Rue quietly observes as Yuika speaks, while it is revealed he planned her analysis, guiding the group without drawing attention. Rue reflects calmly, knowing events follow his plan, while others show mixed feelings yet still respect the strength of their leadership. The group hesitates at the next floor, lacking combat progress, as tension rises and doubts appear among members about advancing further. Rue encourages them, carefully choosing words to raise motivation, gradually convincing the group to move forward and take responsibility in battle. Yuika announces their next objective and eventual separation as the group listens, realizing their journey together will soon come to an end. Speaks gently, Yuika asking the group to continue fighting together until parting, while maintaining composure and guiding their remaining time. The adventurers respond positively, agreeing to continue together, showing acceptance and renewed motivation as they prepare to proceed deeper. The group advances into the next floor, beginning exploration again, while forming a larger force and preparing for upcoming encounters. Rue warns about possible threats below, recalling previous encounters, and urging caution as the group prepares for unexpected dangers ahead. The group reacts suddenly upon hearing about Obeons, realizing the threat level as tension rises, and they prepare for immediate confrontation. The vanguard team advances through the cave as detection reveals 5 monsters ahead, prompting immediate preparation for an incoming encounter. Basilisks appear aggressively, displaying petrifying breath abilities as the party recognizes the threat and prepares to counter their dangerous attacks. The team charges forward following orders while support remains ready to treat petrification, ensuring formation stays stable during the engagement. A frontline fighter executes a ground slam, striking a basilisk, directly disrupting its movement while others prepare to follow up attacks. A powerful shockwave attack lands, sending enemies backward, as the team maintains momentum and begins overwhelming the basilisks with coordinated strikes. A frontline fighter charges forward, smashing the ground forcefully, taking control of the battlefield, while others prepare to support his advance. He follows with a hammer crash attack, striking a basilisk, directly causing heavy damage, while allies acknowledge his momentum. Yuika issues precise commands while another fighter executes a finishing strike, maintaining control and ensuring enemies remain contained during combat. Ice spikes rise, suddenly trapping a basilisk in place, as the team confirms containment and prepares to eliminate the immobilized target. A fast attack launches across the field as Yuika monitors the situation, asking about Barry, while maintaining oversight of the ongoing battle. Barry launches a flame cannon from above, striking the basilisk directly, while maintaining aerial position to control the battlefield flow. A teammate follows with a sheer strike, cutting into the basilisk, while Barry lands and repositions quickly to avoid retaliation. Yuika warns Barry about incoming snake tails, as the basilisk counterattacks, forcing Barry into a dangerous midair situation. Barry reacts swiftly, evading the strike, while countering the tail with precise movement, preventing herself from being captured or injured. She unleashes leg slash, striking downward, with force, delivering a decisive blow and demonstrating her newly acquired attack ability effectively. The monster collapses heavily as one member defeats it, while others observe from distance, confirming the immediate threat has been neutralized. Companions discuss the fight, acknowledging Yuika's skill, while reflecting on her strength compared to others within the expedition team. 2 members rest together, planning to regroup later, while considering future encounters and preparing to submit updated maps after exploration continues. The expedition resumes as terrain changes drastically, forcing them to adapt navigation, while continuing deeper and eventually reaching the 50th floor. The group gathers near an oasis, deciding to return and camp while reflecting on their objective to explore the dungeon floors. The group prepares to part ways as members exchange remarks, while one leader explains his behavior and reflects on temporary companionship. Another member expresses gratitude for the journey, while others agree they will likely meet again, despite the uncertain nature of exploration. Yuika suddenly declares her intention to marry Rue, surprising him, as she holds him closely, causing confusion among nearby companions. She explains they proposed before the expedition, stating their relationship improved during the journey while maintaining a confident and satisfied expression. Other members react with surprise as the announcement spreads, while Yuika calmly affirms her decision to marry with Rue. The group falls silent after Yuika's declaration as everyone observes her and Rue standing closely. Rue questions Yuika, while explaining the labyrinth jinx, warning that couples who promise happiness during dives often fail to fulfill them. Yuika remains calm, acknowledging the warning while understanding the risks associated with declaring marriage within the dangerous labyrinth environment. She dismisses the superstition, confidently stating their bond surpasses any curse, while maintaining unwavering belief in their relationship with Ro. The surrounding adventurers react with admiration, recognizing Yuika's bravery as her resolve impresses even experienced individuals within the exploration group. The group reacts loudly as Yuika receives congratulations, while others shout toward Rue, creating a lively and chaotic atmosphere among companions. Several members crowd Rue, teasing him aggressively about the marriage while he struggles to respond under pressure from their overwhelming reactions. Guma approaches, calmly observing Rue, while nearby members notice his presence, shifting attention toward their interaction within the group. Yuika smiles confidently while Guma understands her influence, realizing Rue's actions were guided by his connection with her during the journey. Guma expresses happiness for Rue sincerely, while Rue responds calmly, showing acceptance as the group settles after the earlier commotion. Rue receives a request to protect Yuika as Guma prepare to separate, while he accepts responsibility calmly before departure begins. The group parts ways at the cave entrance, waving goodbye as Nuku, tensed, questions the situation about their marriage. Nuku confronts Yuika about her declaration emphasizing responsibilities and imposed conditions regarding her relationship with Ru inside the labyrinth. Yuika recalls prior rules about maintaining professionalism and avoiding public displays while acknowledging the conditions placed on their partnership earlier. Yuika confidently dismisses previous restrictions, stating their engagement changes everything, while others react with concern toward her sudden firm decision. Barry sits exhausted, overwhelmed by recent events, while Ru remains nearby as she struggles to process everything that has happened. Nuku panics about delaying decisions until returning, while Ru receives congratulations from Mazakan, expresses gratitude despite the ongoing confusion. Yuika regains momentum, encouraging the team to continue deeper into the dungeon, while asserting the true challenge has only begun. A bracelet detects nearby adventurers, guiding movement as they navigate the labyrinth and approach the workshop area on the 52nd floor. A hidden figure observes them closely, preparing for conflict, while acknowledging their arrival and anticipating an unavoidable confrontation ahead. Barry discovers Elu crystals inside dungeon, pointing them out excitedly, while noting their value as rare materials useful for crafting. The party reaches deeper floor, surrounded by powerful monsters as mana density increases, creating dangerous environment and accelerating unusual crystal growth. They notice a mana vortex forming nearby, realizing accumulated energy is concentrating dangerously, signaling potential threat that could create powerful hostile entity. Yuika commands an ogre brute to destroy obstructing rock, demonstrating control over monsters while clearing path toward unstable mana concentration area. Ru explains accumulated mana forms, cores that create monsters, as ogre strikes violently, triggering reaction and escalating danger. Stagnant mana must be removed, linking dungeon core emissions to growth, suggesting imbalance creates dangerous accumulations within environment. A giant cyclops appears, attacking violently as Ru and allies engage, demonstrating how deeper levels produce stronger humanoid monsters. A flame fiend emerges, controlling fire while Yuika counters, with precise strike, showing escalating threats and need for coordinated combat. Yuika confidently states progress will continue quickly, emphasizing team strength and readiness as they advance deeper toward next dungeon level. Nuku detects multiple monsters ahead while Ru studies surroundings, preparing strategy as team advances cautiously into increasingly dangerous territory. The party enters a vast lava chamber, observing unusual calm surroundings while sensing hidden danger within the seemingly peaceful dungeon environment. A voice welcomes Ru and companions, revealing the chamber as a workshop, confirming someone powerful has been expecting their arrival. The group approaches cautiously, acknowledging invitation while preparing themselves, aware that meeting likely involves confrontation rather than simple negotiation. A masked figure appears, revealing monstrous identity and hostile intent, indicating direct conflict as it challenges the party confidently. Yuika declares enemies, explaining opposing goals between humans and monsters, solidifying inevitable battle as both sides prepare for confrontation. The masked enemy signals readiness, prompting Ru and allies to recognize imminent threat as tension rises and confrontation becomes unavoidable. A dungeon garrison swarm appears behind barriers, revealing organized forces under Skull Mask, greatly increasing danger and scale of battle. Armed soldiers prepare attacks from behind defenses, while Ru identifies them as Skull Mask's companions, confirming coordinated enemy presence. Further analysis reveals multiple darksmiths among enemies, indicating strong support units and reinforcing idea of structured, intelligent opposition within dungeon. Skull Mask declares humans' intentions clearly, opposing them by protecting dungeon, establishing ideological conflict as both sides prepare for decisive battle. Skull Mask questions the concept of an ending, claiming its timing is uncertain, attempting to weaken their resolve and determination. Ru listens carefully, understanding the argument, yet recognizing delay only prolongs danger, reinforcing need to act despite uncertain future outcomes. Yuika reflects on human limits, acknowledging shorter lifespans, strengthening her resolve to advance, rather than hesitate within dangerous dungeon conditions. Skull Mask challenges their ambition, suggesting abandoning conquest, attempting to persuade them that pursuing such goals is unnecessary and reckless. Ru rejects hesitation, stating clearly they will fight, confirming commitment to their path and solidifying decision to confront enemies directly. Skull Mask stares intensely, acknowledging situation seriously, showing awareness of conflict while preparing mentally for unavoidable clash between both opposing sides. Yuika speaks calmly, recalling shared journey, showing respect towards Skull Mask while explaining their bond still holds meaning despite opposition. Requests passage without violence, Yuika stating intention clearly, while Skull Mask reacts with surprise, recognizing unexpected kindness from perceived enemy leader. Skull Mask rejects hesitation, calling situation unfortunate, raising weapon as soldiers prepare, signaling that peaceful resolution will not be accepted. The monsters ready defenses, declaring they will respond with force, confirming battle is inevitable as both sides commit to confrontation ahead. The battle begins, as enemies charge forward, forcing Yuika to command formation while the group prepares to defend against incoming attacks. A shadow barrier rises, blocking the assault, as defensive magic creates a temporary wall protecting the party from overwhelming enemy forces. Enemies detect weakness within the barrier, targeting openings, while Skull Mask mocks their defense, revealing awareness of their strategy and limitations. Soldiers thrust weapons through the gap, launching coordinated attacks, attempting to break formation and penetrate defenses with focused aggression. An ogre counters powerfully, striking forward to repel attackers, stabilizing the front line and preventing enemies from overwhelming the party's defensive position. Yuika orders ogres forward, directing assault toward enemy garrison while maintaining formation, initiating coordinated attack against fortified opposing forces. The ogres strike powerfully, breaking through enemy lines as soldiers are thrown aside, exposing weakness in their defensive positioning and structure. Enemies attempt to regroup around barrier, but large beast charges forward, disrupting formation and forcing soldiers into scattered retreat positions. Yuika commands Rhinodons to advance, reinforcing assault with heavier units, increasing pressure and overwhelming remaining defenders with continuous attacks. With enemies reduced, Yuika orders full advance, as remaining monsters charge ahead, crushing opposition and securing momentum for deeper progression forward. The advancing wall carries enemies forward, revealing multiple magic users and darksmiths positioned together, strengthening their defensive formation against incoming assault. The wall continues moving steadily, surprising observers, as Skull Mask remains confident, while allies react to the unexpected coordinated movement strategy. A large magical barrier forms behind enemies, reinforcing their position, causing hesitation as they prepare countermeasures. A sudden explosion erupts within the formation, knocking soldiers down, disrupting coordination and creating an opening for Yuika's forces to exploit. Yuika issues precise orders, directing units to break through and freeze darksmiths, coordinating attack to neutralize key enemy support quickly. Skull Mask realizes allies are defeated, reacting with shock as battlefield clears, leaving him isolated against Yuika's advancing forces. Yuika orders capture instead of killing, directing ogres forward to seize Skull Mask, aiming to obtain information about dungeon leadership. Ogre moves swiftly, striking and grabbing Skull Mask, while Yuika states intent to question him directly about the dungeon masters. Skull Mask is thrown upward, escaping momentarily, using agility to avoid capture while Ogre attempts to crush him mid-air. Skull Mask moves rapidly through air, surprising observers, maintaining mobility and avoiding restraint, despite overwhelming pressure from Yuika's forces. Skull Mask reveals special boots, moving through air freely, demonstrating unexpected mobility that allows him to evade capture and reposition easily. He attacks from above, striking an ogre directly, disrupting formation and surprising Yuika's forces with sudden aerial assault capability. Yuika reacts, sensing disruption as her control weakens, realizing her monster connection has been affected by Skull Mask's unusual attack. Skull Mask explains weapon ability, revealing it cancels magic on monsters, showing direct counter to Yuika's control over her forces. Yuika understands difference, recognizing enemy possesses anti-control capability, increasing threat level, and forcing reconsideration of current battle strategy immediately. Skull Mask strikes decisively, severing control over a monster completely, demonstrating his ability to neutralize Yuika's influence in single attack. Yuika observes calmly, understanding situation quickly, preparing countermeasure, while recognizing direct confrontation will disadvantage her controlled monster strategy significantly. She orders all monsters to enter lava pool, sacrificing them intentionally to prevent further control disruption and deny enemy advantage. Monsters obey instantly, plunging into lava, shocking Skull Mask as his strategy fails, losing targets and weakening his ability to counter. Lava consumes monsters, eliminating controlled units, while Ru reflects on harsh decision, acknowledging sacrifice as necessary to maintain overall battle advantage. Yuika confirms no reinforcements remain, standing with her team, establishing control of battlefield and preparing to focus entirely on Skull Masks. She orders Ru to stay back, recognizing danger, while positioning herself forward, ready to confront Skull Mask directly without interference. The Minotaur charges, intercepting Skull Mask mid-air, striking him forcefully and disrupting his movement, forcing him back toward ground. Barry, Nuku, and Yuika advance together, coordinating pursuit, aiming to suppress Skull Mask while preventing further escape or counterattacks. The Minotaur continues aggressive charge, closing distance rapidly as Yuika's team presses forward, tightening control and limiting Skull Mask's movement options. Yuika launches forward with wave thrust skill, aiming to finish Skull Mask quickly, focusing all attention on ending the confrontation. The Minotaur slams the ground violently, creating shockwaves that disrupt movement, forcing Yuika and others to adjust positioning mid-attack. Yuika realizes Skull Mask slipped past their line, recognizing sudden change in target direction and potential threat behind their formation. Suddenly, Yuika found the Minotaur rushes toward Ru, raising weapon to strike. The attack descends toward Ru, as tension peaks, leaving outcome uncertain, while Yuika's team struggles to respond in time. A sudden attack targets Ru from behind, forcing immediate reaction as Yuika shouts in alarm. Ru is struck and pushed aside by Skull Mask, unable to fully react, as the attack disrupts formation. Skull Mask appears directly make Ru surprised, revealing speed and intent, causing shock. Ru finds himself on the ground, disoriented, as the battlefield shifts and distance grows between him and allies. A powerful Minotaur-like monster approaches Ru, standing over him, signaling new danger as he faces threat alone without immediate support. Mazakon casts Moonlight Blade from distance, releasing powerful strike toward Minotaur while Ru watches, realizing sudden support arrives during danger. The attack hits the Minotaur directly, forcing it back, while Mazakan's focused gaze shows control and precision during critical moment. The battlefield stabilizes as allies regroup, confirming Mazakan remains alive, while Ru and others assess situation after sudden intervention. Skull Mask lies injured beneath debris, weakened after impact, acknowledging damage while observing opponents continuing their advance, despite resistance. Ru kneels beside Skull Mask, realizing he was protected, while Yuika stands behind. As tension shifts from battle toward understanding, Skull Mask recovers consciousness, confused as body moved automatically, realizing intervention saved him, questioning unusual reaction during near-fatal situation. Yuika explains demonic recovery activated, but acknowledges timing was critical, confirming intervention prevented death after Minotaur attack during chaotic battle. Healing fails as damage reaches core, revealing fatal condition, while Yuika concludes Skull Mask will disappear due to irreversible internal destruction. Skull Mask accepts outcome calmly, reflecting briefly on circumstances, showing understanding as situation becomes irreversible and end approaches without resistance. Ru supports Skull Mask physically, helping him sit, while Yuika stops healing, acknowledging limits as moment shifts toward final exchange. Ru and Yuika look down at Skull Mask, concerned, as his condition worsens, showing visible weakening. Skull Mask expresses happiness, acknowledging connection with them, revealing emotional attachment despite being enemy, showing change in perspective before his end. He explains studying human memories, developing curiosity, noting their unusual bond compared to others, highlighting difference in Ru's actions toward monsters. Skull Mask warns them about Dungeon Lord, explaining danger ahead, revealing motive behind opposition was to protect them from certain death. He questions human fear of death, speaking calmly, as Ru listens closely, recognizing meaning behind his final words before disappearance. Ru listens silently, as Skull Mask calls him his first human friend, showing emotional weight as he processes unexpected bond formed. Skull Mask expresses concern for Ru, wishing to spare him from painful memories, revealing protective intent. The group stands united behind Ru, while Skull Mask acknowledges their determination, understanding they will continue forward regardless of obstacles ahead. Skull Mask reveals Dungeon Lord's location, explaining path and destination, providing crucial guidance about deepest level, where final confrontation awaits them. His presence fades gradually, explaining failed attempt to communicate with Master, leaving Ru with final information before completely disappearing from battlefield. Skull Mask recalls the Master's terrifying presence, describing red eyes, revealing fear, despite being a powerful entity within the dungeon hierarchy. Ru notices Skull Mask fading, as his form weakens, realizing final moments are approaching while conversation becomes slower and fragmented. Skull Mask reflects on countless human corpses, finally understanding meaning of death through experience, recognizing something he never comprehended before. He accepts the sensation calmly, identifying it as dying, showing awareness and clarity as his existence approaches its inevitable end. Skull Mask asks about human final words, seeking understanding, while Ru listens silently, witnessing his last moments before complete disappearance. Ru reaches forward as Skull Mask speaks final words, expressing gratitude, signaling unexpected emotional farewell. Skull Mask's body collapses, reflecting on life with satisfaction, showing acceptance of defeat while maintaining pride in experiences shared during journey. The battlefield quiets as enemies disappear, leaving the party standing among remains, marking end of confrontation and transition after intense battle. Yuika observes the fallen armor, recognizing familiar sandals inside, realizing connection between Skull Mask and their past interaction with him. Rue acknowledges the memory, deciding to keep the sandals as proof of friendship, preserving connection despite battle and tragic outcome. Nuku and Barry reflect on Skull Mask's belongings, realizing he treasured them deeply. Yuika evaluates the workshop items, explaining most are designed for monsters, while identifying a few potentially useful objects. Rue equips the items, revealing powerful gear meant for him, including weapons and artifacts that enhance abilities while carrying unique detection functions. Rue questions why the equipment suits him, while explanation reveals cursed nature prevents normal adventurers from safely using these specialized items. Wearing the mask, Rue learns curses affect performance, limiting magic reliability, suggesting trade-off between power gained and unstable magical effectiveness in combat. Rue tests the greatsword and accessories, learning their weight and magic cost, understanding normal humans cannot handle such equipment effectively. He confirms the cursed items do not affect him, realizing his condition allows him to use powerful equipment. Rue and Yuika discuss preparations, recognizing uncertainty ahead, while identifying items as useful tools for reaching deeper dungeon levels safely. He notices reduced burden while carrying equipment, realizing the mask enhances his ability, improving endurance and efficiency during long expeditions. The group regathers and prepares to move forward, with Yuika giving direction, signaling continuation of their journey deeper into the dungeon. A quiet memory echoes as farewell words linger, while Rue reflects on brief bond formed during their shared journey. The sword and sandals remain behind, symbolizing connection, while Twilight Blade records defeated monsters, indicating lingering effects from recent battle. The party advances and reaches the 53rd level, approaching the Dungeon Master's domain. Rue senses overwhelming mana density, struggling to remain conscious, recognizing extreme danger as magical pressure intensifies deeper within the dungeon. The group pauses while observing environment, considering past dungeon masters, questioning their strength, and preparing mentally for unknown enemy awaiting them. Yuika explains dungeon masters lack cores and resist tracking tools, showing intelligence by blocking paths, making navigation and prediction extremely difficult. Nuku confirms strategy while Yuika states they must continue fighting, reinforcing determination as the group accepts prolonged battle against unknown opponent. Yuika assigns roles, relying on Mazakon's offensive magic, emphasizing need for strong attacks to overcome Dungeon Master's defenses and unpredictable abilities. Barry prepares supplies while Mazakon readies potions, ensuring resources are available, though concerns remain about facing a difficult and resilient enemy. Yuika commands preparation as allied monsters assemble, forming a battle force, showing readiness to engage in large-scale confrontation ahead. The group shows confidence and unity, strengthening resolve as determination grows, signaling mental readiness to face the Dungeon Master without hesitation. Yuika explains dungeon rules, stating the Master guards the core, and defeating it opens the final passage deeper inside. The group enters a vast organic dungeon area, following Yuika's lead as she confidently signals everyone forward into unknown territory. They notice unstable footing and strange vines, while Rue and others observe the environment carefully, sensing danger within the dim surroundings. A massive plant creature appears, looming silently as the group reacts with shock, realizing the dungeon contains unexpected living threats. The plant speaks with authority, declaring its mission, while Nuku and others prepare themselves, recognizing they must confront this powerful guardian. Yuika declares their identity as Twilight Blade adventurers, stepping forward confidently, while confronting the dungeon entity without hesitation or fear. The plant entity mocks them, revealing its cursed nature and immense power, treating the group as insignificant intruders within its domain. The creature introduces itself as Shamblove, explaining its immortality curse, establishing dominance and presenting itself as an overwhelming enemy. Shamblove expands its body and attacks, declaring the group will not survive, as its massive vines surge forward violently. The exit seals behind them, trapping the party, while Rue prepares for battle, realizing escape is impossible, and confrontation is necessary. Yuika orders the ogres to surround the enemy, coordinating the attack while maintaining control of the battlefield and directing their movements. The ogres charge forward, but Shamblove observes calmly, mocking them and dismissing their efforts as insignificant and easily disposable. Yuika, Rue, and armored allies stand ready behind, watching the advance, maintaining formation while preparing for the enemy's counterattack. Shamblove strikes back with powerful vines, knocking an ogre aside, while Nuku reacts quickly, recognizing the enemy's overwhelming strength. Rue launches a projectile attack through the ogres, striking the enemy directly, initiating the party's first coordinated offensive against Shamblov. On Ogre and Rue strike together, landing blows on Shamblov's body, briefly damaging its outer form during their coordinated assault. Shamblov remains unfazed, mocking both attackers, dismissing their effort while showing no sign of weakening despite the direct hits. Vines lash out violently, forcing Rue and Nuku to defend, as the ogres struggle against the creature's overwhelming and relentless attacks. Yuika observes carefully, noticing a weakness, as an ogre's strike reveals damage, hinting the creature's structure may not be invincible. The enemy regenerates rapidly, absorbing damage, while a dark projectile forms nearby, signaling a dangerous counterattack aimed at the group. Rue analyzes the previous attack, identifying it as a projectile technique commonly used by plant monsters, explaining its structure and function. Yuika studies the vines carefully, noticing color differences, and concludes each type serves distinct roles in the enemy's coordinated attacks. Yuika issues new orders, directing allies to clear vines and strike the main body, reorganizing their strategy for an effective assault. Shamblov counters immediately, spreading vines across the ground, blocking movement and disrupting the team's coordinated advance toward its core. Explosions erupt around Shamblov as attacks land, shaking the battlefield, while the creature remains standing, resisting the concentrated assault. Rue leaps forward while allies attack, launching projectiles and closing distance, continuing coordinated pressure against Shamblov's exposed main body. Rue explains the attack mechanics, noting seeds cause strong impact, and avoiding blue vines prevents capture during the ongoing battle. Shamblov retaliates with multiple projectiles and vines, striking across the battlefield, forcing the party to maintain distance and adapt quickly. The team analyzes further, identifying green vines as traps, blue for capture, and red for attacks, refining their understanding mid-fight. Mazakan observes the stationary core, concluding the enemy cannot move, recognizing a clear targeting advantage despite the surrounding defensive vines. Yuika summons an evil eye and orders Mazakan to prepare magic, positioning the team while targeting Shamblov's vulnerable state. The evil eye approaches Shamblov, and Yuika commands the attack, timing the move precisely to create an opening opportunity. A beam from the evil eye strikes Shamblov, paralyzing it briefly, limiting its movement and interrupting its defensive reactions. Mazakan unleashes Moonlight Blade, striking the immobilized body, while ogres support the assault, dealing heavy damage to the enemy. Shamblov collapses partially weakened and unable to respond immediately, as the team's coordinated strategy successfully disrupts its control. The group observes Shamblov's damaged body, believing the attack succeeded, as Barry questions whether the enemy has finally been defeated. Yuika, Nuku, Mazakan, and Barry remain alert, noticing faint movement from the core. Realizing the situation is not yet resolved, Shamblov laughs while its body reconnects, revealing it survived the attack, demonstrating resilience beyond the group's expectations. The creature fully reforms its body, regaining structure and composure, preparing to continue the battle despite sustaining heavy damage earlier. Yuika recognizes the regeneration ability, warning the team as they understand defeating Shamblov will require a different strategy. The group discusses regeneration, explaining such monsters possess high vitality, making them difficult to defeat through normal attacks alone. Yuika explains standard methods, suggesting burning the enemy entirely or destroying its magic core to stop regeneration effectively. Mazakan notes the enemy lacks a visible core and the team cannot use fire magic, limiting their available strategies significantly. He prepares a dark spell despite uncertainty, deciding to test its effect, gathering energy while maintaining focus on the target. Mazakan unleashes Blight Gate towards Shamblov, releasing destructive energy, attempting to overcome regeneration through a powerful alternative attack. Blight Gate engulfs Shamblov, corroding its body violently, as the creature screams while its structure begins breaking apart. The attack spreads across the battlefield, destroying vines and damaging the area, while allies watch as the enemy's form collapses again. Yuika realizes the creature possesses revival, not just regeneration, as Shamblov reforms once more, maintaining control despite repeated destruction. Mazakan observes calmly, recognizing the battle's difficulty, noting the continuous revival will prolong the fight without a decisive solution. The team surrounds Shamblov, again, preparing another plan, understanding each revival consumes energy, offering a possible path toward eventual victory. Yuika commands all allies to keep attacking continuously, planning to exhaust Shamblov's magic power through repeated damage and relentless pressure. Yuika advances with Mazakan, joining the front line, while Ru supports as the team intensifies their coordinated assault against the enemy. Shamblov declares itself immortal, mocking their efforts, asserting dominance while maintaining confidence, despite the ongoing attacks from all sides. The creature attacks again with spreading vines, striking aggressively, attempting to overwhelm the team and disrupt their continuous offensive strategy. Ru analyzes the situation, noting stamina limits, and considers the enemy's core, believing greater power indicates a larger hidden weakness. He questions Shamblov's strength, realizing it lacks a visible core, raising doubts about what truly sustains its power. Ru reflects silently, recalling knowledge that the dungeon master only guards the core, suggesting the true source lies elsewhere. He remembers that monsters are born from condensed magic-forming cores, linking this principle to the dungeon's structure and origin. Ru concludes the true master is the dungeon core itself, not Shamblov, identifying the real target behind the situation. Understanding deepens as Ru connects memories and observations. Realizing knowledge from others reveals how monsters and dungeons truly function. Ru concludes, destroying the dungeon core will defeat the master, but locating it remains difficult within the complex dungeon structure. Yuika recalls that defeating the dungeon master opens the path, explaining why access to the core has remained sealed. Ru questions that logic, suggesting real conditions differ, implying the dungeon may not follow standard rules completely in practice. He explains magical essence constantly flows, meaning the core likely remains active and connected, allowing monsters to continuously appear. Ru realizes the path to the core is always open but hidden, requiring careful observation of surroundings to locate it. Examining the environment, he detects clues in walls and ground, concluding the dungeon core must be nearby behind concealed structures. Mazikon unleashes Landmine Blast, striking Shamblov directly, causing a powerful explosion that damages its body and disrupts its structure. Yuika observes the result calmly, counting the repeated attacks. Noting this marks the 17th successful strike against the regenerating enemy. Nuku launches a projectile with his weapon, hitting the creature again, continuing pressure while preventing Shamblov from stabilizing its form. Barry rushes forward, using Wind Dance, cutting through vines and striking the enemy, maintaining offensive momentum against the weakened body. Yuika casts Blizzard, freezing the area around Shamblov, limiting movement further, while supporting the team's coordinated continuous assault strategy. Barry launches forward through the air, evading attacks, while closing distance, preparing to strike Shamblov with precise timing. Nuku throws a projectile toward Shamblov, supporting the assault as the frontline fighter advances directly toward the enemy's core. Barry unleashes Legblade, striking the main body forcefully, attempting to break through defenses and damage the creature's structure. Shamblov responds with sweeping vines, disrupting movement, forcing the attacker to react quickly while maintaining pressure in close combat. She continues advancing despite resistance, pushing through attacks, preparing another strike while enduring the enemy's continuous counterattacks. Barry signals Minoran to advance, coordinating movement as an ogre charges forward, preparing another direct assault against Shamblov. The ogre leaps and strikes downward, but Shamblov counters with force, launching the attacker back while maintaining defensive control. Yuika gives Barry a potion, ensuring recovery, while another ally moves quickly across the battlefield to maintain support and positioning. Yuika observes changes, noting reduced vines and slower revival, concluding the enemy's magic power is gradually weakening under constant attacks. Despite progress, the team suffers losses, with only a few monsters remaining, showing their strength is decreasing alongside the prolonged battle. Yuika orders a full assault during the next revival, coordinating all allies to strike simultaneously and overwhelm Shamblov's regeneration cycle. A sharp structure rises from the ground as Shamblov revives again, declaring its invincibility while the team prepares cautiously. Yuika and Barry notice changes in the revival pattern, realizing the enemy's behavior is shifting and may indicate a new threat. Shamblov transforms, expanding its form and power, asserting dominance while its presence grows larger and more dangerous than before. The team observes the transformation, recognizing a new attack form, understanding the battle has entered a more dangerous phase. Shamblov launches a powerful seed attack, forcing Yuika to warn Barry urgently as the projectile forms and rushes forward quickly. The explosion spreads across the battlefield, pushing fighters back as they dodge, while the blast wave tears through the ground violently. Mazikon observes calmly and counters, creating a dark barrier that absorbs the incoming attack and stabilizes the battlefield again. Another explosion erupts near Shamblov, showing the team's counterattack landing successfully as debris scatters across the battlefield rapidly. The team regroups and watches closely, confirming the seed exploded while Shamblov remains standing, preparing for the next phase. A powerful projectile strikes Shamblov's body, exploding on impact while Ru advances forward, maintaining pressure during the ongoing assault. Another blast follows, hitting the flower core directly as the creature's head recoils slightly, showing the attack is beginning to connect. The team appears exhausted and injured, yet Shamblove remains intact, mocking them while their efforts fail to produce decisive damage. Mazakon struggles, but focuses observing the battlefield and the enemy's position, preparing to act despite fatigue and the dangerous situation. Shamblove unleashes earth magic, raising massive walls around the battlefield, attempting to block attacks and isolate the party completely. Yuika observes the battlefield, realizing Shamblove has raised a wall of earth, blocking movement and dividing the chamber completely. Nuku and Barry move along the terrain, using cover, planning to approach secretly and target the red vine controlling attacks directly. Mazakan drinks a potion to restore mana, steadying himself, preparing for another offensive, while managing exhaustion from continuous battle pressure. Yuika regains focus and resolves to continue, reaffirming their goal to defeat the Dungeon Master, despite the difficult and dangerous situation. Shamblove senses their movement and prepares a destructive attack, deciding to strike everything, attempting to eliminate the hidden party entirely. Shamblove launches widespread attacks across the chamber, causing destruction everywhere, while Rue observes carefully, noting the strikes avoid damaging the core. He studies the attack patterns, realizing they reveal the hidden path as explosions guide him toward the dungeon core's concealed location. Yuika and Nuku advance through the chaos, attacking while moving forward, coordinating strikes as the enemy continues launching projectiles across the battlefield. Mazakon and Barry launch attacks together, striking forward, maintaining pressure while pushing deeper. Following the path revealed through calculated enemy patterns, Shamblove stands dominant over the battlefield, while fallen bodies surround it, showing the party's struggle against its overwhelming and destructive power. Shamblove stands unharmed, declaring only one enemy remains, while Yuika, injured and exhausted, struggles to stay standing before the overwhelming foe. Yuika collapses onto the ground, wounded and unable to fight properly, as Shamblove observes, stating her chances of victory are extremely low. Yuika launched Lapping Rabbit, increasing her strength, forcing herself forward despite injuries, preparing one final attempt to strike the enemy directly. She lunges forward and attacks Shamblove, landing a direct hit, but the creature remains unaffected, dismissing the effort as meaningless damage. Shamblove retaliates immediately, striking Yuika with force, knocking her back violently, ending her desperate attempt and leaving her vulnerable. Yuika struggles on the ground, refusing to give up while Shamblove approaches, believing her already defeated and unable to continue fighting. Forces herself up, she declaring her resolve, activating Leaping Rabbit again, pushing her body beyond limits to continue the battle. She charges forward at high speed, closing distance toward Shamblove, determined to find a way to fight despite overwhelming odds. Shamblove counters with a powerful projectile, striking Yuika mid-charge, disrupting her movement and dealing heavy damage once again. Despite injuries, she forcing herself forward, refusing to stop, relying on determination to keep advancing toward the enemy. Yuika continues charging through explosions, refusing to stop moving forward, knowing hesitation will lead to defeat against Shamblove's relentless attacks. Her body collapses from strain, legs failing completely, as repeated use of her ability leaves her unable to stand or continue advancing. Shamblove prepares another projectile, mocking her efforts, as a powerful attack forms, ready to strike the already weakened Yuika. Yuika struggles on the ground, barely moving, realizing only her arms still respond, while she searches desperately for a final action. The enemy focuses forward, its core exposed briefly, as the battlefield quiets, creating a small opening amid the overwhelming destruction. Yuika lies broken on the ground, barely conscious, struggling to breathe, while Shamblove stands above her, preparing to finish her. A vine wraps tightly around Yuika, lifting her body, as Shamblove begins strangling her, intending to end the battle completely. Yuika fades, her vision blurring, sensing someone approaching faintly, while her body weakens further under the enemy's crushing grip. In her fading thoughts, Yuika recalls Rue, expressing regret, as her consciousness drifts while held helplessly by the enemy. Her memories show a peaceful life she desired, wishing to stay together. As darkness closes in and her strength finally disappears, Rue rushes forward at high speed, charging toward Shamblove, closing distance rapidly while the enemy notices his sudden approach. He identifies the hidden passage location, realizing the enemy's attack pattern reveals a blind spot near the dungeon core's position. Rue breaks through the vines with force, pushing past defenses, as Shamblove reacts with anger, recognizing his plan to reach deeper. Finally reaches the dungeon core, Rue, observing its structure and energy, confirming the true target that determines victory within the battle. Rue locates the dungeon core, a dark sphere ahead, as the battlefield opens, revealing the true objective beyond Shamblov's defenses. Shamblov launches multiple projectiles toward the core area, attempting to stop Ru's advance while maintaining pressure across the battlefield. Ru charges forward and strikes the core, but the attack barely damages it, showing the core's extreme durability and resistance. He notices a strange sound from the core, reacting immediately as the sphere emits energy, signaling an incoming dangerous countermeasure. Shamblov moves to intercept Ro, unleashing attacks to protect the core, while Ro prepares to push through the final defense. Shamblov declares the core sacred, attacking Ro with powerful force, accusing him of trespassing and attempting to damage the dungeon's center. Ru struggles to use his sword effectively under pressure, realizing direct attacks are limited while Shamblov intensifies its relentless defense. He shifts tactics and moves closer to the core, preparing a new approach despite Shamblov's continued attempts to stop him. Ru warns others to stay back, focusing alone on the objective, as he commits fully to reaching and interacting with the core. He reaches the core and makes contact, triggering a reaction as energy surges outward, signaling a critical turning point in battle. Ru receives overwhelming experience energy from the core, his body reacting intensely as power floods him while he maintains position. Shamblov desperately tries to stop him, extending vines to restrain Ru, prioritizing defense of the core despite damage accumulating. Ru allows himself to be bound, realizing standing before the core prevents projectiles. Using his position to block further attacks, provokes Shamblov. He warning the core's destruction is inevitable, aiming to disrupt the enemy's focus and prevent strategic retaliation. Ru considers the team's safety, recognizing Yuika and others are vulnerable, as Shamblov's desperation threatens to shift the battle's outcome. Continues collecting energy from the core, Ru enduring attacks while the process nears completion, maintaining position despite constant pressure from Shamblov. Ru challenges Shamblov, declaring endurance, focusing entirely on surviving the assault, while the collection continues without interruption. Shamblov intensifies attacks, crushing Ru with vines and pressure, attempting to overwhelm him physically and stop the ongoing collection process. Ru weakens under strain, blood flow slowing, nearing collapse, yet remains conscious, resisting the effects while maintaining his position. Despite extreme damage, Ru forces himself to endure, recalling determination, continuing to withstand the assault until the process fully completes. Ru recalls memories of Yuika and Marin, strengthening his resolve, focusing his will while enduring pain and continuing the collection process. The dungeon core visibly shrinks as Ru continues, sensing progress, holding position while the energy transfer steadily approaches completion. Ru imagines a future beyond the battle, thinking of a new beginning, while remaining bound and continuing to endure without stopping. Shamblov declares its immortal nature, tightening its grip, attempting to overpower Ru and prevent the core's complete depletion. Despite its claim, Shamblov weakens, its body deteriorating, as the core's power fades, signaling the approaching end of the battle. Shamblov refuses destruction, extending vines toward Ru, declaring its will to survive. While the weakened core continues collapsing nearby, the creature channels its remaining power, cursing Ru directly, embedding energy into him as a final desperate act before defeat. Shamblov explains the curse's purpose, warping Ru's existence, sacrificing everything to ensure its influence remains even after its body fails. Roke stands firm as cracks spread through Shamblov, its form breaking apart while its voice fades, signaling the end of resistance. Shamblov collapses completely, its body disintegrating into dust, leaving only silence as the dungeon core's power finally disappears. Ro weakly questions victory, his body cracking, recalling promises to return, while barely maintaining consciousness after the intense battle's conclusion. He collapses as darkness surrounds him, losing strength, his body failing while the aftermath of the core's destruction takes effect. Yuika regains consciousness, confirming survival, observing the surroundings, realizing the dungeon master's presence has completely disappeared from the battlefield. She struggles to move, injured but alert, searching her belongings, hoping to find a healing potion to recover and stabilize herself. Yuika stands alone in the cleared area, noting the miasma has vanished, confirming the dungeon's collapse and the battle's final resolution. Yuika observes the chamber, noticing the vines have vanished completely. Realizing the dungeon environment has changed after the core's destruction, she finds Barry unconscious but alive, feeling relief, then calls out while approaching, checking her condition carefully in the silent area. Yuika confirms others are alive as well, spotting Nuku and Mazakan nearby, lying injured but breathing, scattered across the battlefield. She kneels beside them, preparing treatment, asking for assistance, while recognizing their injuries require immediate attention after the intense fight. Looks around anxiously, Yuika realizing Ru is missing, calling out for him, growing concerned as no response comes from the surroundings. Yuika searches the area, noticing a strange hole in the wall, questioning its purpose while continuing to look for Ru. She enters the tunnel and finds Ro's greatsword, realizing he must be nearby, her concern increasing as she moves deeper inside. Yuika discovers Ro partially petrified, recognizing the curse's effect. Understanding his body has been transformed and immobilized by it, she immediately casts a healing spell, attempting to reverse the petrification, focusing her energy while trying to restore his condition. The spell fails to work, leaving Yuika shocked. Realizing the curse is stronger than expected and cannot be removed easily, Yuika casts her spell again on Ro, but his petrified body shows no reaction, confirming the curse's resistance to her magic. Yuika pauses, exhausted and confused, realizing something is wrong, unable to understand why her magic fails to affect Rogue's condition. Barry and Nuku regain awareness, explaining Yuika lost magical power, while concern shifts toward Ru's condition and necessary treatment options. Yuika insists on treating Ru using potions, but Mazakan observes calmly, stating such treatment will not resolve the underlying condition. Mazakan explains Ru's state has been rewritten, no longer simple petrification, but a deeper transformation that normal appraisal cannot properly define. Ru cannot be cured by normal means, stating his condition is now permanent, effectively meaning Ru is no longer alive. Yuika refuses to accept this conclusion, declaring she will cure Ru herself, moving forward with determination despite the others' hesitation. Uses her magic again recklessly, Yuika pushing her limits, while others warn her that continuing like this could endanger her life. Nuku restrains Yuika, stopping her from harming herself, while she struggles desperately, calling out to Ru and demanding he respond. Yuika cries beside Ru's petrified body, calling her darling repeatedly, unable to hold back emotion as the reality of his condition settles. After calming Yuika, the group decides to leave the dungeon, departing while leaving Ru's petrified remains behind on the lowest floor. They reunite with the waiting expedition unit, and reports spread that the dungeon master has been defeated as magical energy disappears. Despite the victory, Yuika reflects quietly, understanding that their success came with loss, and everyone senses the heavy cost of battle. On the surface, townspeople gather, praising Ru as their hero and preparing to recover him, honoring his sacrifice and role. As celebrations begin, the mayor speaks proudly, but Yuika's group listens silently, their thoughts distant and weighed by Ru's fate. 2 months later, Yuika lives peacefully in the capital, caring for young Marin inside her residence with attendants. The household staff confirms Marin's adoption, explaining arrangements are complete, while Yuika listens calmly, maintaining composure as responsibilities settle around her. Yuika reassures Marin gently, promising to save Ru someday, while encouraging her to stay hopeful and continue living happily until then. Later, Yuika rests alone in bed, feeling weak as exhaustion overwhelms her body, suggesting lingering effects from the intense dungeon battle. A maid, Tae, notices Yuika's condition and suspects a cause, while Yuika struggles with nausea, signaling her health issue may worsen soon. Dr. Saffron examines Yuika at her residence, calmly assessing her symptoms while the maid watches, confirming concern about her recent condition. She explains, Yuika must avoid dungeon activities, then reveals she is pregnant, shocking Yuika as she processes the unexpected news. Yuika sits quietly, accepting the explanation, while T and Dr. Saffron observe her reaction, ensuring she remains calm and stable. Yuika holds her stomach, crying with relief and joy, realizing a child between her and Ru will soon be born. Years later, time passes, showing a new chapter beginning as someone enters the residence, marking the continuation of Yuika's life. Years later, Ru stands restored inside the room, as a young girl greets him mourning calmly. It was Marin, cheerfully explains her first solo adventure, hiding slight nervousness, then smiles and waves goodbye to Ru. Marin walks confidently with her sword, known as a hard-working adventurer, showing determination as she continues pursuing dangerous dungeon missions alone. A young girl watches Marin leave early in the morning, noticing her routine and quietly observing her dedication from inside their home. Marin repeatedly enters the infinite dungeon alone, despite recently graduating, demonstrating courage while others from the academy remain inexperienced and cautious. Marin reassures the girl calmly, explaining she prefers working alone and values collecting monster cores, showing confidence in her abilities. The girl reflects on Marin's strength and cheerful attitude, yet feels uneasy, sensing hidden concerns behind her consistent bravery and independence. The girl notices Marin's trembling hands, realizing Marin struggles internally, suggesting her true battle is not physical but emotional and unseen. At night, Marin secretly cries before Ru's statue, burdened by anxiety and impatience, hiding weakness while maintaining strength during the day. The girl resolves to support Marin, admiring her strength, while Marin continues smiling each morning, concealing her struggles behind calm expressions. Marin enters the dungeon again, casting magic to defeat monsters efficiently, demonstrating skill and determination, despite the emotional burden she carries. She retrieves a monster core after battle, calmly observing it, continuing her routine, while quietly enduring the pressure driving her actions. Marin examines a small core, realizing upper floors yield little reward, deciding to return to the surface and improve elsewhere. She walks through the royal capital streets, tired yet composed, blending into daily life while carrying thoughts of her progress. A nobleman approaches Marin politely, inviting her to join his party, recognizing her talent and offering her a new opportunity. Marin declines calmly, stating she has refused many times, choosing independence, despite repeated invitations and persistent interest from others. The nobleman insists Marin cannot continue alone, praising her rare abilities, while Marin listens seriously, considering his words without responding immediately. Two adventurers argue loudly over Marin, each claiming her, escalating tension in the street, while Marin remains distant from conflict. A confident woman interrupts, declaring Marin belongs with her group, silencing others while asserting authority and mocking their claims. Another girl proudly claims she alone deserves Marin, referencing their shared academy past, creating rivalry and intensifying the competition around Marin. Marin walks away slowly, ignoring their arguments, reaffirming her decision to remain independent and refusing to join any party despite pressure. Marin forces a smile while alone, showing unease and exhaustion, revealing the emotional strain caused by constant attention and expectations. A girl approaches Marin, offering a high-quality potion, following her closely and expressing relief at finding her alone in the street. She explains she drove others away, refusing to abandon Marin, insisting on helping despite Marin's fragile condition and visible exhaustion. Catalnoa introduces herself proudly, recalling their rivalry and friendship, showing confidence while reconnecting with Marin. After their academy days together, Marin listens quietly as Catalnoa questions her choices, reflecting on past impressions, recognizing Catalnoa's confidence and persistent personality. Marin declares her goal to reach deeper dungeon floors, rejecting teamwork, prioritizing progress alone, despite risks and emotional burdens she carries. Catalana questions Marin's goal, shocked she aims for the cursed floor, while Marin firmly states her intention to save important people. Marin thanks Catalnoa for the potion, insisting she alone must act, believing only she can protect those she cares about. Catalnoa responds emotionally, insisting closeness removes formality, emphasizing their bond, trying to reconnect and support Marin through her burden. She introduces another name, Karen, encouraging familiarity, while Marin listens quietly, unsure how to respond to her sincerity. The scene shifts to Yuika's home, suggesting a new development, as events begin moving toward another important encounter involving different characters. Marin returns home, greeted warmly by Tai and Pri, who welcome her back kindly, showing familiarity and comfort within the household. The maids happily discuss dinner plans, mentioning stew, while Marin responds cheerfully, briefly relaxing and enjoying the peaceful home atmosphere. Shizu appears, noting her condition, reminding her to clean up, maintaining discipline despite the welcoming environment. Marin acknowledges Shizu's words and leaves, while Shizu watches silently, showing concern through her serious expression and quiet observation. Then Marin meets Yu in a library room, greeted warmly, creating a softer moment as she reconnects with someone important at home. Mai aka Miyuri, explaining she was praying for Marin's safety, showing her care and devotion toward Marin's dangerous adventures. Marin smiles gently and thanks Miyu, appreciating her concern, while Mio responds warmly, strengthening their close and supportive relationship at home. Rue returns and greets Marin, while Marin insists she is fine, refusing rest as Mio watches with concern from behind. Marin casts a rare time spell, activating Clockwork Reverse, focusing carefully as magical energy gathers around her moving hand and body. The spell activates, slightly reversing damage on Rue's body, demonstrating Marin's unique ability, while confirming her determination to keep supporting others. Marin repeatedly casts Clockwork Reverse inside the room, alarming Miyu and others, as the spell echoes loudly through the house, appears exhausted. Marin insisting she is fine, while Miyu worries, warning that the spell consumes significant magical energy each time. Marin reassures Miyu gently, promising she will help her see their father again, showing determination despite her weakening condition. She collapses onto the bed from exhaustion, while Shizu observes, noting Marin continues casting daily, despite losing consciousness afterward. Shizu instructs Mayo to care for Marin and prepares potions, quietly acknowledging Marin's stubborn resolve while ensuring her safety. Rue remains silently as Shizu leaves, understanding Marin's struggle, while the room settles into quiet tension after her dangerous efforts. Months later, Marin and Mayu watch Ro as magic surrounds him, reversing time, but his body remains frozen, like a statue. Ro still stands unmoving, his condition unchanged, while Mayu quietly observes, worried about his uncertain fate. In a library, Marin greets Rue warmly, noting how quickly time passes, and how children continue growing despite everything happening. Marin explains changes during absence, pointing out Mayu's growth, while Rue's skull face remains unchanged, still trapped in stone. She prepares to leave again, telling Mayu she needs supplies, while Mayu asks when she will return, feeling uncertain again. Marin and Mayu walk through the library together, discussing studies and responsibilities, as Marin reminds Mayu not to overwork herself. A faint light appears in darkness, weak and drifting, as distant memories begin surfacing within a fading consciousness. Memories show a man recalling his newborn sister, remembering her small hands and the moment she entered his life. Tragedy follows as their mother dies after childbirth. Their father succumbs to grief, leaving the siblings alone together. The man reflects on his past, realizing his purpose is protecting his sister. Understanding true happiness lies within family bonds. Memories brighten as little Marin call out to her brother, their voices echoing, pulling his fading consciousness toward a growing light. Rue awakens suddenly, seeing bookshelves and raising his hand, realizing he is no longer trapped as stone. He turns and speaks, confused about his surroundings, while Marin reacts with surprise at his sudden movement behind her. Marin and Mayu turn toward Rue, shocked as he stands alive, asking where he is, breaking the long silence. Stares in disbelief, Marin's body trembling slightly, struggling to accept that Rue has finally returned from his petrified state. Marin looks shocked and emotional, realizing Rue has returned, while he remains confused, not understanding why she reacts so strongly. She rushes forward and embraces Rue tightly, crying as she confirms he is real. Overwhelmed, after waiting for so long, reveals that she is Marin, explaining she has grown older, showing Rue how much time has passed since then. Marin explains Rue was petrified for years after the dungeon incident, and others worked together to finally bring him back. She smiles through tears, saying she always believed he was alive, relieved that he has truly returned at last. Marin cries while hugging Rue tightly, welcoming him home, overwhelmed with relief after believing in his survival for many years. Rue realizes Mariette resembles Marin from before, understanding she has grown up during his long absence and changed over time. He gently pats her head and accepts her, acknowledging her growth, finally confirming his return and their long-awaited reunion. Rue asks about their companions, learning they survived, while Mariette responds positively, though her expression shows lingering sadness beneath relief. They explain their current situation in the capital, mentioning Miou, as Rui reacts with confusion toward the unfamiliar name he hears. Marin tells Rue to remove his mask, while Mayu hesitates nervously, watching closely as Rue begins to reveal his true face. Rue removes the mask and smiles gently, introducing himself to Mayu, creating a calmer atmosphere after the earlier confusion. Mayu reacts with shock and embarrassment, overwhelmed by Rue's appearance, her emotions showing through her flustered expression. Rue observes Mayu quietly, noting her resemblance to Yuika, reflecting on familiar traits while she fidgets shyly before him. Marin becomes excited, while Rue realizes the truth, questioning if he and Yuika had a child, connecting the past to present. Marin encourages Mayu to introduce himself, and he nervously steps forward, greeting Rue politely while revealing his name and age. Rue reacts warmly, proudly accepting Mayu as his beautiful daughter, expressing joy. Marin corrects Rue, revealing Mayu is actually a boy, surprising him and changing his initial understanding completely. Rue studies Mayu closely, realizing his delicate appearance caused confusion, while Mayu grows shy under the attention and observation. Mayu explains his situation calmly, while Rue apologizes, then thanks Marin sincerely for caring and staying beside Mayu all along. Mayu smiles warmly and welcomes Rue home, finally accepting him as his father, expressing happiness after years of waiting. Marin hugs Rue and Mayu together, celebrating their reunion, as they begin embracing the idea of living together as a family. Marin and Mayu smile closely together, showing their strong bond, remembering the past when they only had each other. Rue embraces both of them, realizing his family has grown, feeling responsible to protect them and treasure this new life. Marin urges Rue to follow, planning to inform others, while Mayu watches quietly as their new future begins together. Marin enters the room quickly, interrupting the servants, announcing urgent news, while the staff pause their work and listen attentively. Rue appears beside Marin, calmly greeting them. As Marin proudly declares her brother has finally returned after many years, the servants react with shock and joy, realizing Rue is truly alive, celebrating Marin and Miyu's long-awaited happiness together. Shizu arrives, surprised by the noise, as Marin explains Rue's curse is gone, drawing serious attention from her. The household welcomes Rue warmly, introducing themselves respectfully, while expressing gratitude and relief that he has safely returned home. Rue introduces himself politely, while Shizu formally presents her role, and the servants prepare to celebrate his long-awaited return. The servants bring a large meal, offering it warmly, while Marin and Miyu watch as Rue reacts to their generous effort. Everyone gathers around the table, encouraging Rue to eat, explaining his long absence, while the room fills with lively conversation. Rook shows items from the labyrinth, explaining their origin, as Marin and Miyu observe closely, interested in his experiences. Miyu asks to touch the items, and Rue agrees, while a sudden reaction from Shizu hints something unusual about them. Shizu calmly advises Marin to return Miyu to his room, expressing concern, while Rue observes quietly and listens to situation. Marin agrees, though thoughtful, as Shizu suggests Miyu accompany Rue later, believing it would help him understand things better. Marin decides to leave with Rue, planning to visit the Adventurers Guild first, while Miyu stays behind, watching them depart. Marin smiles and tells Rue she wants him to meet someone, hinting at an important encounter awaiting him outside. Rue and Marin exit the residence, saying goodbye, while Miyu remains to study. As their next journey begins together, Miyu stands alone after they leave, quietly thinking about Rue. Realizing he is truly his father for the first time, Shizu watches Miyu silently from behind, observing his reaction carefully, maintaining a serious expression while assessing his emotional state. Outside, Rue and Marin arrive in the capital streets as Aro looks around, impressed by the large buildings surrounding him. Marin explains the capital's size while walking beside Rue, describing the area as he compares it to smaller towns. They continue walking through wide streets, heading toward the guild, while Rue notes the scale, realizing how vast the place is. Rue asks about Yuika while walking, but Marin avoids answering directly, choosing instead to guide him forward toward their destination. Marin insists they visit the guild first, speaking calmly, while Rue senses hesitation but follows her without pressing further. They enter a quieter area of the city, different from central streets, as Rue notices the unfamiliar surroundings and growing tension. Marin stops before a large building, explaining it is the Royal Capital's Adventurers Guild, as Rue observes its impressive structure. Inside, the guild becomes noisy, as people notice Marin whispering and reacting, while Rue steps in beside her, drawing attention. Inside the guild, adventurers whisper about Rue, questioning his identity, while Marin reports formally, drawing attention from everyone nearby. Rue notices the reactions, hearing rumors about Marin, realizing her reputation has changed greatly during his long absence. Suddenly Nuku appears, recognizing Rue immediately, as they greet each other, confirming their connection from the past. Nuku explains many events happened while Rao was petrified, speaking seriously, while Marin listens quietly beside them. Rue grows concerned, asking if those events involve Yuika, while Marin hesitates again, delaying the answer about her whereabouts. Marin reveals Yuika went missing in the Infinity Labyrinth, shocking Rue, as he reacts strongly to the sudden serious information. Nuku leads them away, offering to explain everything in detail, guiding them toward a private place to discuss the incident. Meanwhile, servants discuss Rue in the kitchen, preparing food, while considering his character and asking for opinions about him. Tae and Pri praise Rue highly, believing he is kind and chosen by the princess, while others speak with admiration and excitement. But Shizu, expressing doubt, questioning their assumptions, and suggesting they may not fully understand Rue and his true nature. Shizu commented Rue critically, claiming he contributes little in dungeons, suggesting he benefits unfairly while others carry the burden. Ads suspicion, Shizu stating Lady Yuika lacked experience, believing she may have been influenced into trusting Rue too easily. Another servant defends Rue, recalling his support saved lives, while Shizu remains doubtful, insisting skill does not remove possible deception. Shizu mentions Ruxi's distant behavior, while recalling tutoring Miyu, implying concern about his mindset and lack of engagement with responsibilities. They conclude, Yuika is missing, leaving Miyu as her heir, emphasizing his importance as the next symbol of the church. Shizu calmly states, Miyu must be raised carefully, protected from corruption, while her expression remains composed, hiding deeper concerns beneath her words. She reflects on Ru's past actions, judging his use of cursed equipment, fearing his influence could lead Mio toward dangerous paths. Shizu instructs the servants to observe Ru closely, ordering reports on any unusual behavior to verify his true character and intentions. She concludes that if her suspicions prove true, she will act decisively, willing to remove Ru to protect Myoru's future and purity. Ru and Marin arrive at the Guildmaster's office, where Nuku welcomes them inside, preparing to discuss important matters about Ru's return. Nuku explains he retired years ago, while Ru reacts with surprise, learning Nuku now leads the capital's guild. Ru recounts events after becoming petrified, explaining Marin used magic repeatedly, while asking how much she shared during that time. Nuku listens calmly, as Ru admits confusion, acknowledging lost time, while Marin remains nearby, quietly observing the serious conversation. Ru requests details about the dungeon incident, seeking clarity on what happened, as Nuku prepares to explain past events carefully. Nuku explains reaching the labyrinth core, planning destruction, but upon entering, he immediately senses danger within the unstable core chamber. Recalls fighting desperately, he attempting to consume the core, but the enemy used petrification, sealing him and ending his struggle. Nuku acknowledges Ru's actions saved many lives, while Ru calmly notes he completed consuming the core before losing consciousness. He expresses deep gratitude, thanking Ru sincerely, while Ru responds humbly, recognizing the effort others made to rescue him afterward. Nuku reveals Yuika's condition worsened during Ru's absence, describing her grief and decline, leaving Ru to process the painful truth. Ru recalls a visitor delivering Yuika's will, realizing it was likely their final exchange before he disappeared into the dungeon. The letter's contents restore Lady Kurohime's strength, revealing Ru's wish to entrust Mariette's future if he never returned safely. Marin explains Yuika found hope again, brought Mariette home, and soon after, they discovered Yuika was carrying a child. She recalls Yuika's happiness during pregnancy, praised Ru, as looked at her belly, leaving only emotional memories behind. They reveal Yuika was revered as divine, her pregnancy seen as sacred, shaping Miyu's existence, and the beliefs surrounding her. Nuku explains the church hid Ru's identity, elevating Miyu as a symbol, while urging Ru to maintain that image. Marin reacts uneasily, questioning the situation, realizing Miyu is meeting his real father yet must treat him like a stranger. Nuku insists consequences are accepted, but warns Yuika would disapprove, while Ru understands the difficult position and growing stakes. Ru listens seriously as Nuku begins explaining events leading to Kurohime's disappearance, preparing to reveal important past details. They explain Yuika returned to the labyrinth seeking a cure, and the critical encounter happened deep within the 80th floor. Yuika faces the Greater Demon, a powerful boss commanding lesser demons, as both sides prepare for a decisive battle underground. Two armies clash violently, Yuika leading monsters against the demon's forces, while allies coordinate attacks to corner the enemy. Yuika launches a powerful strike, aiming to finish the demon, but something unexpected interrupts her attack at the crucial moment. Suddenly, Yuika's movement stops completely, frozen mid-action, while confusion spreads among allies as the situation changes instantly. The demon observes calmly, intrigued by Yuika's strength, expressing interest as the battle shifts into a dangerous and uncertain situation. The Greater Demon declares itself a collector, targeting Yuika, promising to transcend time by claiming her existence for its collection. Nuku explains Yuika cast Chrono Reverse. She disappeared immediately after, leaving no trace behind the battlefield. He analyzes both spells, concluding they were time-based, sharing similar traits, suggesting a deeper connection between the demon and Yuika. Evidence shows both spells created mana bubbles, isolating their targets, explaining how Yuika became trapped during the sudden encounter. Records reveal similar disappearances, where victims experienced halted time before vanishing, linking Yuika's fate to repeated mysterious incidents. Ru considers the possibility that Yuika's time has stopped, realizing her disappearance may not mean death, but a different condition. Nuku explains no one has seen Yuika for years, and records of time magic are rare, offering little useful information. Marin questions if hope remains while Ru stays optimistic, recalling his own return, believing Yuika might also be saved. Ru decides to rescue Yuika, accepting the risks. While Marin agrees, though no current adventurers can reach that deep level, he remains confident, stating knowledge itself is an advantage, preparing mentally despite uncertainty surrounding the mysterious collector ahead. Ru speaks gently to Marin, recognizing her long struggle, acknowledging she has been trying to save everyone alone for many years. Marin sits quietly, holding her hands tightly, as Rue reassures her she no longer needs to carry everything alone anymore. Rue smiles with determination, promising to help, declaring he will bring Yuika back, showing his resolve to change their situation. Marin breaks into tears, overwhelmed, recalling her heavy burden, realizing she no longer has to face everything by herself. She leans into Rue, accepting his support, as they both agree to work together and face the future as a united family. Rue thanking Nuku while discussing future plans, as Nuku promises support despite being retired from active duties, explains the situation calmly, Rue noting no party can reach the 8th floor, and decides to begin preparations carefully, Rue emphasizing teamwork over strength, believing gathering the right people will create a strong party capable. He plans to become a Sherpa again, aiming to observe adventurers directly, while stressing patience and careful selection for success. Continues explaining his plan to Nuku, Rue requesting preparations, as they sit together beginning the foundation for future action. During a meal, Rue evaluates Marin's level and explains she must improve, while Marin eagerly asks what she should do next. Marin confidently suggests diving deeper, but Rue rejects reckless methods, explaining there are safer and more efficient ways to gain experience. Rue describes alternative training strategies, noting even barren areas provide experience, while acknowledging popular farming spots are already occupied. Marin reacts with concern, but insists on joining him, refusing to let Rue face danger alone despite his hesitation. Rue accepts her decision calmly, recognizing her determination, and confirms she will accompany him, completing the role needed for his return. Marin laughs brightly, agreeing with Rue's plan, showing excitement and relief, as she accepts moving forward together after everything. She clings to Rue happily, expressing eagerness to adventure together, while Rue reacts awkwardly to her sudden closeness and energy. Becomes serious, Marin declaring she waited many years for this moment, showing determination and strong feelings toward their shared goal. Rue acknowledges her long wait, then gently accepts her closeness, allowing her comfort while recognizing her emotional attachment to him. Marin smiles softly, while the servants watch quietly, reacting with emotion as they witness the strong bond forming again. At the table, Marin and Rue sit together, while Tai cries with relief, overwhelmed by their reunion after many years. Shizu speaks strictly, pointing out improper eating behavior, while others react emotionally, noting it has been many years since they spoke. Marin corrects Rue firmly, criticizing his posture and manners, showing concern after teaching him proper behavior over the years. Rue apologizes calmly, accepting Shizu's guidance, while she insists manners reflect character, even during emotional moments like this reunion. Mayu listens quietly beside Marin, as Rue praises Shizu's influence, recognizing both children grew well under her careful guidance. Rue bows his head at the table, thanking everyone sincerely for raising Marin and Mayu, showing gratitude for their care. The servants respond emotionally, praising the children's growth, while Shizu watches quietly, observing the situation with a serious expression. Rue gently pats Maichu's head, while Marin reacts, and Shizu internally questions Rue, sensing something dangerous about him. Shizu leaves to report to the church, concerned about Rue's revival and Miyayu's attachment, deciding to inform the head priest. At the church, officials discuss the situation, doubting the miracle, worrying their plans failed, and fearing Rue's revival threatens everything. Shizu receives strict orders from the priest, commanding her to prevent Rue from approaching Mayu, accepting the mission without hesitation. Back at the mansion, Rue sits with Marin and Mayu, sensing Shizu's hostility while calmly acknowledging the church views him as dangerous. Rue decides to remain patient, observing Shizu's behavior quietly, planning his next actions carefully before confronting the growing tension. Shizu and Rue exchange looks, both aware of each other's intentions, silently agreeing to watch closely as conflict begins forming. Rue lies in bed, reflecting silently, trying to understand everything that happened, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden changes in his life. He recalls events quickly, realizing years have passed, his sister matured, and Mayu was born while he remained frozen. Rue begins planning his next steps, deciding to secure stability first, knowing rebuilding everything will take time and effort. Marin and Mayu enter quietly, watching Rue, as Marin gathers courage and asks if they can spend the night together. Mayu stands shyly, wanting to talk, while Rue listens, surprised, slowly accepting their feelings and adjusting to his new family life. Marin happily suggests sleeping together, and Rue agrees, allowing them to join him, creating a calm and comfortable moment. Marin and Mayu climb onto the bed, sitting beside Rue, as they settle together, forming a quiet and warm family scene. Rue looks at Mayu kindly, acknowledging him, while Mayu expresses gratitude, showing growing trust and comfort toward his father. Mayu admits he remembers little about his mother, while Rue gently explains her resemblance, helping him understand his past. Marin and Mayu ask about their mother, and Rue pauses thoughtfully, preparing to recall memories and share them carefully. Rue recalls Yuika, remembering her playful and honest nature, reflecting on her habits, and how her true self always made him smile. He summarizes Yuika simply, describing her as kind and sincere, someone whose honest personality made her deeply lovable to him. Marin and Miyu react differently, with Marin praising Yuika's strength, while Miyu questions this image, creating a contrast in views. Rue explains perspectives differ, acknowledging Yuika's strength, while advising Miyu to understand people beyond simple appearances and impressions. He realizes Marin influenced Miyu's knowledge, reacting with surprise, as he imagines Yuika's response to everything being revealed openly. Rue realizes some memories about Yuika were meant to stay private. Mayu happily agrees to keep Rue's words secret. He gently asks about Mayu's life, learning he attends the academy, showing interest in how he has grown. Mayu explains his experience, revealing others treat him differently, respected but distant due to his role and expectations. Sitting quietly, Mayu admits people expect him to defeat great threats, causing pressure and making him feel uncertain. Confesses his fear, Mayu unsure if he can meet expectations, while Rue listens carefully, understanding his child's struggles deeply. Mayu worries about his future gift, fearing disappointment, while explaining the academy ceremony where students receive blessings and recognition soon. Marin comforts Mayu gently, holding him close, reassuring him that everything will be fine, easing his anxiety about expectations. Mayu promises to become stronger, determined to help his family, while Marin acknowledges his effort and encourages his dedication. Rue observes Mayu's honesty, recognizing Yuika's influence, reassuring him that his sincerity is valuable and something to be proud of. Marin excitedly shifts the mood, urging Rue to share stories, while Mayu listens closely, curious to learn more about his father. Marin excitedly shares that Yuika told her that Rue confessed to her twice, heard that made Rue awkward. Mayu listens with excitement, while Rue decides to stop detailed stories, realizing some topics may be too personal for now. Rue agrees to tell his story gradually, beginning with simple memories, choosing a careful approach to share his past. He tells about life in Tyros with Marin, adjusting details, stopping at a good point to keep things manageable. Marin and Miyu happily respond, asking to continue tomorrow, while Rue agrees, as they settle into a peaceful family routine. Shizu unsure about the picnic, as Rue requests permission to take Marin and Miyu out, hoping to spend time together as family. The servants react with excitement, while Shizu remains composed, as others recall past attempts that were refused by Yuika. Mayu questions the purpose of a picnic, focusing on his goal, while Rue understands Yuika's likely reaction to this situation. Mayu agrees to go, wanting family time, while Marin reminds Rue of past outings, showing shared memories returning. Shizu allows the outing with conditions, reminding them to return early, while Rue accepts, preparing for their first family trip. At the Adventurers Academy, an elite class trains privileged children, preparing them for future roles, highlighting its strict and prestigious environment. Inside the classroom, students talk quietly, but the atmosphere feels brighter today, especially around Miyu, who seems different from usual. Miyu is admired by peers, viewed as exceptional, with qualities that make others see him as someone special and inspiring. Normally distant, Miyu often kept to himself, struggling socially, appearing thoughtful and detached, while observing the world quietly from afar. Today changes everything, as Miyu smiles happily, holding something dear, showing warmth and joy that others rarely witnessed before. Classmates encourage Caddy to approach Miyu, who sits quietly holding a pressed flower, while others watch nervously from a distance. Caddy gathers courage and compliments Miyu's flower, trembling as she speaks, while Miyu responds kindly and explains its origin. Other students join, reacting with surprise at Miyu's normal conversation, as he calmly shares details about a picnic experience. Zidane interrupts rudely, criticizing the situation and asserting dominance, confronting others while questioning their behavior and presence around him. Miyu remains calm and polite, asking to be treated normally, surprising Caddy, who becomes flustered after being addressed directly by name. Caddy nervously asks permission to call Miyu by name, showing excitement and hesitation as she struggles to express her feelings. Miyu calmly agrees, explaining their shared history, while Katie reacts with joy, and Zidane questions the value of such outings. Miyu continues describing the picnic, explaining how his family prepared a place to sit and enjoy the natural surroundings. He adds details about walking through the forest and eating together, showing happiness as he recalls the peaceful experience. The class reacts with surprise at his story, especially about eating wild plants, as Mayu calmly explains what they experienced. Caddy imagines Mayu walking barefoot in nature, reacting dramatically, while Mayu calmly continues describing their peaceful outdoor activities without concern. Mayu explains he was not distant by choice, expressing his wish to connect, revealing his past behavior was misunderstood by others. Classmates gather excitedly, proposing a group picnic, offering help with preparations. As Mayu becomes the center of growing social attention, the excitement spreads loudly through the corridor as students prepare plans, while others react to the sudden increase in noise. The class president, Ignace, reminding everyone of responsibilities, restoring order while warning them to control themselves as senior students. Ignace warns the class about the upcoming ceremony, stressing its importance, while others ignore him and focus on enjoying their plans. Zidane, nervous but determined, thinking he finally has a chance to speak and get closer to him. He awkwardly admits his feelings, struggling to explain himself, while Mayu listens quietly, unsure how to respond to him. The bell interrupts the moment, forcing students back to their seats, ending the conversation before it can continue further. Miu reflects silently, realizing others never hated him, understanding now that his distance came from misunderstanding rather than rejection. Miu smiles proudly, realizing he has made friends, feeling satisfied as classmates respond warmly, marking an important change in his school life. The teacher begins class, announcing the upcoming leveling ceremony, drawing attention as students listen carefully to the important explanation. She explains the ceremony's significance, detailing meeting the goddess and family involvement, emphasizing its importance for determining each student's future path. Mayu reflects quietly, holding the flower, thinking about his family, wondering if they will attend the ceremony with him. He looks outside and smiles gently, hoping his father will come, imagining his family together as he anticipates the important day. 3 days later, crowds gather inside the cathedral as nobles and families wait for the leveling ceremony to begin together. Parents guide children carefully, reminding them to stay calm and respectful, while nervous participants prepare to face the important ritual. Mayu stands quietly among them, listening to encouragement, trying to remain confident as the ceremony approaches and attention grows. Marin arrives and greets Mayu warmly, offering support, while Mayu recognizes her presence and feels slightly reassured before the event. Karine appears elegantly, speaking about fate, her words drawing attention as she notices Marin and Miu meeting. Unexpectedly there, Katie suddenly embraces Karine, crying loudly, while Marin and Miu stand confused by her overwhelming emotional reaction. Karine's younger sister clings to her, panicking about the ceremony, while Karine tries calming her despite her own visible concern. Katie continues crying nervously, admitting fear and lack of rest, while Karine leads her away to help settle emotions. Mayu notices a man nearby, recognizing him as someone important, while Katie continues calling for help in the background. Ru, suited, stands before Shizu, while Mayu quietly observes, sensing a connection that Shizu probably reminds Ru again. Ru listens calmly as Shizu declares Miyu has no father, assigning Yuika authority over the ceremony proceedings. Ru is instructed to hide his identity, attending quietly as Marin's elder brother, while Miyu listens from afar, confused. Miyu watches Ru from a distance, realizing he is his father, but unable to approach as the crowd gathers around. Ru recalls being trapped as stone, then looks at Miyu gently, saddened they cannot openly acknowledge their true relationship. Mayu watches other families embrace, wishing for the same comfort, while Ru quietly supports him, hiding his feelings nearby. Marin reassures Mayu gently, explaining Ru still supports him as his father, even if he cannot openly show it. The group prepares to move, while Marin stays close to Mayu, offering comfort as Ru quietly watches and acknowledges him. Ru speaks calmly to Mayu, encouraging him to relax, while Mayu responds with renewed confidence, feeling supported despite the situation. Inside the cathedral, a large crowd gathers as the ceremony begins, with participants standing before the altar under watchful eyes. Officials explain the ritual steps, describing offerings and communication with the goddess, as Mayu listens carefully among other children awaiting their turn. Zidane steps forward as the first participant, while the audience, including Ru and others, watch and encourage him from their seats. H approaches the altar and follows instructions, sitting before the ritual circle as the priest guides him through the process. Magical energy surrounds the goddess statue, activating the ceremony, while Zidane begins reciting the incantation to establish communication. Zidane concentrates silently as observers watch anxiously, trusting his ability while understanding only he can hear the goddess. The ritual completes successfully, and officials present the result, revealing Zidane's experience value while confirming the ceremony continues smoothly. Zidane accepts the monster cores, carefully holding them before consuming them as instructed, preparing himself for the next step. The ritual continues as Zidane speaks again to the goddess, while the audience watches nervously, awaiting the outcome. The magic fades, and Zidane reacts with excitement, raising his fist as he senses the ceremony has succeeded. The officials confirm Zidane received a gift, and the crowd applauds loudly, celebrating his successful completion of the ritual. The next participant, Addie, is called forward, while supporters cheer, encouraging her to perform well during her turn. Families react emotionally to results, understanding the ceremony shapes futures, bringing joy or sorrow depending on the gifts received. Mayu is called forward next, standing nervously as attention shifts toward him, while others watch with curiosity and quiet anticipation. He steadies himself and walks toward the altar, recalling instructions, determined to complete the ceremony despite his inner anxiety. The crowd murmurs as Miyotio approaches, recognizing his importance while observers begin to realize his connection to the divine role. Miyu prepares carefully, introducing himself to the goddess, following the ritual steps as the audience watches him with intense expectation. Focusing carefully, Miyu begins reciting the incantation. The surrounding crowd grows louder, reacting strongly to his presence. The audience erupts into chants praising the liberator, overwhelming the space as Miyu stands before the altar under intense attention. Miyu becomes confused as voices surround him, unable to understand the sudden reaction, feeling pressure from the crowd's expectations. The priest demands silence, reminding everyone of the sacred place, as the goddess statue looms behind Mayu during the ritual. The crowd finally quiets under command, leaving Mayu standing before them, as the ceremony continues in tense silence. Mayu tries to continue the ritual, reminding himself of the steps, but hesitation appears as pressure begins affecting his concentration. He suddenly forgets what to do next, standing frozen, his thoughts blank as anxiety rises and disrupts his memory. Marin notices Mayu struggling, worrying he forgot due to earlier noise, while Mayu panics, fearing he will disappoint everyone watching. Suddenly, Ru raises his voice, encouraging Mayu calmly, assuring him his father is there, giving him emotional support. Ru continues guiding him, telling Mayu to breathe and stay calm, while others react with surprise at his sudden involvement. Ru and Marin cheer loudly, encouraging Mayu, while others join in, boosting his confidence and helping him overcome fear. Mayu steadies his breathing, calming himself, while observers watch closely, waiting to see if he can recover and continue. He realizes everyone supports him, smiling with renewed confidence as he gathers courage to proceed with the ritual again. He speaks to the goddess sincerely instead of reciting, surprising the priest as the ritual activates, despite his unexpected approach. The crowd reacts with shock, noticing Ru suspecting his identity, while Ru watches calmly, confident in Mayu's actions. Mayu finishes speaking with the goddess and reports his required experience, while the priest hands him items to complete the process. Marin watches proudly, noting Mayu's confidence, while the priest remains surprised by his calm behavior and unusual composure. Ro smiles gently, acknowledging Mayu's effort, while Marin expresses admiration, recognizing how much Mayu has grown during the ceremony. Marin shows relief and happiness, her expression soft, as she witnesses Mayu successfully completing such an important moment. Mayu senses the ritual ending, turning back with a bright smile, feeling accomplished after overcoming his fear and uncertainty. Raises his arms proudly, Mayu declaring success to his father, as the crowd watches, marking the end of the ceremony. In the past, Yuika meeting Shizu, recognizing her as a church attendant sent to assist, while observing her calm presence upon arrival. Shizu introduces herself nervously, overwhelmed by Yuika's presence, while Yuika declares her goal to conquer dangerous labyrinths across the land. Yuika requests Shizu's full support, showing determination, while Shizu notices Yuika's strength, spirit, and ability, despite their similar age. Shizu becomes devoted to Yuika, deciding to serve her completely, believing in her dream, and dedicating her life to supporting it. He later cares for Marin and Miyu, raising them carefully, while realizing Yuika has lost her way and purpose. Shizu walks forward holding their hands, recalling her promise to raise them properly, hoping they grow strong and pure. After the ceremony, a quiet dinner is held, the atmosphere calm despite earlier tension, as everyone gathers together in silence. Marin watches Shizu carefully, wondering why she remains silent, feeling uneasy. After events involving Ro and Miyu's family situation, conversation resumes at the table, explaining Shizu was calmer than expected, while others reflect on recent talks and outcomes. Ru speaks casually, noting the goddess's unexpected nature, while the group relaxes slightly, relieved that things ended peacefully overall. Rue explains Mayu received a rare unique gift, not recorded before, making her the first person known to obtain it. Mayu listens carefully, as she is told to understand the gift slowly, deciding how to use it without rushing. Discussion shifts to Mayu's friend, who reacted emotionally after receiving her own gift, raising concern about its effects. Rue clarifies the friend's gift was spirit enhancement, considered valuable, reassuring Mayu that the situation is not entirely negative. Explains leveling mechanics. Rue showing spirit differs from basic stats, as growth depends on choices and limited opportunities to improve. Mayu listens, as Rue explains spirit represents inner strength, helping her both inside dangerous dungeons and in everyday life outside. He excitedly asks to share what she learned, while Rue reassures her friend's gift is valuable, despite seeming unlucky at first. Servants celebrate Mayu making a friend, while others encourage her, creating a warmer atmosphere during dinner after earlier tense events. Rue casually asks for more food, surprising others, while servants happily respond, showing the household returning to a relaxed state. He jokes about eating habits after years away, while Marin reacts with surprise and a servant counts portions with confusion. Shizu approaches Rue and requests a private discussion, indicating a serious matter, as he enters the room to listen. Rue agrees calmly, while Shizu insists on speaking privately, her expression firm, suggesting concern about an important hidden issue. They arrange to meet later, as Shizu reflects internally, questioning Rue, revealing himself publicly as Miyu's father, despite risks. Shizu recalls Miyuri's divine status, believing secrecy protected her, yet Rue chose to expose the truth, creating new dangers. She realizes Rue may seek control through his position, regretting her misjudgment, and recognizing the potential threat he now poses. Shizu knocks at Rue's room, maintaining a serious expression, while Rue deciding to respond. Rue opens the door calmly and invites her inside, showing politeness, while Shizu accepts, preparing to confront him directly. Shizu faces Rue firmly, expressing distrust, seeing through his calm behavior, believing he hides intentions behind his composed attitude. Inside the room, Shizu questions Rue about claiming to be Mayuri's father, referencing church knowledge and reminding him about secrecy. Rue responds casually, explaining he acted because Miyuri seemed anxious, showing little concern about consequences, leaving Shizu unconvinced and wary. Shizu criticizes Rue harshly, stating his actions damaged the church's reputation and ignored the suffering endured by Miyuri and Marin. She explains Marin exhausted herself using her power daily for years, while Miyuri endured pain, both suffering greatly because of Rue. Shizu concludes, Rue's presence harms them, believing his return only deepens their misfortune and disrupts their fragile lives again. She firmly demands Rue leave permanently, declaring the decision final, prioritizing Miyuri's safety and stability above everything else. Shizu challenges Rue's claim as Mayuri's father, pointing out lack of proof, reinforcing her stance that he has no rightful place. The closet door opens suddenly as Marin and Mayu enter, interrupting the tense discussion, while Shizu turns, surprised by their unexpected arrival. Miyu speaks hesitantly, calling Rue her father, while Shizu reacts with shock, unable to process the sudden declaration. Cries loudly, Miyu declaring Rue is her real father, expressing strong emotions and refusing to deny the truth anymore. Marin supports Miyu, deciding they will leave with Rue if necessary, showing loyalty despite the conflict with Shizu. Marin concludes they have no reason to stay, preparing to leave, while Shizu watches silently as the situation slips beyond control. Rue and Shizu stand in the hallway after the argument, both aware the situation ended poorly, tension lingering between them. Rue explains the children often visit him secretly to listen his adventure stories, revealing they overheard the conversation unintentionally tonight. Shizu becomes flustered and apologetic, realizing her actions affected the children, regretting not sending them away beforehand as she planned. Rue reassures her calmly, taking responsibility as well, suggesting they explain things properly later to restore understanding and normal relations. Shizu agrees reluctantly, accepting his proposal, deciding to help clarify the situation, though still uncertain about trusting Rue completely. Bows to Rue politely, Shizu thanking him for assistance, while still showing slight hesitation, revealing her conflicted feelings about him. Rue observes calmly, realizing Shizu truly cares for Marin and Miyu beyond duty, understanding her actions come from genuine concern. At the church, Shizu reports her failure to the head priest, admitting she could not separate Miyuri from Rou. The head priest reacts angrily, accusing Shizu of cooperating with Rou, questioning her loyalty and judgment regarding the situation. The priest worries about declining donations, fearing losing support, revealing the church's concern is tied to influence and resources. Shizu asks for guidance, but the head priest dismisses her, removing her position and ordering her to wait without responsibility. Another priest, Nuku, interrupts, requesting time to discuss clan matters, shifting attention away while Shizu stands silently in the background. Shizu accepts the outcome quietly, blaming herself for causing problems, while the priests continue discussions, ignoring her situation entirely. Outside, Shizu reflects on her actions, realizing her attempt to separate Ru only created distance between herself and Mayuri. She recalls Yu's anger, recognizing the pain she caused. Understanding this was the first time she faced such strong rejection. Shizu is informed a young man from her residence seeks mansions, learning he has connections with the church through business dealings. She realizes the request refers to Ro, becoming alarmed as she understands he is planning something unexpected involving relocation. Shizu rushes back and confronts Ro, asking if the broker's claim is true, while Marin and Miyu watch quietly nearby. Ru calmly explains he wants a large home for his work, intending to move forward without hesitation, despite current tensions. Shizu suspects he plans to take Marin and Miyu with him, her concern growing as she anticipates further separation and conflict. Shizu watches Marin and Mayu together, realizing distance is growing, fearing she will lose her final connection to Lady Kurohime. Overwhelmed by fear and regret, Shizu suddenly shouts, refusing to experience the same painful loss she endured in the past. Shizu breaks down emotionally, pleading desperately, begging them not to take Lady Kurohime away from her again. Marin looks at Shizu with concern and confusion, unsure how to respond, while sensing the depth of her emotional pain. Marin softly calls out to Shizu, while others watch quietly, as the tense moment leaves everyone uncertain about what will happen next. Ru tells Shizu that neither Miyu nor Marin can replace Yuika, confronting her feelings directly and forcing her to face reality. Shizu realizes she tried filling the emptiness left by Kurohime, understanding her selfish desire to cling to those connected to her. She confesses her true wish, declaring she wants to protect them genuinely, no longer acting from personal longing or emotional weakness. Ru responds firmly, refusing to step back, stating he will protect them, regardless of opposition or obstacles in his path. Shizu collapses emotionally, overwhelmed by guilt and realization, seeing the consequences of her actions clearly for the first time. In silence, she accepts her loss, feeling everything she cherished slipping away, while still holding on to the children beside her. She carefully packed her clothes and personal belongings into a small suitcase before preparing to leave the mansion behind. A heavy feeling stayed in her mind as she realized her duty under Maruri had finally come to an end. The quiet room only deepened her thoughts. Carrying the suitcase through the hallway, she searched for familiar faces. Every corridor seemed strangely empty, and no servants appeared nearby. The upper floor remained silent as she checked each room one after another. Large shelves, dark walls, and abandoned spaces made the mansion feel colder than before. Uncertainty filled her expression because she still hoped to meet everyone once more before leaving without a final farewell. Standing outside the mansion gates, she bowed politely before leaving without anyone there to see her off. The streets felt unfamiliar as she carried her suitcase alone. Thoughts about Ru's recovery and the changing atmosphere inside the mansion stayed in her mind. Memories of strict lessons and perfect management followed her steps. She had spent years focusing only on discipline and responsibility. Meanwhile, life inside the mansion continued without her notice. Servants hurried through the halls while emotions and problems quietly spread among the people she once guided. She stopped in the middle of the road and silently wondered whether leaving everything behind had truly been the right decision. Bright sunlight covered the city as she stopped outside and quietly looked up at the clear sky above her. After opening a letter, she learned about an expedition party and became curious about its sudden activity. The calm weather contrasted with the serious thoughts forming in her mind. She recalled how expedition groups depended on strong adventurers, large funds, and reliable supporters to continue operating successfully. While walking through the streets, she remembered seeing many such groups in the past. The address written in the letter eventually led her toward a church district. Surprise appeared on her face when she realized the church itself might now be supporting adventurers behind the scenes. She finally arrived at the address written in the letter and quietly looked around the unfamiliar entrance. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out to her from nearby. A young girl carrying a broom happily welcomed her after recognizing the name written on the placed letter. Her bright attitude immediately broke the tension. While speaking with the girl, she explained that she had recently resigned from her previous position and came searching for a new workplace. The gates opened to reveal a massive building that served as the base of an expedition group. The scale of the place surprised her greatly. Shock filled her face after hearing that familiar people connected to Maruri were already waiting inside. Several children gathered near the gate and stared at her. Curiously, their attention made her feel nervous about entering the unfamiliar place alone. One young girl suddenly called her big sister, causing her expression to freeze in complete surprise. The familiar nickname brought back memories from long ago. She remembered how Marin used to call her that when they were younger. Marin then explained that the orphanage connected to the church had already been dissolved. The unexpected news shocked everyone nearby. Inside the quiet room, Marin revealed that the Black Princess had disappeared deep within the dungeon's lower floors. Hearing that painful truth, she realized there was no longer any reason to hesitate. Tears filled Marin's eyes as she grabbed both hands tightly and declared that she would become an adventurer to rescue Yuika herself. Her trembling hands showed how serious her determination had become. She begged for guidance while refusing to give up on the person she admired most. Another child stepped forward and asked for strength as well. The desperate feelings of the children quickly spread through the room. Watching them brought back memories of her own younger days when she trained herself with the same stubborn resolve and unwavering goal. At that moment, she finally understood their feelings and silently accepted that she could no longer turn away from their wish to save Yuika. She hesitated after hearing the children's determination, unsure whether involving them in such danger was truly the right choice. While holding Marin's hands, she learned that Yuika might still be alive because powerful magic had stopped time around her. That possibility gave everyone renewed hope. Stories about a man returning after 11 years strengthened their belief even further. The impossible no longer seemed completely out of reach. A quiet realization appeared in her eyes as she understood that abandoning hope would only crush the children's spirits before they even began trying. Marin embraced her tightly and promised to keep working hard. In that moment, she finally decided to support their wish to rescue Yuika together. Then Marin held her tightly and admitted that she always wanted her beloved older sister to remain by her side forever. The honest affection slowly softened her guarded heart. After deciding to dedicate herself completely to Maruri's teachings, she spent less time with Marin and focused only on responsibility and discipline. As the years passed, Marin gradually became independent without realizing it. She stopped being called Big Sister and believed the distance between them was natural. Even so, Marin continued fighting against despair alone while holding on to a strong hope that never disappeared. Her determination impressed everyone around her. Feeling the warmth of Marin's embrace once again, she finally understood how much kindness and forgiveness had remained in that young girl's heart all along. Tears finally ran down her face as she embraced Marin tightly and accepted the feelings she had ignored for many years. After calming herself, she quietly decided to do everything she could to support the children and help restore their hope together. The painful distance between her and Marin slowly disappeared. At last, she understood that leaving the girl alone had only caused unnecessary loneliness. Meanwhile, the situation surrounding the expedition group became more organized as preparations continued behind the scenes. People began gathering around a shared purpose once again. Far away in the guild office, Rue calmly listened to the latest report while the growing movement to rescue the Black Princess quietly started taking shape. Inside the church, the priest explained that cooperation from Shizu would have been easier if they had shared the truth from the beginning. Hearing that only increased her confusion. The discussion soon shifted toward the church organization and whether its members would truly support an expedition group connected to adventurers. Doubts remained among several people involved. Rue, however, believed Shizu's kindness toward the children was genuine, more than simple cooperation. He hoped she could eventually become someone they trusted deeply. Even so, the priest warned him not to misunderstand the situation or expect everything to proceed smoothly through coincidence alone. Rue calmly admitted that fortunate timing had helped them gather support, resources, and capable people necessary for the rescue mission now beginning to form. Rue officially submitted the registration papers for a new expedition group created to welcome the Black Princess once she returned from the dungeon. Although the group had support staff, they still lacked active adventurers. Even so, Rue believed another unexpected meeting might soon change their situation. Later that day, he returned to the mansion and was greeted warmly by the children waiting inside. Their cheerful energy immediately filled the quiet building. Excited voices quickly surrounded him as the children proudly shared stories about exploring the large garden and discovering the underground floor beneath the mansion. Watching their happiness, Rue quietly realized the mansion was slowly becoming a true home and base for everyone gathered around the rescue mission. Rue gently comforted the children as they happily gathered around him, already trusting him as an important part of their growing family. That evening, everyone shared dinner together inside the mansion. The large table that once felt empty slowly became filled with warmth and lively conversation. One servant hesitated about eating beside Marin, but Ru reminded everyone that members of the expedition group would stand as equals regardless of status. Meanwhile, Shizu quietly accepted Ru's request to drop formal titles and simply call her by name like the others around the table. During the meal, Ru explained that Shizu would soon begin advanced Sherpa training again, despite already being known as a highly skilled guide in Tyros. Ru explained that joining an upper-ranked guide organization from the beginning would have made Shizu's career much easier and more stable. Marin immediately pointed out that Ru's reputation alone could help Shizu clear difficult qualifications and recover the training costs without trouble. Hearing Marin praise him so openly left Ru speechless for a moment, while Shizu quietly listened beside him during dinner. Soon after, Shizu stated that the expedition group needed to become much stronger before anyone could attempt a rescue mission inside the dungeon. Filled with excitement, Marin promised to work hard, explore the dungeon beside Ru, defeat many monsters, and become strong enough to support everyone in the future. Inside the Great Temple, Marin stood before a massive crowd and delivered a sacred oath to the Earth, Mother Goddess, with complete seriousness. Through that ceremony, she accepted the duty of entering the Endless Dungeon and defeating the evil gods threatening the world alongside the Black Princess. News about the Black Princess's disappearance spread rapidly among the gathered people. Rumors and excitement quickly filled the entire hall after her existence was publicly mentioned again. Meanwhile, Marin quietly reflected on her new responsibility. Although she once believed she only needed to follow orders. At the grand headquarters of the Great Earth Mother Faith, the departure ceremony for the Sister Priestess had begun that very morning. Backstage, trembling hands gripped a written speech, quietly vowing that the demon god would absolutely be defeated no matter what. Reading through her lines again, she reminded herself to soften her tone, pause briefly, and speak with real strength before the crowd. Watching from the audience, nobles whispered admiringly about how calm and resolute the Sister Priestess appeared as she prepared herself. Standing before everyone, she thanked the gathered crowd warmly for coming together on her behalf, speaking slowly in a gentle voice. Just as she believed her speech had ended, the officiating priest announced that the ceremony would actually continue much further. Stunned, she realized every single guest present would now step forward one by one to offer personal blessings and support. The enormous crowd began shuffling forward all at once, confirming that literally everyone intended to approach and greet her personally. One guest after another stepped up, each receiving her thanks, and a blessing invoking the goddess's continued divine protection. She kept raising her hand toward each guest, repeating the same gracious thanks and blessing, without any visible sign of fatigue. Her arm growing tired, she laughed grandly, while gesturing for the next person to step forward and receive their blessing. Marin, her lifelong best friend, proudly declared she had come specifically to witness this once-in-a-lifetime moment for her dear friend. Marin then revealed herself as a flame-wielding mage, hiding her true identity while offering something meaningful to the priestess. Marin proposed forming a party together to defeat the demon god, though the priestess postponed the offer for privacy's sake. Later, another woman promoted a poetry collection expressing the Sister Priestess's deep affection, moving onlookers with its emotional first edition release. Guests eagerly requested copies of the collection and accompanying flyers, several voices calling out asking for their own personal copy. Having secured both the poetry collection and flyer, the priestess turned her attention toward details of the next scheduled ceremony. She noticed an unfamiliar sponsor name listed among the organizers, wondering where exactly this particular group had originally come from. Back in a private waiting room, staff suggested her emotional expression should be toned down slightly for audiences seated farther away. Suddenly Marin realized in horror that the priestess had never actually completed her official departure for the journey ahead. Marin questioned exactly when the actual departure would happen, since fundraising through the guild's cooperation still mattered greatly. She insisted the Sister Priestess persona was too sudden, since she had never once introduced herself using that title before. One blessing ceremony alone brought in 10 gold coins, enough to comfortably support the capital for half a year. Curious onlookers whispered about who had written the poems, since Marin swore she had never written any poetry herself. Marin firmly warned that once someone decided to commit to something, crying about it afterward would absolutely not be forgiven. Sitting stiffly, the woman known as Shizu addressed her as sister, her expression clearly strained under the pressure. Marin revealed that Kurohime had actually been continuing dungeon exploration quietly, all while maintaining this kind of public ceremonial appearance. Energized, Marin declared she would also work hard, encouraged by messages from supporters like her senior, Yuika. She reminded everyone that in 2 days the departure speech needed to be fully memorized before the ceremony's night event. The plan involved appearing cheerful and hopeful about the upcoming journey, smiling brightly to reassure everyone watching closely. Privately, though, she admitted she genuinely wanted to hurry toward the dive itself as soon as possible. That night, within an abandoned building tucked in the capital's forgotten corner, something entirely different was quietly taking place. Underground, a strange auction thrived on unusual excitement, as the auctioneer congratulated a bidder called Angel Monkey. The clown host proudly presented Angel's Poison, a rare byproduct created from a legendary venomous water snake. He explained its shocking effect extended lifespan itself, prompting bids that quickly climbed from 40 gold coins upward. Suspicious figures accused certain adventurers of smuggling goods that should have gone through the proper Adventurers Guild trade channels. The bidding intensified until a masked figure called Black Wolf ultimately won the item for 80 gold coins. The final item revealed was a legendary dagger crafted by the renowned sage Fea, known as the Hand of God. This blade, called the Spider Silk Shortsword, could unleash water attribute magic simply by speaking a special incantation aloud. Fa had sealed a magical gift within the dagger himself, though using it fully reverted it back into an ordinary blade, making this rare relic remarkably valuable today. Ignoring the shouting man beside him, the masked figure declared 200 gold coins were required to strengthen the party's combat power. The clown host marveled at the offer, calling it an outrageous sum never seen before during any previous dungeon auction event. Onlookers murmured among themselves, wondering whether any stronger challenger would step forward to defy the mysterious bidder known as Death God. Death God panicked inside, suddenly remembering he had entered the auction under his own real name without any real thought. He worried that if the item truly went to someone named Ro, he alone would bear the full payment burden. The auctioneer announced victory, congratulating Death God for winning the dagger with an incredible bid of 200 gold coins. Furious, Death God complained that Marin had earned this money herself, insisting the church should cover the entire payment instead. He demanded someone convince the organization's stingy financial manager, refusing to shoulder such an enormous unexpected expense on his own. Frustrated, Marin vowed she would never again get involved with another dungeon auction after such an exhausting and stressful experience. Later, Marin sat outside studying hard, her eyes fixed on the building housing the exploration party known as Dawn's Sheath. She explained she had already researched the group, discovering this exploration party had only just been formed a short time ago. Their only registered adventurer turned out to be one single person, someone identified only as the woman named Marin herself. Harris asked for her honest opinion on the matter, urging young Karen to please remain hidden throughout this delicate investigation. Karen found it deeply suspicious that such a brand new exploration party could suddenly perform official temple ceremonies at such speed. She suspected Marin might have unknowingly become entangled in some large and dangerous conspiracy involving people with far greater power. Determined to help her troubled friend, Karen declared that assisting Marin now felt like a personal mission she had to complete. Disguising herself completely, Karen announced she would infiltrate the building directly to investigate everything happening inside, telling Harris her plan. Approaching the grand building, Karen noted how impressive its suspicious exterior looked, despite the hidden secrets it likely contained inside. Karen speculated the group's true representative might actually be some wealthy merchant's son, or perhaps a noble family's heir, instead. A man greeted them at once, assuming they belonged among the exploration party, since he had apparently just returned home himself. The man explained the true representative was someone else entirely, mentioning that a guest had arrived and needed proper notice. Karen quietly whispered to Marin that she had come to rescue her immediately from wherever she was currently being held. Karen declared that Katrenoa would never retreat even a single step, no matter how threatened, for the sake of her closest friend. Bowing politely, the man welcomed her inside without hesitation, as the so-called best friend Katrenoa suddenly found herself put into motion. Katrina Voltek looks back on her final term at the Adventurer Training Academy, still stunned after losing her class rank. A new ranking list is posted, and classmates whisper that a girl named Marietta somehow claimed the top spot instead. Katrinoa realizes this rival has surpassed her in every single year since their very first year at school began. Determined to understand her rival's strength, Katrinoa searches the school grounds and finds Marietta training alone in the courtyard. Marietta swings her sword through the thick underbrush with surprising force, practicing hard every day, despite wearing her school skirt. Startled by the sight, Katrenoa demands to know if Marietta practices like this every single day after classes end. Marietta ignores her and keeps walking away without a word, so Katrenoa chases after her across the school courtyard. Frustrated by being ignored again, Katrenoa draws her own blade and challenges Marietta head-on, refusing to back down now. Marietta finally turns around, only a bit annoyed that someone dared interrupt her private training session in the courtyard. Katrenoa insists that Marietta, as the top student, should serve as an example instead of avoiding everyone all the time. Marietta simply suggests that Katrenoa looks quite exhausted and might want to sit down and rest before continuing this conversation. Startled by the comment, Katrenoa loses her footing and stumbles hard, tripping right in front of Marietta without any warning. Embarrassed beyond words, Katrenoa realizes she just fell flat on the ground right in front of her school rival. Catching her breath, Katrenoa calls out again, insisting that Marietta wait and not just walk away like this now. Watching in silence, Katrenoa notices something different in Marietta's eyes, sensing she is not just a reckless troublemaker after all. Marietta seems to be chasing some distant, nearly impossible height, a goal far beyond what ordinary students could reach. Katrenoa vows that she will absolutely reclaim her position as top student, refusing to accept this quiet defeat now. She declares her full name with pride, Katrenoa Voltek, insisting that Marietta remember it and never underestimate her again. From the very day she first met Marietta, everything about Katrenoa's ordinary school life began changing in unexpected ways. Wanting recognition, Katrenoa realizes she has at last found her first true rival, someone worth chasing after with everything. Even by her final year, Katrenoa never managed to reclaim her position as top student from Marietta again. Yet she admits competing so fiercely with Marietta sparked a deep bond, calling her a lifelong, irreplaceable best friend now. A listener asks whether today's visit was simply meant to deepen that friendship further, wondering if she came here just for that. Katrenoa quickly corrects the assumption, insisting she actually came here today for one clear reason: to rescue someone named Marin. She explains that the Marin she saw earlier did not look like her usual self at all. Something felt deeply wrong. She suspects Marin might be overworked and used for questionable purposes, possibly forced into a group she never truly belonged with. Katrenoa firmly demands that Marin be released immediately, startling everyone nearby with how seriously and directly she speaks these words. With a sharp glare, she warns that if her demand is ignored, she will take matters into her own hands soon. Elsewhere, someone happily welcomes a guest called Miko-sama, offering tea while another figure eyes the visitor with clear suspicion instead. That suspicious figure quietly wonders why this mysterious member of the conquering clan has suddenly appeared inside their household today. The girl greets her father and Shizu warmly, thanking them for their help, though she insists she only came to assist. Her father calls her over affectionately, and she happily mentions attending the level-up ceremony together with him earlier that day. He confirms he watched the entire ceremony proudly, though he quickly apologizes for whatever commotion his presence might have caused there. He then casually asks if Katrenoa actually came here today to file a complaint against their conquering clan directly. Startled by the question, the girl realizes something is seriously wrong and worries this situation could quickly become quite troublesome. Clearing his throat, the man wonders aloud if word about joining the Adventurers Guild never properly reached her yet. Hearing this, the girl lights up with joy, confirming she was told the application could finally be submitted here today. Shizu introduces herself as the household's representative, a rank 5 adventurer who specializes in offensive fire attribute magic spells. Katrenoa smiles, and asks if this new member's timing is perfect, since she carries a secret mission of her own. Shizu's expression turns serious, clearly recognizing this as an attempt to infiltrate and investigate Marin's current situation from within. Rue wonders aloud what everyone plans to do, since Katrenoa seems unwilling to simply accept the situation and leave now. The elder suggests trying a temporary provisional membership, allowing her to dive into the dungeon alongside Marin herself soon. Days later, the elder remarks that her excitement about this arrangement is completely obvious just from watching her expression. Katrenoa arrives dramatically, announcing her arrival while proudly showing off the brand new top-quality equipment she prepared. Just today, she can hardly believe her luck, realizing she gets to join the same party as Marin for this expedition. Marin gently suggests that Katrenoa eat something first, insisting it matters more right before heading into the dungeon together. Everyone gathers to see the group off, wishing Katrenoa well and asking her to watch over Marin carefully today. The group thanks everyone for their kindness before setting off, receiving one final warning to achieve a good outcome. As they depart, Katrenoa notes how surprisingly warm and family-like this farewell felt, unlike what she originally expected here. Down on the first underground floor, Jerba announces their destination lies at the northern edge of this particular level. Jerba casually reveals that roughly 10 years ago, a monster transformed him into stone, though he recently returned to normal. Smiling, Jerba admits their dungeon exploration methods might honestly be outdated compared to what these two young girls studied. Katranoa notes his surprisingly gentle and easygoing manner, asking him to speak freely whenever something catches his attention down here. Katranoa admits she originally imagined Marin as someone cruel and violent for treating Jerba so harshly during their journeys. Jerba identifies a nearby creature as a full moon furball, whose dropped fur thread is prized as premium clothing material. Despite its harmless appearance, Marin warns everyone not to underestimate the creature, since it attacks the instant they land nearby. Sensing her body sinking suddenly, Marin shouts a warning and readies herself as the furball surges forward without hesitation. Marin and Katrenopa brace together, flames erupting fiercely around them as they clash directly against the creature's sudden attack. After the dust settles, Katrenoa declares triumphantly that they have successfully defeated Marin's target, breathing heavily from the effort, watching them both shine together. Marin thinks it looks exactly like a scene straight out of some heroic legend. Katrenoa admits this is actually her very first real battle, meaning countless things remain completely unknown to her still. She asks Marin directly to teach her many different things going forward, smiling brightly despite her obvious inexperience here. Jerba praises both girls afterward, complimenting Katrenoa's smooth movements and flawless sword technique, without any hesitation whatsoever shown today. Katrenoa insists her special training naturally led to this result, while battles against various monsters continue progressing smoothly onward. Jerba notes these particular monsters barely yield decent experience points, though the group presses forward regardless without complaint here. He reassures them that the area they head toward next holds far more promising monsters worth genuinely looking forward to. The party finally arrives, and Jerba identifies the location as the Koboldog Nest, noting 3 burrows sit conveniently close together. Katrenoa asks how exactly they intend to lure the Koboldogs out, prompting Jerba to suddenly cover his own ears instead. Jerba casually mentions their bodies must already feel warmed up from earlier fights, hinting the true dive begins right now. Katrenta declares she will not lose no matter how ferocious or vicious the approaching monster might actually turn out. To everyone's surprise, the emerging creatures turn out to be oddly adorable fluffy dogs, instead of anything fearsome whatsoever.